είμαι θα μεταξύ το βάλω στο δύο.
Ωραία, ωραία.
Το κινητό που είναι δίπλα δεν πειράζει, θα το βάλω την άλλη. Εντάξει. Κόμπλε.
Και ο κύριος είναι ο κύριος Πρίστερ να πάρει... Okay.
Δεν είναι ακόμα φάση.
Ο Άγγελος, ο Πρίστερ και ο Βότο. Πρώτο ο Άγγελος, ναι. Όχι. Ο πρώτος ο οποίος μετά... Α, ναι. Πρώτο ο κύριος Μητήξης, μετά ο κύριος...
Δίκιο, εγώ το βάλω Τζέφρις στο παντελόνι.
Δεν είχαμε
πώς θα
Ωραία.
κλείσουν, δεν υπάρχει τέτοιο. Με τι σειρά εσείς θέλετε να...
Αμπίτης, Πρίστερ, Γκορίλα.
Ωραία.
Ναι, σε βολεύει. Ναι, ναι.
Όχι, όχι. Άλλος ένας. Κάπου θα είναι.
us? 1, 2, 1, 2, channel 2. Can you hear us?
We are not talking, sir. Can you hear us, sir? Can you hear? Yeah, but we did not hear anything. We were not translating, actually. We were not translating. Ένα, δύο, ένα. Μα το έχουμε τσεκάρει, λειτουργεί, αλλά δεν μεταφράζουμε διότι δεν λέγεται κάτι να μεταφραστεί. Δεν λέγεται κάτι σε μικρόφωνο να μπορούμε να το ακούσουμε, εν πάση περιπτώσει. Έχει ξεκινήσει ο συντονιστής και δεν το ξέρουμε. Λοιπόν, τι περιμένει να ακούσει?
Δεν ακούει, λέει.
Ναι, δεν ακούει γιατί δεν μιλάμε. Είναι πολύ απλό.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Ναι, μας ακούγεται. Τέλεια.
We are not translating now because the session hasn't started yet.
Καλημέρα. Καλημέρα σας,
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen.
Το session που
The
σήμερα ξεκινάμε
session that is about to start
είναι στα αγγλικά.
will be held
Άρα εγώ από τη μεριά
in
μου
English,
θα
so
ξεκινήσω και θα
I will make an introduction in English, and of course there is simultaneous interpreting into Greek. But before that, I would like to introduce you the panel, which is composed of Dr. Angelos Amditis,
φίλο και παλιό συνεργάτη.
a dear friend, an ex-partner, the person who is leading research for the Technical University of Athens, and then Mr. Giorgio Priester, the president of probably the only city network still functioning in Europe, that is major cities of Europe, and then Mr. Vangelis Gorillas, head of public sector at Vodafone Greece. Mr. Gorillas and I, who are involved in public sector affairs, probably is visible this of our experience, and through our experience we have been trying to provide services, and this is the role of this session.
Before we go, the questions to our, let's say, panelists, I would like to say in English, because this is an English session, the road to the smart cities, reinventing urban area cities. This is the title of our session today. Demographically, it has been well established that cities are constantly and nowadays are shifting. According to the most recent GRC studies, 75% of the world population currently lives in urban areas. This is a huge number. 75% of the population is located in the cities, inner cities. The urbanization rate in Europe in 2015, it was 72%. And we are not talking for Asia, we are not talking for Africa, we are talking for Europe. So you can imagine that worldwide, the percentage is high. The projections for 2030 shows that the most European regions hosting major cities are expecting to experience urban population growth. And that is the question, how technology can assist and can improve, of course, the standards of living for all these people that are moving inner cities. Intelligent technologies that we are all practicing and enjoying, I would like to say today, such as 5G, traffic, or air quality monitoring, can play a major role in improving the urban quality of life. The revolution is happening in our days, and the cities are transforming the environments towards a more secure, a more efficient, and more green. Public services and utilities are changing every day, are changing with the assistance, with the huge assistance of the technology. It worth to say that during COVID, the pandemic of COVID, we have all experienced the progress of the technology. We have all lived in an absolutely different and difficult environment. But let's say that now that the pandemic is over, most of it actually, we can realize how it assisted our everyday life through the teleconferences, through the e-shopping, through the e-ticketing, through everything e. We're entering in a digital era, and the question is, how can we meet the opportunities arising from this transformation and secure our well-being in the post-pandemic world? You can see here on the board the 5 questions that I would like to ask to our panelists of today. And not to be boring, I mean, I'm kindly asking Angelos to go on with a small introduction of his, let's say, activities. I mean, from his, not only, Angelos is a researcher, and we in Trikala were feeling thankful because we are cooperating in the field of European research and innovative projects. The city of Trikala is considered to be a test bed, and this is the message that I would like to pass to other mayors, that we have to offer our cities to these projects. We have to practice the new technologies, and if we are not offering our cities, then the technology is not let's say, practiced, is not cannot be evaluated. By that, we are thanking Angelos, and we are welcoming here. And please, Angelos, have the floor.
Thank you very much, Odysseus. Now I will keep the title you anticipated, that I am a friend of yours, and I am really glad you said that. And indeed, we have been cooperating for a series of years with the municipality of Trikala and with you, of course. I would like very briefly to make some introductory remarks on me, but first and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me here, and I would like to also thank Trikala for the invitation to this panel. We all accept that cities are at the forefront of all developments in the sector of economy and digitization. The title Smart Cities, which in my view is more than smart cities, smart societies, is very eloquent. And at the world level and in Europe, it is visible, it is widely accepted that cities are the ones which will play a critical role in the future. Now, I still keep some of my hair on my head because, thankfully, I also am involved in the private sector of this, so I'm not fully employed at the public sector, thankfully. I am Research and Development Director of EPISEI, one of the major research institutes in Greece and one of the most important 20 European ones. It belongs to the Technical University of Athens and is involved in the development in the science of electrical and electronic engineering. At the same time, over the past years, I have had the honor to being a member of the ITS Europe on smart transport European networks. And through that capacity of mine, I can see what is happening in the remaining member states of the European Union and what is happening with the strategies we are talking about. And I have also been the Vice President of OASA, of the Urban Transport Organization of Athens, and so it is close to my heart also to see how the service provision works. Now, I would like to delve on technology. Technology has always been a lever of change. Historically speaking, in the history of humankind, technological advancements were the ones that were leading forward our societies, our cities, our life. Cities today are constantly transforming, and transformation currently has to do with converting cities into smart centers of skills, competencies, and services. One of the major pillars of this transformation is the smart mobility. And this is the chapter I would like to talk about. When we talk about smart mobility, it is mobility of both people and goods, and is a main pillar, one of the main parts our cities, our municipalities, our regions need to invest in with a view to implementing smart digitization and smart digital transformation. electromobility, interconnectivity, interoperability, conversion of or transformation of transport into services are slogans. So we need to let aside the concept, the notion of transport which focuses only on vehicles. We need to pass to a human-centric ecosystem in which human beings will be at the center and transport will be a service. I want to travel from point A to point B. I don't care how I will drive there. I just want to have access to the service. So all these new services, all these notions give rise to a digital transformation in the sector of transport as well, by connecting technologies and transport and etc. in a very complex ecosystem. Since some years at the Technical University of Athens and at ERTICO, we have been using the term Internet of Mobility, exactly because we want to show both the complexity but also interconnection between all these things and interdependence, of course. And so digital transformation, we are heading to a cyber-physical or cyber-natural ecosystem, a contact point between the brick-and-mortar world and the digital world. And of course, this will change drastically, dramatically how we will live, and cities will be at the heart of this. But there are major challenges. First and foremost, transport. We remember when in the past we were talking about infrastructures, we were thinking of physical infrastructure, roads, etc. Now there are also digital infrastructures, and this is by far a major challenge, how our cities will be able to invest in digital infrastructures in order to implement what we have been doing. This is difficult, it is costly, it is difficult, it requires know-how, specialized people, experts, and also long-term investments that, of course, should also come from the European Union, the central government, and private sectors. And here lies the importance between synergies between public and private sector. This is key, and it is widely accepted, of course. And then we also have data. We all are familiar with with the data being the new oil for society. We are heading the society of data, and developments are so quick that this is already past. We are heading to a society of platforms. You know, be it Amazon, Google, Uber, and many other platforms will be our new reality. But what does this stand for? It means accessibility to data. This is important, and we need to take care of pulling all that data and disposing them in a just and open way. Is this easy? Not at all. Has it been addressed? Not at all. Initially, the European Union, we were thinking of letting the market to self-regulate and to resolve the problem. This has not worked. There are major challenges, problems, the need for open source data and transparent processes have also given rise to other concerns, as, for example, protection of data, cybersecurity, or the fact that data is precious for the companies which generate and authorities which generate them, etc. Is it fair and just to let unhindered access to all? Is there any other paradigm, any other model? This is by far one of the major challenges that are in front of us for our governments, regions, and municipalities. And there are moral concerns, equal opportunities, equal accessibility. Are we all going to have equal access to these new opportunities, to this new digital world? Will processes be open? Municipalities here will be the guardians of equal access to data and to new opportunities. And then education, a key sector. Unless we educate, we raise awareness of our people, of our citizens, of our civil servants, never will all this materialize. But of course, new business paradigms, new specialties, new occupations, new jobs are going to be created. So cities have a critical role to play as a regulator, as an intermediate bodies, as service providers and guardians of unhindered and smooth access to all this. Thank you. Thank you very much, Angelos. You used some key terms, certainly, terms that we are now realizing but will be part of our reality. And Angelos talked about cities, and we will go back to that, certainly. To what an extent data, city-related data is important.
Since now the introduction for the cities has been done from Angelos, yes, the importance of the cities, please. Feel free, do not go with the questions, but feel free to answer as Angelos does.
I would like to say a few words about who I represent here. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And it's my first time, the first time I speak in Greece.
Okay.
In public, although I've been meeting many people in Greece, in cities in the past. So I'm very proud to be here. Now, Major Cities of Europe is an organization which exists since 40 years. We have been, it was called Major Cities because it was created by major cities, London, Paris, Rome, etc. But
Tricala also.
It was created by, but in reality, it is an organization of innovative cities. That's why Tricala is one of our favorite in this environment. We are not so many. Our members are, I don't know if my chart is here, but I can tell you anyway without the chart. We are covering about 20 countries in Europe. And outside Europe, we have also from members from the United States and from Israel. We are about 50 members, and why we are not so many, and we are happy to be not so many because we exchange, we share information, we share experiences, we share who it is. Yes, we share. I suppose this is, yeah.
Okay.
So these are the countries which are represented, and as I say, we share really what we do, what is good, what is working, what is not working. Our members are managers in local governments. So people that are dealing in developing innovation in the cities they belong to. And it is a great experience, I must say, working together, all together. We know each other, we trust each other, and we really say the truth. If something doesn't work, we say it. If it works, we say it too, of course. But it is more important to know about the failures than about the successes, which are, of course, welcome anyway. I would say, just to conclude this introduction, and then I will go to the questions, that it is my first time, but it will be very soon the second time, because in November this year, we are in Larissa, and our conference, annual conference, will be for the first time in Greece, and it is called From Chaos to Cosmos, and the reason for being from chaos is after COVID. Chaos is after where we are, and now we have to find our way. Now, coming to the key questions that I think are absolutely essential. By the way, this conference is open to all the cities that wish participate. Our website is www.majorcities.eu. It's written on the bottom. And registration will be open soon. All cities and public administrations are welcome. And we expect people from outside Greece, but many from Greece, of course. Now, coming to the questions. Odysseus mentioned reinventing urban areas. Reinventing is really the word. What is happening in this moment is something absolutely new. Up to before COVID, we were talking about evolution. New smart city initiatives, new ways to some cities doing something, some others doing something else, some dealing with transportation, some dealing with water, energy, and so on. And altogether, this was a constant evolution. Now, COVID was a shock for everybody. Not for the simple reasons that we already know and which are very bad. but also because cities have learned to react very quickly, have learned to be as much as possible non-bureaucratic. Imagine just the idea of having terminals in the offices going home. And where is security? Where is cyber security? What is going to happen? Well, cities have been very brave. They did it. They did it, and it worked. It worked, and it showed that there is something to do which is not an evolution, this is a revolution, which means how the city is behaving is something that is providing services, is driving the innovation, is something that should be reinvented, and the Commission has done a great work in the programs of recovery and resilience, the new generation EU, a lot of very specified areas of investment, and so this is what we have to do. Now the question is, okay, the money is there, everything is, we know what we have to do, let's do it. No, this is not the answer in this moment yet, because in reality, yes, this is true, but what are the real challenges? Now, there are many, but I would say one is key for cities. This is about people. Have the cities the right skills in all these innovative areas they have to invest in? Have they the right capability to define what are the real priorities and what can give the return of investment? Have they the leadership, the leaders capable to change the way the civil servants are working in less bureaucratic and more innovative, find new ways to do things, how to transform and digitize the city, and also how to involve all the players in the city in including, and maybe in the first step, the citizens to know what are really the priorities. So this is a huge effort, and if I include in it the 100 cities that have been in the mission, that have been selected to be leading the green transformation in Europe. And by the way, congratulations, Trikala, you are one of those ones. About the 115, more or less, are from major cities of Europe. So we plan to do a lot of work together in sharing what they find. What is this program about? Well, we can imagine, but it is still to be really implemented, to find the ways to go ahead. And so this is very interesting what is going to happen. The key question is, where are the skills? True. Where are the skills? I mean, without the people that are capable to drive this, it won't work. And so my message is, the key challenge is this one. The leaders, the skills. Of course, people must be, the public officials that work in cities, they are absolutely the right ones to do what they have to do. But this is not what they have done up to today. So this is the key mission of the management of the city, to find how to make this happen. Probably also get some young people on board which have the new capabilities needed for that, but not only. What is very interesting in some cities that have already developed some very interesting steps forward is that by doing that, by digitizing the work in the city, a lot of people that were working in the offices in the city, they are not working outside the offices. They go and meet the people. They go where the problems are. So it is a way to liberate people in the day-by-day work and to help them in finding how to really engage citizens and the community in doing those what is necessary. So I think it's very, very exciting times coming over, difficult also as usual. Maybe I stop here for the moment, yes. And then maybe we can have another round. Okay?
Thank you very much, Giorgio. Vangeli, Vodafone. Communication. What else to say? Vangelis, please.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. I would like to thank you for having us here. We are delighted to be here in a city in which Vodafone has been investing constantly in 4G, in broadband internet. After many other investments we made as a company in the industrial part of the city for an optic fiber network in order to provide updated services. Certainly, climate change, urbanization, and digital transformation create major challenges for the cities. Big data, IoT, artificial intelligence, and other technological advancements, in our view, is the reply as the lab we are, innovation lab we are implementing in Patras. Thanks to the use of AI, we can monitor more than 30 hectares of forest and let the civil protection department know in case of a wildfire. There are many applications that confirm that the use of smart systems are very important. As for example, the measurement of air pollution may help reduce the exposure of citizens from 3 to 15%. Smart waste disposal systems may reduce non-recyclable waste by 30 to 130 kilos per citizen per capita. Water leakage monitoring systems may reduce per capita consumption by 25 to 80 liters per day. And we can also reduce the energy footprint of buildings by a high percentage thanks to smart technology. So Vodafone is investing in these infrastructures. 5G is by far the most important. And the Alban IoT is also prevailing in extended areas. Charging a battery, for example, may ensure a life cycle of 10 years, and so there is also the possibility to connect more than 50,000 devices. So we are heavily investing in that. Vodafone is also investing in healthcare structures, which during the pandemic were, of course, were subject to heavy pressures. And of course, this is not acceptable today. Vodafone does have an answer to that through the healthcare services. We have been proposing since 2008 telemedicine applications in particular, which cover more than 500,000 people. And here what's important to say is that 75% of the users state of having reduced their visits to hospitals and medical doctors in order to receive healthcare-related services. More than 51,000 medical examinations have taken place thanks to our applications. In Trikala, we have implemented Connect Living. This is a digital healthcare application for 60 users, 52 patients and 8 carers have also facilitated their life and have, of course, reduced the need for physical visitors. The RRF, the Recovery Fund, is an unprecedented opportunity for Greece, and here Vodafone as well will participate in making life easier for citizens. Now, having said that, when it comes to your questions are topical, and of course we should spend a long debate to all that. I would like very concisely to try and share with you what we have been doing at Vodafone. First question, we believe that urbanization is exacerbating the situation in cities, undermining mobility, safety, burdening traffic, and so on and so forth. And so we need to invest in sustainability of cities. Out of the factors that favor urban transformation, for Vodafone, there are two main factors. First,
Το να θέτουμε πολύ φιλόδοξους στόχους.
We need to set ambitious goals, as the one for the 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. And then it is very important to see these cities trying to meet the objective that the European Union has set for 2050. Second factor that impacts change is the way that work and education is changing, which gives rise to a series of technical solutions that need to work to deliver and to bring about the results promised to the cities. For example, the average commuting day for Europeans is 1 hour and 20 minutes. A smart mobility solution could indeed reduce that time by 15 to 20%, depending on, of course, the situation and the growth rate of bus transport, public transport, and vehicle sharing. If that goes hand in hand with an emergency service provision, then the response of that service can optimize many other services, and of course, the time of commuters. Commuters need to go to their job. When it comes to your second question, well, unfortunately, we don't have much time, so please be brief and wrap up. Thank you. Second question. Here, funding is key as far as we are concerned. What certainly will help cities face challenges is funding and financing. And here, the fact that 37% of the capital of RRF will be earmarked for climate-friendly investments is very important. And the fact that 6 smart cities in Greece are among the 100 future climate-neutral cities is also very encouraging. Third question, to what an extent cities are ready and prepared? Underway. This project is still underway. They are getting prepared, right? Yes, of course, our cities are getting prepared. But allow me to say this, in this digital transformation, everyone needs to be involved. Second, no one should be left behind. The citizens, users of Vodafone, say that what is critical in the provinces is to have a good broadband internet connection. So we need to keep on going in the provinces. And third, cities need to opt for the solutions that will be able to bring about change. Not all, there's no one size fits all, of course. Not all cities and all solutions are the same and may provide the right solutions. And fourth, digital talent in the cities. We need to have in place the digital skills that will allow us to monitor the implementation of projects. Our Vodafone's answer to the next question is the following. We need to guarantee safety, but allow me to touch upon these 3 things. First, users need to be able to identify and cope with cyber threats. Second, governments and enterprises operating in this sector need to constantly invest in cybersecurity. Third, governments need to set specific rules both for the platforms that will be set up as also for providers. And when it comes to the 5th question, and this has many pillars, I have to think about it a bit. Well, it goes without a shadow of a doubt that in the post-pandemic area, we will be much more digital. We need to invest in the skills. Digitization, of course, needs to be cross-cutting in Greece, in hospitals, services, social services, education. We need to try to bridge the digital divide in order not to leave anyone behind. And of course, we need to cooperate with government and all other stakeholders in order to maximize the awareness raising and acceptance by people. Thank you very much.
I would like to summarize the three speakers. And Georgie, I think he needs to conclude this session, being the most experienced one in during 40 years in major cities. Angelos said internet is used by many people, and mobility is very important. So a new term that we officially today come up with is the Internet of Mobility. The second is interconnectivity between the services and data. The municipalities open up their data in order for them to be useful. To keep them closed in our computers does not help anyone. By opening up the data, we can lead to interoperability of systems. Giorgio said, talked about leadership. We need to dare things, new things, to dare in order to create new things and not to deny these innovations. So we need to stress and to dare that the cities need to dare and cooperate among citizens and stakeholders in order to disseminate all the results. And the other thing that was said by Giorgio is skills, the set of skills. We cannot, unless we have skills and innovative thinking, we cannot go forward. The fiber network has started here in the municipalities. The government dared to do so, the local government dared to do so, and now we are very happy to have this broadband internet. Three things that Vangelis shared with us. It was said by the other speakers, but Vangelis is a representative of a global leader in telecommunications. 130 kilos per capita in waste we can save should we manage all this process with digital methods. Many liters of water per capita we can save by using the nowadays technology, which is developing and developing, which is a never-developing field. And another field is energy. We can save 5 to 10% of energy by using smart systems and technology. Today, we have technology in our hands, and it is developed and deployed very fast. Giorgio.
Conclusion on what we've said, as what I mentioned before, is that you are the most experienced, I think, in between this panel. Huh?
Well, I cannot say that.
Please believe me, we're cooperating over 10 years, and I know
no,
that.
thank you for that.
Yes.
Well, by the way, I'm not with Major myself, not
Yourself,
40,
yes.
not 40 years in Major Cities.
No, it's yourself, I said. Yes.
Okay, so if you want me to say a few words more, yeah, I would. Let me go back to skills. One thing, because I think it is crucial. Just as an idea, new professions needed in local government. Chief data officer. Data, to manage data, to extract intelligence from data, you need somebody who is collecting all the data in a reasonable way. And then together a data scientist, somebody that is capable to extract understand the data, so that from the data you can have a source of fantastic development or disasters. Exactly. Depends how you use them. Communication manager, to communicate with citizens. By communication, sorry, I don't mean telecommunication, I mean communication manager. I mean, you need in the city somebody who is capable to use social networks to address information to citizens, not just publishing on the website the latest information, but having a relationship with citizens driven by, of course, the mayor and the city manager, new professional. And then the city manager should be responsible, or the mayor together, or to manage all that, to coordinate. And it is, in the past, it was clear, okay, he's the IT manager, he manages everything. No, 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 no. This is not the way the work should. In this new revolution, you should put together everything in a seamless way so that A means A, B means B, and everybody can understand each other and cooperate. And so what I would recommend at the end of it is that to implement the plans of a city, you need a steering committee, which means top of the city that controls and follows everything, but not just it's not just watching at what's happening, but really pushing on the results. If you achieve that, then I'm sure the key challenges will be covered, and you will have a great return of the money that you will use. Otherwise, I would recommend to be very careful because it can lead to some problems, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ το πάνελ.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. Thank you very much for having attended this session. Thank you very much for the invitation by the Regional Growth Conference, and hopefully what was said here will help the redesigning of the cities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Καλημέρα.
Good morning to all.
Ωραία. Καλημέρα και πάλι.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. Today, thanks to the contribution of our distinguished guests, we will continue the discussion on future for cities and how our cities can transform, and we can talk not only about an intelligent smart city, but an intelligent city. Today in our panel, and I will follow the order they feature on the agenda. Mayor of Trikala, Mr. Papastergiou, Mayor of Agrinio, Mr. Papadanastasiou, Mr. Karmantzis, Mayor of Chios, Mr. Kapedjonis, Mayor of Dorida. We do have Mr. Donaldson, Barcelona Commissioner for Digital Innovation and Administration and Good Government, and Mr. Antonis Hadziris, Transportation Engineer and Senior Research Associate from the Technical University of Athens. Now, before giving the floor to Mr. Papastergiou, who will start the discussion with reference to some questions raised before, also during the previous session. I mean, the previous session probably was an introductory one, but now we will talk about the role of the cities. The cities have been claimed to have a leading role as a leadership, that they will be guarantors, they will be intermediate, etc. Allow me to make some introductory remarks and provide you with some examples from a survey carried out recently as to how citizens view the municipalities, the cities. Impressingly, approximately for 80% of cities are safe. There's a trust to cities. This has not been undermined, according to the survey. Quite on the contrary, this trust has been reinforced during the pandemic. At the same time, to the question, what are the advantages of a city for citizens, 50% believe that the city resolved my problems, or 62.5% believe that their cities are safe. What were the changes for citizens when it comes to the service, or how do you resolve your problems? For 50% of citizens, they go to the municipality, only 11% use digital platforms. Having said that, we need to find a way, because certainly we all agree that the resources, the funds are there. We do have RRF, we have the Antonis Tritsis program, we have European funding mechanisms and tools, and so money exists. What we need to do is to make all that happen. And now I would like to give the floor to the Mayor of Trikala, Mr. Papageorgiou, President of the Union of Municipalities of Greece. You represent Trikala, which is quite an innovative municipality. We are looking forward to listening to you. Good morning from Larissa. The municipality of Kilelere is hosting us because a conference organized by PED of Thessaly together with the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece is organizing, and we will talk about how to train our employees in using the digital platforms. Hello to the Mayor of Chios. It is an honor and a pleasure to see you. Good morning to Yorgos from Agrinio. Good morning to all the other panelists. Now, I believe that indeed this is a turning point. It is high time we used to the utmost the opportunities that lie ahead. The availability of funds is unprecedented. If we sum all the funds that are now available up, we have $500 million. We have the RRF, 130 million from the Antonis Tritsis program, and many other funds which have been accumulated and may be earmarked for this kind of project. But of course, we need to see how this money will be spent for real solutions to real problems. The survey you refer to is very interesting, and although the change and the transition for Greek public administration to a digital state has been quick, many Greek citizens are not yet used to using the digital solutions and digital applications. The public administration in Greece, whenever asking documentation from citizens, citizens would rather go to the physical service point of the municipalities rather than just uploading a document on the digital platform. So we need to raise awareness to that end. We need to train our citizens. Apart from the applications, of course, and here there will be a speedy development, once the systems were open, things certainly will be sped up. So today in Larissa we will speak about how we will speed up awareness raising. We need to train our citizens to use more the internet applications. I would like to dismantle the signs saying to the town hall. I mean, in all our cities, there are plenty of those signs. And I'm joking by saying that, but I really would like to redirect all citizens that are used to going to the town hall to have their problems resolved, to rather use their desktop or laptop or mobile devices to have access to the municipal services. And at the same time, we need to guarantee safety in our cities. I do believe that people no longer want to ask for things that should have been done. And when it comes to wildfires and to any other risks, anti-flooding flooding protection, etc., and so on and so forth. All that is very important because we need to make our cities safer. Energy saving, many projects are underway, and we would have been much more efficient if all the solutions available to measure energy consumption and energy saving had been implemented in the past, and we would certainly have been able to use a range of applications and solutions to save energy, to use more renewable energy sources in order to upgrade the quality of life of our citizens. And so now it is up to the cities to make the best possible use of the available resources. And I close here. Thank you very much, Mayor. You insisted on also the need to raise awareness and therefore to change mindset. Does this suffice, Mayor?
We need many things to do, but we need to understand what does smart city stand for. We need to carry out this necessary transition, and the president of the Union of Municipalities of Greece has described this transition. All the municipalities, with the help, with the assistance of the Digital Governance Ministry, which made leaps forward when compared to the previous years. Nowadays, it's a reality, at least in many municipalities. Citizens do not need to go to the municipality in order to do what they need to do. Many municipalities have created applications, digital ones, which serve in an unbelievable way their citizens. We need to thoroughly understand that, and the citizens need to understand that. But many times it's not necessary. We in Agrinio, for example, we issued the citizen card, which is a card with their taxes, their tax office registration number, with which you can enter the system. If you cannot, your accountant can do that for you, because many people have their own accountants. So through this application, you can regulate your installments or to take any certification without move from your desktop, or either through your smartphone or through your accountant. But we need to educate and train all the people, both the people and the municipal staff, in order for them to communicate and to trickle down this knowledge through the citizens. All the systems of management, the energy autonomous buildings, all these are we entered in our network the pollution observatory, and we are carrying out measurements, pollution measurement in a GIS, which is opened up in open data, and anybody, any engineer from his office can enter a plot, a land plot, in order to see the construction prerequisites and etc. All the value of this plot, all the property of the municipality can be accessed through this application and through open data. I stress that, open data, it is of paramount importance. So we have the GIS. Who is going to deal with the GIS? At the first stage, the engineers. At the second one, the economists. How are we going to get there? This is all this transition is all about. We need to stick to this path and maintain this pace. We know that new generations are more familiar with all these information systems. For example, with their smartphone, we use our smartphone very well. But if you see a child using its smartphone, you will understand that these generations are much more familiar with these means. And we shall not forget something that the president has experienced on its own skin. You know that the municipal authorities are the closest allies to the citizens. That's why they trust us. The president had sent a very important Christmas, New Year greetings card, which said, for one day, ask something from the Santa Claus. For the rest of the days, you need to ask anything from your mayor. Due to other engagements that you have, thank you very much for being here with us, and hopefully you will keep taking these initiatives, and you will keep taking new initiatives that will get applied throughout Greece. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye. Mr. Mayor, we talked about the people who are used to go to the municipality, but with the dimensions of your municipality, you have one of the biggest municipalities in Greece, so it is quite impossible to access the municipality. Yes, we have many communities and villages belonging to our municipality, so it's very difficult for people to reach the municipalities, and moreover, the relief is very difficult. We are talking about the northern part of the Corinthian Bay, and we have 2 out of 8 highest mountains in the country. And we have no city. And given that we're talking about the intelligent smart cities, we have no city within our boundaries. So someone will say, why are you here, Mayor, today? Because we're talking about smart cities. And I'm here to say that in this region, with these particularities and these aspects, the need for transition is more important when compared to the cities. We need to make leaps forward, but this is a very difficult task, and I'm here to put all these challenges on the table. We are a very difficult region, and many people don't want to live there because they prefer cities. So we cannot attract new scientists or experts in order to help us. And this is not the case only for our municipality. We have some objective challenges, and I put all these challenges on the table. Not all the municipalities are the same. We don't have the same needs. So we need to do everything through platforms. We need different platforms for mountainous areas, for island areas. We need different platforms for all these different municipalities. Since 2012, we were saying that a citizen needs to be able to pay through this platform and not have to go to the municipal offices in order to pay something, to pay its municipal fees, for example. Next thing that should be done, we need to do many things. We have a small population, but we have many forested areas. So we have many challenges to tackle, and we need to find a platform for all these cases. This is a crucial step to make. Second, we need to bridge the gap, and for that we need to be assisted both by the ministers and the KEDE, the Union of Municipalities of Greece, in order to adapt our needs to the financial tools in order to follow this digital transition, this digitization, which, I repeat, is of paramount importance in our areas. So, Mayor, we saw an urban place, we saw a mountainous area, and now we pass on to an island municipality. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Good morning to all. I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me here. I listened very closely to what all the colleagues have said. So, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be there and to contribute in the framework of the Regional Growth Conference organized in Patras. Many ideas certainly will come from the fruitful debate that will take place in the various panels of the conference. There are multiple challenges that each and every day the local government needs to face. Everyday life of people has dramatically changed over the past years through the unprecedented technological advancement, which has rendered technology into a lever for the functioning of our organizations. The interventions made by the current government are also impressive, as well as the use of technological means and the policies of green transition. Through smart cities, by promoting smart cities, we will make a leap in the future by respecting the environment, saving resources, guaranteeing sustainability, and offering upgraded services to our citizens. An ally of the municipalities to that end are the programs promoted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Environment, and by large by the current government, which has decided to bring forward this country. So important efforts have been made to change the mindset of the local government. For example, the contribution of programs as the Green Fund and Adonis treaties have played a critical role. The climate change, environment in the future, and sustainability, of course, will be the basis, the foundation of design. As an indication, in Achaia, we are speeding up recycling-related efforts in a very short period of time. And so we are designing our interventions to promote electromobility, alternative transport, sustainable urban mobility, as well as resource saving. However, more courageous efforts need to be made because we need to maximize our efforts to keep up our peers in the European Union. We are trying to launch a new development and management model, and of course, funds, awareness raising, education and training, and staffing of local governments are conditio sine qua non for the future. We need to train, to reskill, upskill the existing municipal employees in order to put in place the necessary skills. And infrastructure projects need to be funded in order to ensure a fully fledged transition from intelligent cities to smart cities. By way of a conclusion, in order to save some time for discussion later with my colleagues, allow me to say that considering the challenges of our era, transition to intelligent cities is not only a synonym to problem solving, but also requires for us to shoulder the responsibility to save our planet, to guarantee its sustainability for the future generations. I would like to grasp this opportunity to thank Dimitris Papasteriou, the President of KEDE and the BOD of the Central Municipality, the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, for sparing no effort in order to promote these innovative solutions that will allow us to pass from the present to the future. And I dare to say that certainly this government is very favorable and very keen to listen to our needs. And of course, our citizens, our fellow citizens we are working for, we are working at the service of, need to understand that also they, the citizens, need to take on their part of responsibility. They should not expect everything from municipalities. The only way to meet our unprecedented ambitions, our ambitious ambitions to preserve this planet, the planet we have received and we have inherited and we will deliver to the future generations, require their involvement as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to close the first round of introductory remarks after 4 mayors. And I would like to ask a question to Mr. Donaldson, who is Barcelona Commissioner for Digital Innovation, E-Administration and Good Government. Now, sir, we have talked about the change in the mindset or the need to train employees or even to recruit municipal employees who will have the necessary skills. First, we need to give a definition of what we mean by smart city, right? I mean, what we're talking about are intelligent cities, but we need to take leaps forward in order to put in place what we mean by smart cities. And of course, certainly, Mr. Donaldson, I will talk, but I would like to also, if there is time, to project my presentation on smart cities. Well, certainly there will be some time for a second round. Thank you. I would like, Mr. Donaldson, to have your standpoint. How Barcelona has managed to deliver, and what are the targets you have set for the next period of time? And if you have some best practices, some success stories that could be a source of inspiration for smaller cities like the Greek ones in other countries. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thanks a lot for inviting Barcelona, great organization. I'm so sorry I cannot be there enjoying that wonderful country in the city of Athens, but unfortunately I've got COVID. There's a COVID festival here at home, and we are all stuck here in the kitchen. So yeah, I was listening for answering the question. I think that those thoughts on the way we should change our profiles, not change, but introduce new profiles on our public administrations in order to tackle the big challenges we have in front of us. And the way we need to assist a lot of our population, a lot of our citizens that are going to be left behind because they haven't got the digital skills, it's really, really interesting. And if it comes to a point, I would like to share some of the actions we're doing in that sense. Well, going down to the question, we here in Barcelona, we realize, as any other city, any other country, with the importance of the technology and the digital disruptions. In fact, we know that only in the last 20 years, there's been as many as digital and technological disruptions as in all history of mankind. So there's a lot of potential here, and we as a public administrations, we need to use these drivers, that's for sure. In that sense, Barcelona started 10 years ago with their smart cities strategy, basically gathering information to turn it into collective intelligence and in information that we can manage the city, or through sensors. We are building up a data lake in order to provide us with all the information that's around the whole city. And at the same time, we have also deployed what we call our municipal office for data. It's like our chief data officer. We've got 30 people working there because we truly believe that there's no way of managing our modern cities without the knowledge that the data gives us. We want to go a step beyond that, and we want to combine data, this big data, with AI. We believe that through the algorithms, we would be able to deliver much better public services to our citizens. In that term, we want to change, we want to shift from a reactive administration to a proactive administration. Reactive administration would be the one that we deliver a lot of public services, a lot of public subsidies, helps, economic fees, and so on. And we wait for the people, the citizens, to come and ask them. We want to be able to be more proactive, to tell those people that based on their profiles, with the data, with the good data we have under their consent, of course, with that data and through these algorithms, we want to provide them with the public services, digital public service that we already have. It's a little bit like Netflix, the way Netflix sends you an email on Friday night and says, well, according to you've been watching this TV show or you've been watching this movie, maybe you would like to watch this next one. It should be the same with our public digital service. We should be able, because we know for a fact that at the European level, there's 30% of the people who should be able or who should get these helps, that they don't get them because they don't even know that these helps exist, and they don't know that these helps are created for them. So imagine the amount of money we are losing and the rights that we are not covering because all these helps and all these monies don't get to the people because they don't get the information. If we combine AI and and big data, or good data as we like to call it, we will certainly be able to deliver much better public services. We also, as something that we're working right now, and we want to keep working, and I think it's going to be more and more important in the future, it's about the digital rights. The concern of the people for the privacy, for the data, for the cyber attacks, for the personal cyber attacks, for the cyber sex assaults, and so on, is gaining more and more importance. So as there are human rights, digital rights should be considered also part of them. The access to internet, the way we supply water or electricity or all the different services, we also should consider internet, because internet is the door to access to the rest of the rights, the right to work, right, like me now that I can work from home because of the COVID, the right to learn when the children were stuck down at home with the lockdown, the right for health. We saw in Barcelona that those low incomes neighborhoods who didn't have access to internet were less vaccinated with the vaccine because they weren't able to access through internet to the medical services. So yeah, we're working, as I said, in data, we're working on AI, and now we're focusing as well on digital rights and guaranteeing the no discrimination when we use the technology. We summarize it all together. This is what we call humanizing technology, and this is the concept we're currently working in the city of Barcelona. Just the last minute, you asked me for an example. We are also working with innovation. New problems ask for new answers, so that's only possible through innovation. And we know how hard it is in public administrations to try to introduce innovation. But right now, Barcelona has got a 5 kilometers coastline, a lot of tourism, a lot of people to Barcelona go down to the beach. So there's an intensive use of the coast. Coast, as we all know, because we are all struggling and fighting against climate change, it's a key asset for the biodiverse, so it has to be preserved. We gotta protect them, and come down to the example. Until now, we were watching and controlling the access to people, not to get it so crowded to the beach, with people, with workers in the coastline. Now we're going to launch drones up in the sky, and we're going to use AI, which will be able to measure how many people are at the beach on real time. Of course, we're not going to record. There's not going to be any facial recognition, the importance of digital rights again. And this is a good example of how AI is going to help us to manage the cities. I think it's a pretty cheap technology, or it's not very, very expensive. So it's something we can do to control fires, to control plagues, to control different things. So I think it's a good example of combining innovation and AI technology in order to deliver better public actions. Thanks.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Νομίζω, Δήμαρχε, έδωσε λίγο και...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The mayor set the framework for the next question. He talked about big data, and he talked about proactive. We need to thoroughly understand what the citizen needs in order to utilize its profile through AI and big data in order to adapt the services and adapt our services to their needs. You, Mr. Hazir is transportation engineer, how we can reach the smart cities. Thank you very much, the RGC, for the invitation today. Thank you very much, my colleagues, for what they said. As a transportation engineer, I was very happy to hear by the mayors that there is a clear vision in every, and a clear strategy in every city as to where we want to head, in the near future, because, as it was said, every municipality has different needs, so the solutions adopted will need to be adapted to these needs. So I think that there are many solutions and many innovations that are circulating, but and hopefully these innovations do not fit to every municipality. So it is of paramount importance for every municipality to grasp the mindset and the needs of its citizens, and this has an application to the transportation and mobility field. For example, the smart vehicles that have reached our country in the lately, but we were not prepared due to the lack of a framework in order to support this. So we saw the Uber network, which was not the government and the country was not prepared. So we had a very we had conflicts between Uber and taxi drivers, etc. So we need to check the availability of measures and to what extent these measures can be adapted. So we carried out a research at the Technical University, and we saw that we can reduce the use of individual vehicles without reducing the use of taxis, for example. So this is something we didn't know about. So what I wanted to focus on is that we need to try new innovations. We need to adapt these innovations to the profile of its municipality and sitting well with the expectations of the citizens in order to take the best possible decisions. I will seize the opportunity of what you said. We had a discussion today, and they were saying that in Barcelona they are now discussing upon how they're going to reduce the streets in order to use more cyclists and more pedestrians. And here we are at odds because we want to ample the streets. So we have a last intervention by a last round of interventions. The professor talked about the vision of every municipality and how this vision will materialize so as every city becomes a smart city. From the very onset, I wanted to make an intervention because the transition from the smart cities to the intelligent cities is a Herculean task. And it is very innovative, and it cannot be carried out by all the municipalities. I put this on the table because this transition is a huge one and requires the equivalent when it comes to capabilities, to skills. Tricala, for example, have the e-Tricala, a Société Anonyme founded before the crisis, and they are more flexible. But not all the cities have the same capabilities. We need the academia and the expertise of the academia because artificial intelligence is about creating intelligent systems which are connected with the intelligence of human behavior. The combination of these new technologies is combined with the concept of the intelligence at a municipal level. So when we refer to intelligent cities, we refer to neighborhoods, to cities, to structures where local innovative systems are deployed based on information and technologies and digital applications. And intelligent city is the result of human intelligence, the collective intelligence, and the digital intelligence. We need both three dimensions, and by combining these three factors, we can have new possibilities for to be applied in the cities. such as the development of innovation, etc., etc. Since the onset of this new century, we thoroughly understood that all these big changes that were brought about through the broad use of the internet and the new data that have been the result of this innovation have a crucial role when it comes to the planning of the new cities. So we need to create a non-natural, non-physical world which is in combination with the natural world. We need to absorb the knowledge by integrating all the digital applications, and we need to understand the intelligent city as an innovative way of understanding the cities as a combination of digital, natural, and physical intelligence. The three are the steps in order to plan an intelligent city. The first is to acknowledge the very intelligent city. So we need to acknowledge the steps and challenges that we are dealing with. Then we need to deploy the ecosystem of the available technologies which fit these intelligent networks. And then we need to implement that at the digital, natural, and institutional level. Then we create a model and we evaluate the strategy that has been adopted. At every phase, we need the participation of the end users, namely the citizens. For the success of this plan, wait, just a moment, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm very fast. For the implementation of this and for the success of this project, we need to take on board the energy and the footprint in the environment when it comes to lighting, to sensors, in order to save energy and reduce the cost. At the same time, we need to create autonomous buildings when it comes to energy and to seize on the existing buildings. Moreover, the intelligent measurement and the intelligent metrics when it comes to natural environment and intelligent city with three directions. First, the sustainable model forwarded by the European Commission, which is the goal for the new entrepreneurship. I could keep on saying and saying, but the big bet in order to be successful when it comes to the intelligent city is one, a well-balanced cooperation among the stakeholders, namely municipalities, citizens, government, academia, the society of the technology of information and communication. Without this combination, this cooperation of all these stakeholders, we cannot reach what we call intelligent cities.
Mayor, in the previous session, they also talked about leadership. Trikala has an essay, and that was a political decision, wasn't it? Mayor, allow me, please. No, this is a technical department, though. This is an essay, as we said, a Société Anonyme, which was set up many years ago when municipalities could set up their own agencies. Well, no, what I mean is that that was a political decision, and therefore it is also a matter of leadership. It is also a matter of political will. So whatever you say, we agree. But we need to also take into consideration the need to have powerful leadership. Here we are people designing things. Yeah, the Smart Cities program will be rolled out by the competent ministry in some months. And of course, not all municipalities are the same. We cannot speak about understaffed municipalities. So everything is important. We need to find ways so that... Allow me just to explain, because the e-Tricala is a digital service, is an internet provider of the municipality. So digital services, to be provided, you need to have programmers or IT engineers, and these are the people recruited at e-Tricala. Just to make that clear, please. And back then, when this was set up, I was not mayor. And I'm saying that because I would like to clarify how it works in order not to create confusion. One thing is the technical service for infrastructure. Another thing is the digital service, but they need all to be interoperable. So we need to now create services departments that will recruit IT engineers, electronic engineers, people who have the digital skills and may not even be municipal employees. We have less than 2 minutes. Do you have anything else to add, Mr. Mayor? No, it is what also the previous panel said. We need to record what is the current situation, what are the current needs, to see what are the proposals that have been put forward, to identify the good practices implemented elsewhere, this is important, and, of course, to see how we will run, how we will manage each and every situation. In my municipality, for example, we need an early information system for natural disasters, or we do have too many senior citizens, so we need to be able remotely to support our citizens, to provide healthcare services at home. Just to make an example, this is our objectives. It depends on the specific needs of the given municipality. So we need to identify the route of tools. We have already identified and acknowledged the political will on the part of the government, and that's it. Would you like, Mayor of Hughes, to add something? I would like to insist on what the representative of Barcelona said. Involvement of people, engagement of citizens, and mindset. Our problem in Greece sometimes is that senior citizens may find it very difficult to keep up. And so we need to incentivize the training of and the upskilling of citizens in order for them to be able to adapt and to adapt swiftly. This is what is at stake. No matter how long hours we may invest in design, unless we take our citizens on board, we involve them, and they have ownership over the project, we are doomed to fail. This is the great bet. Thank you very much. Thank you again. I would like to thank all of you, gentlemen. So we have citizens, municipal employees, and leadership by municipalities. These are the three magic ingredients that will lead us to have intelligent cities. Having said that, I would like to thank you all for your participation. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας λοιπόν και από εμάς. Σας καλωσορίζουμε να που φτάσαμε στο 10ο Αναπτυξιακό Συνέδριο και είμαι πολύ χαρούμενη γιατί συντονίζω μία κουβέντα την οποία επί της ουσίας μας την καθορίζουν οι πολίτες της Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Και τι σημαίνει αυτό? Τις προηγούμενες ημέρες έτρεξε μία έρευνα στα social media μεταξύ των πολιτών της περιφέρειάς μας και το ερώτημα ήταν να μας αναδείξουν αυτοί τι θέλουν να αλλάξει στην περιφέρειά μας, τι θέλουν να βελτιωθεί και βέβαια να μας διαμορφώσουν και την ατζέντα της σημερινής μας κουβέντας. Αυτή λοιπόν την πολύ ωραία κουβέντα με τα ερεθίσματα που μας έδωσαν οι πολίτες της περιφέρειάς μας θα την κάνουμε με τον Αντιπεριφερειάρχη Αχαΐας, τον κύριο Χαράλαμπο Μπομπονάνο. Σας καλωσορίζουμε κύριε Αντιπεριφερειάρχα. Τον κύριο Λάμπρο Δημητρογιάννη, ο οποίος είναι Αντιπεριφερειάρχης Βιώσιμης Ανάπτυξης και Περιβάλλοντος. Δύσκολος ο φάκελός σας, κύριε Δημητρογιάννη, και επικαιρότατος θα έλεγα. Τον κύριο Ανδρέα Φίλια, ο οποίος είναι Αντιπεριφερειάρχης Οικονομικής Πολιτικής και Δημοσιονομικού Ελέγχου. Πάντα το οικονομικό πακέτο και η κύριε Φίλια. Θα ακούσουμε αν έχουμε βίωνες προβλέψεις για την περιφέρειά μας. Ο κύριος Δημήτρης Νικολακόπουλος, ο οποίος είναι Αντιπεριφερειάρχης Αθλητισμού, Εθελοντισμού και Ολυμπισμού. Και για σας έχουν τεθεί πολλά ζητήματα από τους κατοίκους της περιφέρειας Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Θα τα ακούσουμε τους σχεδιασμούς σας στην πορεία της κουβέντας μας. Ο κύριος Τάκης Παπαδόπουλος, ο οποίος είναι Αντιπεριφερειάρχης Συντονισμού, Διοίκησης και Ηλεκτρονικής Διακυβέρνησης. Καλωσορίζουμε και εσάς, κύριε Παπαδόπουλο, να δούμε αν έχουμε κάνει βήματα εξέλιξης τελικά, γιατί πολύ συζητάμε για όλα αυτά, αλλά να δούμε αν οι πολίτες είναι σε θέση να τα αξιοποιήσουν στο βαθμό που πρέπει. Και τέλος, ο κύριος Θεόδωρος Βασιλόπουλος, ο οποίος είναι Αντιπεριφερειάρχης Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης, επίσης ιδιαίτερα δύσκολος ο φάκελός σας για την εποχή που διανύουμε, μιας και η αγροτική ανάπτυξη είναι στο επίκεντρο, αλλά όμως έχει πάρα πολλές δυσκολίες στην περίοδο που διανύουμε. Σας καλωσορίζουμε και εσάς. Να είστε καλά. Να πάμε λοιπόν να δούμε την πρώτη διαφάνεια, η οποία αφορά τον Αντιπεριφερειάρχη Αχαΐας, τον κύριο Μπονάνο. Βλέπουμε λοιπόν, έχει τεθεί το θέμα της υγείας και της ευημερίας και εδώ βλέπουμε, κύριε Αντιπεριφερειάρχα, ότι ένα πολύ μεγάλο ποσοστό, το 89% των πολιτών, ζητάει να έχει προγράμματα πρόληψης, να έχει μια οργανωμένη πρωτοβάθμια περίθαλψη και βλέπουμε ότι είναι σε πολύ μικρότερο ποσοστό οι υποδομές και οι προσλήψεις νοσηλευτικού και ιατρικού προσωπικού. Νομίζω ότι ίσως είναι η πρώτη φορά που βλέπουμε ότι οι πολίτες έχουν πολύ ευαισθητοποιηθεί στο θέμα της πρόληψης και αυτό είναι το μείζον ζήτημα.
Μιλάω κατευθείαν.
Όχι, θα πάρετε το μικρόφωνο για να ακούγεστε.
Λοιπόν, είναι ανοιχτό.
Can you hear me? Yes. Where shall I start from? It's a sector I'm engaged I'm engaged in for 30 years. It's the sector of health, and if we want to retain something from the discussion of this group of friends, because we used to work as group of friends, we need to retain our social footprint, our concern about people. If we manage this, it will be much more important when compared to how many kilometers of road did we build. But the most important is that we share the same social sensibility and the same values with all our colleagues here, and this is what the citizens need to retain once they reach the election colleges, because we are concerned, we have a concern, preoccupation about our citizens. In the 27 months out of the 3 years of our mandate, we've been through something, a phenomenon, an unprecedented one, and that it was not expected to appear, because we thought that this was a theoretical knowledge we used to read in the books, but suddenly, out of a sudden, we needed to apply all this theoretical knowledge to our our life on a daily basis. So we needed to ensure the social cohesion, and we took some initiatives, and I have taken some notes in order not to forget anything. The first thing, we have a stall here at the entrance of the building. The click choice, the safe third age for our senior citizens in order to be protected during their third age phase of their life. If we can ensure the application of this system, I think that we will prove our social sensibility. In order for those who attend this session to understand what you are doing through this initiative, there won't be any helpless elderly people helpless at home. We always on the news, we always get aware of very sad news, such as a person that was found dead alone in his house. So we created a program in cooperation with a private company, and through a sensor, a wearable, those elderly people can get in contact with emergency aid or with the police or with a relative of theirs, and they will be in contact, in communication, and the possibility for the elderly people to have an emotional approach, because those people attending these calls have the medical history of that person, and gradually they get in touch with these people. Yes, there is a personal contact between. Yes, we have, this is a pilot program for the first 18 months. We have 1,000 people participating in this pilot phase of the program, and we're here to deploy more forces into that program once we see the success of this first phase. Secondly, we are taking more initiatives when it comes to social services. What's that? It's a digital gate through which citizens can receive information and receive information when it comes to social cohesion and health, and there is open contact through a hotline. So we give directions when it comes to national and international health policies. We support our society through informing them about the structures, the social structures that do exist in Western Greece, something that was missing. People are searching for the different structures in Western Greece in order to get their father or their mother. Through this platform, they can find anything they want, and they can call through a hotline that we established, and then we provide them with information on the news about the Western Greece. This is an evolution of a program that does exist, that has been existing since the onset of the COVID crisis. And in these 2.5 last years, we are proud for what we did, and we are proud because we are ready to have under comparison what we've done in 3 years with what has been done in 10 or 20 years before. We We restarted from October 2021, and we assigned to many people staples and protective equipment, personal protective equipment. Before entering into the action plan, I would like to say that you needed to deal with a very difficult situation. I mean, the COVID-19 pandemic. This is an adventure we've been through, and we don't know whether this adventure has reached an end. Does the region is ready, the Western region, Western Greece region is ready to deal with any other emergency that may occur? What can we do today? Mrs. Rizzoianni, some people are calling me heretic. I don't know why, but I would like to say things as they stand. I would like to say that we stand as a country at a point where the hierarchy and the structures and the political status of the other European countries has not been established here. And in spite of Kallikratis, we don't have any regional governance. What does it mean? What does this mean? This means that anything we do, any initiative we take, there is a setback provoked by this lack of political culture and infrastructure that does exist in other European countries. We cannot communicate to people what we're doing because we have a very uncontrolled communication scheme, and especially when it comes to the health sector, this is a gap provoked by the central government, and it keeps existing. What does regional governance mean? It means that we have a regional government. Why did Mr. Takilis vote here in Western Greece? Because he firmly believed that these people would deal with his daily life. We all should have all the resources and all the competences that have to do with the daily life of our citizens. And very often I get the credit or I get the blame because of things that are not out of my competence. We didn't participate in the planning. Very often the central government did not take on board the scientific knowledge of the health staff. For example, vaccination centers. On one hand, vaccination is a prevention measure, and it needed to belong to the first level of health, but we created the mega vaccination center, and there we managed to show to the citizens what we can manage to do when we roll up our sleeves and get to work. And we asked for the government to integrate all the different regional vaccination centers to this mega vaccination center, and we keep asking for that, and we do the demonstration in order for the mega vaccination center to remain open because they wanted to close it.
Why is it so difficult, though, for the central government to understand these simple things? What you're describing is quite simple. No, I can understand, but it is not very clear to all why the central government keeps for itself some competencies that have to be decentralized, have to be assigned to the first tier and second tier local government. The committee issued a decree according to which specific competences had to be devolved to the municipalities. However, this has not been implemented. Still the Central Union of Regions of Greece is asking for that, for what should be taken for granted. So the conclusion is that there's still much to be done. But you know what? You are a vice governor in charge of healthcare without specific competences. Yesterday, when I was at the newspaper, a citizen called us to tell us that I have been waiting for a medical examination for a couple of hours or more. So these are the real problems of real citizens, and here we need to put pressure, and the regional government needs to put pressure. The citizens need prevention, but how a woman from Halandritsa or even a more remote village of Ilia, Etolokarnaria, will have a medical examination? These are the real needs of people we need to meet. Mrs. Rizogianni, as I said, people we put the blame to us for things we were not responsible of. And because for citizens, we need to do things, but unfortunately, we do not have the competences to do. Just to suffice it to say that here we do have air conditioning, and in the healthcare centers there's no air condition, or in my office there's no air condition. So in 2022 we have not managed to finalize the primary healthcare. We never ensured primary healthcare despite the 8 bills that have been passed. Ministers have passed by, and primary healthcare is not yet finalized. I receive each and every day several messages from citizens, problems about reporting problems which have to do with the primary healthcare. So it's high time the central government made a distinction between primary and tertiary healthcare, stopped just transferring medical doctors from the central hospitals to the provincial healthcare in order to bridge gaps. Certainly, this is a problem for all of us. The healthcare sector is suffering. The pandemic was an opportunity for us to see, apart from social solidarity, we needed to bring about disruptions, and the central government needs to take courageous steps forward. Okay, so the diagnosis is there. We need to come up with treatment solutions. Let me now ask Mr. Dimitrogiannis, Vice Governor of Sustainable Development, Energy and Environment. You are faced with a climate pandemic. To what an extent the region is ready and prepared to face that challenge, while at the same time promoting circular economy, green economy, energy saving, energy efficiency, things we are lagging, we lag behind. Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for having me here, and I am delighted to follow Mr. Bonanos. Now, I would like to reverse your question, or rather rephrase your question to say to what an extent Greece as a country is ready to face that challenge. And I believe that Greece is not ready. And I'm saying that because regions are the ring connecting local communities to the central state. We are all representatives of the state. I mean, regions are also a layer of government. However, as the other colleagues will confirm, our half working hours we spend either to explain what are the competencies that fall within the responsibility of the region. And we also spend many hours per day because the region is involved, but was not supposed to, in sectors where there are other institutional bodies that have competence. And this is the usual overlapping we have been witnessing in Greece. The region implements and funds interventions for which it is not responsible. As, for example, the project mentioned by Mr. Bonanos was up to the central government to implement. Let us not forget that, of course, the state has much more funds than we do. But you know what? The citizen of the region of Western Greece does not know that. Yes, this is the prize for being the connecting, the interface between the citizens and the central state. And now let me go to your question. Climate crisis, climate emergency. Well, I would like to call it climate transition. This is a term to be used. It is not, did not just emerged. The temperatures of last summer were expected for 2028 and 2029. So we lived the rise in temperatures some years earlier because of factors that were out of our control. And this is why our region decided to implement the climate change operational program with some years in advance. This will be implemented by 2050 in the region of Western Greece, and it has to do with interventions that will allow us to face the consequences of climate change. So, having said that, the region of Western Greece will certainly be the first region to have a plan of climate adaptation in conjunction with all the institutional bodies and in the framework of a consultation once the plan is approved. The Northern Aegean region was the first to have designed such a plan, but it was found to be not detailed enough, not careful enough. We were not in a hurry. We wanted to do things correctly and meticulously, and because we know that climate change will have dramatic consequences for the region of Western Greece, we wanted to take care of a very meticulous and cautious planning. And if you ask me about funding, well, I say that funding is there. There is the RRF, there is the NSRF, and 40% will be earmarked for climate adaptation, energy, and sustainable development. And so we do have access to money, which is necessary. I believe that the region of Western Greece and the employees of the region, because, you know, Mrs. Rizogani, we should all acknowledge the effort made by the permanent employees. We, elected representatives, have a mandate with an expiry date. Our plan includes 12 axes with specific and specified actions, which will be specialized even further in the imminent future, considering also the information pertaining to the natural situation this summer. Two innovations also characterize our operational plan. The fact that the environmental dimension is mainstreamed, is cross-cutting in all plans, and we also have a plan, a very specific plan to address climate change, because we are trying to get rid of red tape in this case. So this was the first thing we are doing to counter climate change. Secondly, the region of Western Greece is implementing a series of life pilot projects, as for example the one at the Inachos River for anti-flooding, coastal erosion, and then in Ilia we have a wildfire forest prevention. These three areas were selected for their specific characteristics, and these pilots will be the guiding principle, so that in October, when the new NSRF will start being implemented, and 40% of that will be earmarked for climate, we will be ready to approve targeted projects, something that the other regions have not done so far. Despite the reactions we had by the opposition, we also managed to do this. In conjunction with 35 municipalities in the region of Attica and other regions, we created a vehicle that is an urban non-for-profit organization to preempt that green fund, which will, of course, fund many actions in the future, was not accessible in the past for regions and municipalities unless there was a cooperation, a partnership with a non-for-profit organization or a non-governmental organization. So we decided to overcome that barrier by setting up our own vehicle, our own non-for-profit organization, in order to be at the forefront and be able to be active ourselves without depending on others. And so we set up our non-for-profit organization in order to be able to implement projects and not waste any opportunity. Okay, thank you for that. We have seen that citizens, when it comes to sustainable development, focus on electromobility by 81%. In other words, citizens are already seeing the future, and they are promoting, they are receptive to what the future reserves for us. You know, electromobility or urban mobility will be, of course, at the core of our concerns. Yesterday, the European Union took the decision not to sell any diesel-fueled or oil-fueled, gasoline-fueled vehicles by 2038. So this is a decision already taken, and I'm glad because we as the region of Western Greece managed to anticipate that. We are the first region ever with a development plan for electromobility much earlier than the relevant voting took place at the National Parliament, and now we are implementing an action plan for electromobility, in the framework of which we will progressively manage to participate with stakeholders and fund electromobility-related actions. In conjunction with the Energy Observatory, which is being set up, and this is an announcement I'm making, we will be in a position to promote and implement all actions pertaining to energy and mobility by a single organization. Without strategic planning and without setting the right targets, circular economy, environment-related actions cannot possibly be implemented. I do have a privilege over my colleagues, as it were, because everyday life in the regions is what dictates the policy making. And by that, I mean that unfortunately my colleagues are spending too many hours for less strategically important issues, and so they need to double their efforts to be productive. By saying that, I mean to acknowledge their job. Certainly, some of you may think that our department has been successful, and of course it was not only me, it was all my team. I mean that my colleagues here have made a greater effort. Exactly because they tend to spend too many hours per day to resolve everyday problems of the citizens. Thank you. Now, the citizens were asked, how will the RRF funds be used? 82% talked about the digital transformation of enterprises and the public administration. Another important question asked was, what are the sectors that the local government needs to focus on in order to meet the targets of sustainable development? According to 61% of citizens, they need to limit to rationalize services and to limit waste in resources. You have the floor, Mr. Filias.
Indeed, these are very crucial questions and very complicated answers to these questions. First of all, I would like to say that the financial services, the sector of the financial services is of paramount importance, as it is obvious. Why? Because it is that part of the regional authorities which gets involved with all the different fields. There is no work whatsoever in Western Greece which does not have any engagement with the financial field. So any dysfunctionality in this sector means a dysfunctionality in the different sectors. When it comes to these objects, the digital transformation, for example, we stand, and the pandemic sped up this process. We stand at the digital transformation era. Why? Because now we are more mature. This is the most, because we have a very mature technology. We have the necessary tools. Secondly, things cannot be dealt with as they used to be. We cannot hire more person. The understaffing will continue, and the public services will not be able to have more staff. So the new technology comes and fills this gap, and we cannot understand that as something that reduces jobs, because at the same time it creates new jobs in the new sectors that are emerging from this transition. So this technology gives us the tools in order to accelerate our work. But this is interconnected with the readiness. The technology and the financial funds are not sufficient for the digital transformation. We need to prepare our citizens and our employees. Because you remember, before the pandemic, there were very long queues before the ATMs, and now, due to the pandemic, these things have dramatically changed. So we are talking about a new era in which the Western Greece region is working and is heading towards this new era. Both administrative and the financial services are taking leaps forward when it comes to the digital transformation, and we will go even faster in the future because we will build these new innovations on these previous changes that have been brought about. Yes, and the citizens do agree with that, and I'm very glad about that. I'm very happy about that because there are different programs, and we always renovate our programs. I will, in order to illustrate this point, I will use an example. As of some months ago, the regional government didn't know its property, its assets. Yes, this is no surprise for us because most of the public sector doesn't know what it belongs to them. No, so we weren't aware of these assets, and now we have, through a contract that was awarded, we have a system, a digital system, through which any stakeholder, including the deputy head of Achaia, for example, and other deputy heads of regional units of why? Because when they want to implement a program which is linked to the assets of the property of its municipality, he can enter through this platform. He can enter this platform through his PC and see what's the availability of assets within this area. Another example is the capacity we have to follow the economic evolution of the region, because people are mistakenly believe that financial services have only to do with transactions. No, financial services, the deputy head of finance has a very important role when it comes to contracts and to procurement. So this is a very important aspect because we're talking about contracts and processes that are very long and protracted. And so through this digital transformation, we can render all these processes faster and, most importantly, being aware of what's going on. So every deputy head is able at any moment to see how long these contracts are, what's the duration of this contract, and so on and so forth. So we are taking all these steps, but we need to take more steps, and we are taking fast steps when it comes to the private sector and the companies. This is very important through our financial tools, because this is another role we have as head of finance, because the regional government as a public institution has a limited budget. Our own resources are not important when compared to the municipalities. So we are very contingent upon the money which comes from the public sector. But we have an SRF, which is a very important tool, and this is of paramount importance. And due to the very competitive framework, it is of paramount importance to be well prepared when it comes to the processes, to prepare our file and then expedite these processes. We always have an experience with the NSRF, and we always are sad because we always say that we were not well prepared. Where do we stand as a government, as a regional government, as Western Greece government? where do we stand when compared to others? I told you that this is a very competitive environment. We don't have 50 million euros coming from Europe. No, it's a competitive framework. There is a call for proposals, and you need to be prepared to have your file ready in order to claim and take this money. So once a public organization such as the regional government doesn't have this preparedness, for example, it lacks the staff, it lacks the readiness, we will lose ground when it comes to claiming these resources. So we need to be ready, we need to be prepared, and in order to bring about all these changes. When it comes to new projects, when it comes to payments, I won't give you any numbers. I have many numbers here available in front of my eyes, but I won't share them with you. We are in a very good shape. What does that mean? That not only do we receive new projects, but we receive more money. Because once we receive money, some people are getting to work, and this means development. So, Mr. Nikolakopoulos, the citizens of Western Greece, to the question what can we do in the field of sports, volunteering and Olympism, 61% of our citizens said that we need to heavily invest on that, and by heavily invest on sports infrastructure. 89% of people said that we need to modernize this infrastructure, this sport infrastructure. First of all, I would like to say that I would like to congratulate you for organizing this Regional Growth Conference. When it comes to our sports volunteering and Olympism sector, it is a newly established sector, and I have been honored by the deputy, the vice governor, to be head of this newly founded sector. And I think that we have been working very hard, and their first results are coming to the surface. When it comes to the problems, first of all, we need to deal with the first part. How can we strengthen sports, volunteering and Olympism? We found ourselves at a crucial moment after the pandemic. So through this new sector, we run a program through which we awarded 100,000 euros to all the different associations, sports associations, and in the middle of this pandemic, we stressed the benefits of sports through co-organizing with associations, sport associations, through co-organizing different events with more than 100 associations. Through these actions, we become more reachable, we become more accessible, we love sports and we showcase that, and we want to stand by the sports associations, and we have all the future ahead of us, because you know that sports have been suffering a lot during these 3 years, not only at the regional level, but at the national, European and international level. And I think that now, slowly, the results of this work is getting to the surface. And now we will organize the international competition of kitesurf. So our regional unit meets the requirements in order to host this type of events. Yes, and we have hosted many events, and we will host many others, such as Fly Olympia, which will be held in the future, with Emmanuel Caralis, the Olympian, participating in this event. We are closer, we stand by the sports associations, we are helping them to recover, and we promise that we will keep standing by them. I would like to... Off microphone, please. Off microphone. When it comes to the second question and the big concern of the citizens of Western Greece when it comes to the sports infrastructure, the problem is not what we want to do, but what we can do. We, as a regional government, do not own any sport infrastructure. So we need to cooperate with the municipalities because they are the owners of these infrastructure, sport infrastructure. So the only thing we can do is to assist the municipalities. We have a history behind us. We are belonging to the region where Olympic Games were born and the Olympic values were born. So it is of paramount importance for us to assist the municipalities in order to upgrade their sports infrastructure. That's what the citizens are seeking for, that their children can go and practice any sport in a municipal infrastructure. Yes, I know, because I'm on a daily basis in contact with the municipal authorities, and we know to what extent our citizens want us to upgrade this infrastructure. And you know that most of the infrastructure belongs to the municipalities. So they are obsolete. They are not obsolete, they are not abandoned, but they are downgraded, and we need to upgrade them. So, I love sports. I have always attended sports events. I have always been to sports infrastructure throughout Greece, and I think that we do have infrastructure, but this infrastructure needs to be upgraded, needs to be renovated. So hopefully you will succeed in creating this bridge. And now we pass to Mr. Panagiotis Papadopoulos, Deputy Governor, Administration and in-Government. Let's see the question concerning his sector.
96% said that we need to invest in a private initiative. Second question, what of the following need to be a priority for Western Greece? 88% stated digital transformation of companies. So, Mr. Papadopoulos, you have the floor. Interesting. Good morning to all. Well, I was expecting quite the contrary result, but we see that our citizens are pioneers, and they, yes, this is something I firmly believe, that sometimes society is much more long-sighted than local government or central government. Reasonably so, because we all come from society, of course, and we also are accountable to society. Society is not detached from the decisions we take for them, and certainly the central government or the regional government or municipalities are not necessarily more efficient or more intelligent than people, the people working for central government and the regional government are just more exposed and so more visible. But I have to say that your surveys certainly shed light to some interesting aspects as to how we can use new technologies to promote growth. You see that the vast majority of citizens, close to 100%, want to invest in small and medium-scale private initiatives. So what are the citizens telling us? I don't want you, state, to act on yourself and do everything. I want you to help the real economy. Companies, I want you to earmark, to channel funds to the real economy, to the small and medium-sized enterprises, because they can implement many, many things and many, many interventions. And certainly, of course, in the future, we will expect deeds. Well, much can be said as to how citizens view the state or municipalities and the regions and the actions implemented by these authorities, these layers of authorities. Here, actually, with this answer, the citizens seem as if they were saying that we don't want the state to take on all the interventions. I regret to say that the central state has not taken real, tangible steps to reinforce local government, as the citizens would expect it to do. Right now, we have two kinds of second-layer local government. We have the regions, and we have the decentralized regions appointed by the government. Yes, this is also an odd, paradox which should be abolished, probably. Now, I can say that although decisions were taken, no tangible measures have been taken. What we call as a regional government is that we, as elected government, need to be assigned through the decentralized region more competences for us, the elected representatives of the regional government. Certainly there are some sectors, as for example forest management or alien management, sports, and many, many other sectors which should be managed by the central state according to the constitution, rightly so. However, there are many other competences, and the second tier and the first tier authorities should be entrusted with, because we are closer to the citizens, where at the end of the day all those interventions take place, and we have a clear view of the needs of citizens, and of course we are in a constant interaction with them. Unfortunately, as I said, I regret to say that no tangible steps have been taken, but probably, or rather quite the contrary, the central state is trying to weaken the position of regions. Frankly, if I'm not wrong, we have 1,100 permanent positions at the region of Western Greece, and 750 are the employees. So as you may see, we have a deficit in HR, in personnel, which could easily be covered with other public administrations. This is a general discussion. It is worth noting that although it is out of... now, right now, we ask people to be seconded, experts, veterinaries, medical doctors, or agronomists, people who are in excess from other public administrations and we are in desperate need of, and there are still so many barriers to do that. This is what we mean by rationalizing things. Certainly, we are a small region. The same goes for all regions in Greece, with considerable resources, but with insufficient competencies. But, of course, there's no it will not be meaningful to receive more competencies unless this goes hand in hand with more recruitment, more personnel, and more funds, of course. It goes without saying. I come from the private sector. I have a background, a professional background in the private sector, and we always keep on insisting on the excessive number of civil servants and the excessively complicated state. Well, I would say that we have a lack in skilled, specialized civil servants. We do have civil servants. We don't have specialized, skilled civil servants, so the state should take care of that. Now let me touch upon the answers provided by our citizens and go back to your questions. Now, frankly, many things that are attributed to the COVID pandemic probably should have been done in Greece even before COVID, of course. Many of these things should be here to stay. Technology. I don't know how to put it. Technology may have both good and bad. Digital transformations brings about both risks and opportunities. And so it is up to us to decide. We certainly don't want to be subject to technology. We need to guide technology, to use technology, not... And here I would like to congratulate Mr. Filias for having taken many steps forward, probably thanks to the COVID pandemic conjuncture, but not only that. There was a real, genuine political will from day one in our region, which is why a citizen's guide was drafted, and that is a novelty. I mean, this manual provides a detailed overview to citizens as to how the region works and what are the services the region provides. We have also restructured and modernized the website of the region and will be used further in the future. And we have a virtual assistant pilot project, which will be very useful for the citizens, not only young people, but also the children, of course. Even the middle-aged citizens are more familiar now with the technology, and so people try to find information on the internet. And so we have created a virtual assistant of the citizen, able to provide answers to citizens in the case they need services. So this is the first interface, the first contact point of citizens to the local government in order to save time, of course, and to streamline service provision. At the same time, we are also implementing other actions, as, for example, the one approved recently about a partnership with the fire brigade. In the framework of that project, fire sensors will be installed in critical points upon the indication of the fire brigade, of course, all along the territory of the region, and through an application we will be in a position to preempt wildfires. This is very important, very topical. As the experts claim, if you manage to curb and to counter the fire after it ignites, it is much easier to take it out under control. So by saying that, I want to say this. Well, usually in Greece there are rigidities, things that we are used to just being critical of without thinking about it very carefully. For example, there seems to be a general contradiction and general disagreement with the PPPs, with the public-private partnerships, but at the end of the day, public-private partnerships seem able to bear fruits. So we need to revisit what are the stereotypes here in Greece, and what matters is for the solutions we come up with to deliver. This is what matters. We are here to do that, to work at the service of our services. You do agree, Mr. Filias, don't you? Yes, certainly. Mr. Filias was eloquent about that. Thank you. I would like now to ask you, Mr. Vasilopoulos, Deputy Regional Head for Rural Development of the region of Western Greece. Quite a complicated portfolio, especially when the agricultural world is under pressure. I was informed that producers have considerably reduced the watermelon production because of the high cost in the area you come from. And so how you, as a region, intend to support the primary sector? Thank you very much. I am moved here to be able to discuss with my colleagues. Maybe, is this your first time here? No, of course. We communicate very regularly, of course, but this is an important forum of public debate. Rarely do we meet in public fora. So it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here after 3 entire years since we took office, to be able to discuss, about what we think of the future and what we plan for the future. As you know, probably my portfolio is very rich because it is very interesting to be able to produce wealth, and especially when you have to do with plants, then this is a highly promising sector. Let us not disregard that the region of Western Greece is one of the few agricultural regions in Greece, and this is important to remember. Being one of the youngest deputy regional heads, I was not very pleased when I was entrusted with this portfolio, because back then this portfolio was not well orchestrated, it was not well organized. And I remember back then when we took office together with our chief, Nectarios Farmakis, our regional governor, I remember that we had made promises, and so we, together with him, we tried to organize our services, we updated, we tried to put some order in our provincial departments, and we decided, and certainly our decisions were crowned with success, as you may say, out of figures, and I'm keen on using figures to prove what I'm saying. So we developed 5 strategies. First, we thought what our farmers need: training and education. It goes without saying how important it is, especially in the new era, with the new technology, etc. Many studies carried out, as now in cooperation with the American school. We will find out what needs to be done in the farmers' school issue. So now we don't have the faculty of agronomy, so we need to see how we will provide the necessary courses to farmers. This is critical, and thanks to the training courses and training projects for young farmers and the European project, we have managed to train many farmers, not only young farmers, but also honey producers and other professionals, practitioners. So did you see that the people are eager to learn? I mean, our producers, do they want to change there? Do they want to find out more and to be trained? Well, very concisely, this is what we saw. I don't mean to tell you with details, because of course I could have much more to say. Certainly the primary sector is key. So we decided to set up small flexible groups of producers, which we did, to maintain the sound cooperatives and create others. Of course, this is not one of the competence of a region, but in conjunction with the ministry and producers themselves to help them organize. You talked about watermelon, the watermelon case. If our local communities have small, flexible producer to organize small, flexible groups of producers, then we may certainly achieve a reduction of costs. Moreover, we managed to have our produce certified, which was not the case in the fact. Have we managed to save the Kalamon olive? Because as far as I know, at the Tolokarnania, they would also produce Kalamon species. Well, once we realized that very serious problem, which used to be silenced by previous leaderships, we took decisive actions, and announcements will be made with reference to Kalamon olive oil. So we managed to have our produce certified with production of origin and geographical indication certifications. And although our regional governor stressed that this morning, allow me to repeat. Right now, our region is the only European region setting up an energy community to the benefit of producers. The greatest energy park, which is being set up at the Mesolungi wider area, will manage to provide electricity, thus reducing by 60–70% the cost of electricity for producers. This is unprecedented in Europe. It is a project, a best practice that needs to be disseminated, to be publicized in abroad as well. This is a best practice, and probably here in the region of Western Greece, this is a flagship project which will have a considerable footprint that will help our producers compete against their European peers. We also created the pasturing management plans. We are the first in also using the European funds. We have developed a strategy for the for some other practices. Now, although I used to be a member of a agri-food partnership, we managed to participate in many conferences and European fora and fairs, and thus we managed to attract many projects. For example, there is the wine-related project that is being implemented for 3 years. The Japanese and South Koreans will come to the region of Western Greece next week, because we do export wine to that market, and these are new markets for wine. Or there's another project for fish, for Kalamon olive oil and Kalamon olive, and also for strawberries. I mean, there are so many projects underway and in the pipeline. Some of us are hungry, right? Yes, you need to sum up, because certainly we are running out of time. However, what I mean is that through our participation in exhibitions, in fairs, and the implementation of European projects, we are trying to promote our produce. Our provinces produce by far the greatest volume and a high-quality product as against other regions in Greece and in Europe. This is why we need to lay emphasis on standardization. And there are many projects to that end. European projects which in the past would not be implemented, now have been activated and have helped many companies to have access to funding and to sources of knowledge that help them promote the standardization certification of those products. I will sum up, certainly. But I would like to conclude by stressing this once more. We are a rural region. We need to invest in the primary sector and connect it to the secondary sector and tourism. And because with Mr. Koroves is in charge of tourism and culture through gastronomy and through the Greek breakfast with local products in our restaurants and other actions, we have been trying to leave a real footprint in order to promote our produce, our local products for tourists who will come, who will go back home and become ambassadors of ours. And for we citizens of a region of Western Greece to learn how to support our produce. Now, thank you for saying that. We have the Corinthos, for example, a very particular product of ours, the Corinthos raisin, which is a treasure we have and we need to promote. If we believe in our agricultural products, you will see the economic indicators skyrocketing. I firmly believe that. Our products are by far the best in the world.
Now the last round, you have 1 minute available, one question and one answer. I would like Mr. Bananas to raise a question. What are the 3 major problems in the Western Greece area? We're off microphone, it cannot be translated. Off microphone. A citizen who wants to live in the Western Greece and the regional unit of Achaia. Why should he come here? What do we need to ensure to him in order to come? First of all, infrastructure, namely if he wants to establish a company to have gas and cheap energy, to have his train in order to reach the port, in order to get his commodities, to have a road, etc. All these things, when it comes to infrastructure, they did not exist. Now they are on trail. They are now things are getting done. This is a good sign. Secondly, we need to see the climate change. We've seen this destruction on the coastal area through these extreme weather phenomena, as we are used to name them. We have assigned 10 million euros to Achaia Hall. We have a second project running, and the third pillar, the third most important thing, as a person working in the health sector, we need to have an umbrella of health services. Mr. Dimitrogiannis, Green Bible. The Green Paper, how are you going to implement it and how are you going to communicate it to the citizens? Something that was established by the previous regional authorities. We have implemented it, but I want to say the truth. Western Greece is a hub, and as a hub, it has different requirements. So we need to heavily invest on energy, and not the wind energy, because we disagree when it comes to wind energy. 2.5 billion euros invested. Secondly, Western Greece may be and shall be a hub of sustainable development, because we are the first region with more than 210 green companies and working in the middle of the crisis. Second bet that we should win, and we need to implement and absorb the different financial tools and all the representatives of Western Greece, the municipal authorities including. The bet I want to set is that we need to adopt, to find our own identity as Western Greeks. We don't need to be obsessed with these complex inferiority complexes, and we need to be proud of our identity. Western Greeks we need to be proud, and we retain what you've said. Mr. Filias, you managed a very important portfolio in the recent months. When it comes to the bicentennial of the Greek Revolution, what will be the legacy of this bicentennial? Yes, first of all, look at what your survey found. When it comes to education and culture, the region needs to run programs capitalizing on the historical context and the local and spiritual and cultural context. 96% of people are saying that we need to establish new cultural hubs. 96%. 3 years ago, what did we say 3 years ago? We said that we will celebrate the bicentennial, and we will celebrate it by capitalizing on the local community. And from this very podium, I had disagreed with the committee, the 2021 committee, with people saying that we needed to organize high-profile events. We disagreed with that, and finally, at the end of the day, we organized 130 events at the local level, and this is what the local community asks through your survey. And secondly, rebuild, refurbish, and establish new cultural hubs. Here we have the stall of the Western Greece, which shows the digital museum, the tour guide system, namely a cultural hub through which we disseminate Western Greece's history and culture. We showcase a project which has been implemented, you don't have any time left, which was implemented through the capitalization of the NSRF projects, which last. And last but not least, just simply think about tourism agents which will promote, tour operators will promote Western Greece by saying that the outstanding natural beauty of Western Greece can be enjoyed and you can be guided only through your mobile.
What about volunteerism? You also have this portfolio, and we do have a long-standing heritage, many associations, many entities, who, however, work standalone and isolated one for the other. So what are your intentions here? Look, as you all know very well, volunteerism over the past years has considerably developed, evolved. It is a constantly developing sector which attracts people, and this is something we are in desperate need of. As you rightly pointed out, there are many voluntary associations in all three provinces of our region. What we intend to do, our objective is to coordinate, so the region may be the umbrella for the operation of these movements, of these organizations, in order to set some distinctions. Because, you know, one thing is healthcare, volunteerism, something else is environmental volunteerism. So we want to put some order in order to be more tangible, more essential in order for us all to be able to progress together. Mr. Papadopoulos, do me a favor, please. Don't ask me anything. Just give me 25 seconds without any question. Mr. Korovesis is lacking here, and here Thodoros said something very important. We are a rural region. This is true. However, we live in the blessed area of ancient Olympia, Kalavrita, Patra, the gateway from Europe, Kalavrita, with the long history, with its own natural beauty. This is the blessed territory on which we live. And what we have done to date is to rename our region in an Olympic territory. This is a landmark well known across the globe, and this certainly will attract tourists, will attract arrivals, and so our region is more recognizable, is more visible, has increased its visibility, and therefore it has become a pole of attraction. We have invested in tourist promotion of our region, already reaping its fruit. Last year, the tourist season was very successful. This year, it is expected to deliver even further. We intend to prolong the tourist season also during winter months in order to abolish tourist seasonality. This is very important. Thank you very much for your time. You're Vasilopoulos. I would like to share with you part of my vision, of our vision. You are free to start from where Mr. Papadopoulos stopped. So my personal vision, together with our colleagues, because of course this is a very robust team, is to be able for our citizens, especially our producers, to change their mindset, the way they cultivate our land. By changing and by believing in what I said earlier, we certainly can change the rural GDP of our region. I firmly believe that. My vision is to regain the old title of region, as the colleague here talked about, the Olympic territory of region. Given that we in the region of Western Greece have what we used to call as the California Plain of Greece, my vision is to use to the utmost this valuable asset. Our farmers, with our help, will become the richest in the world. They deserve that. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. You have conveyed certainly many, many messages to the central government, to our citizens. Achaia, Ilia, Akarnania are the gem of Greece, I would say, and certainly we need to spare no effort to promote it and to give it the position it deserves in the world landscape. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζουμε και εμείς στο 10ο Περιφερειακό Συνέδριο Ανάπτυξης.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 10th Regional Growth Conference with our one more session with a very long indeed schedule. We will deal with the water scarcity issue, which is the next frontier and the next challenge. And it doesn't have to do only with Greece, but with the world community. We don't have, there are insufficient freshwater resources. One of the most critical crises, the number 5 global risk in terms of societal impact on the mankind. We have also the big challenges such as population growth, ever-increasing pollution and weather disruptions that are foreseen, and they are interconnected and strengthen one another. We will talk with Mrs. Dionysia Theodora Avgeronopoulou, member of the Hellenic Parliament. I welcome you to our panel. Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon. Here and present we have Mr. Spiros Stefanidis, professor at the University of Patras, and virtually we will speak with Mr. Spiros Mamalis, president of the Geothermal Chamber of Greece, which will raise many institutional issues related to the water scarcity and the water crisis as a global risk. I will set the rules of this discussion. Because we are lagging behind when it comes to the schedule, you will have 5 minutes of intervention so as to deal with as many aspects as possible, because it is a huge issue related to the water crisis and the water scarcity. We will start institutionalist-wise with Mrs. Avgeronopoulou, who is member of the Hellenic Parliament and the president of the Water Resources Committee and Environment Committee, who will share with us the institutional priorities of this committee. You have the floor, Mrs. Avgeronopoulou. Thank you very much for the invitation, and hopefully I will be there with you in person. I would like to share with you the information that Greece is the only country, the only European country, and Greek Hellenic Parliament, the only European Parliament with a subcommittee on the water resources, and which belongs to the Environment Committee, and we deal with all the problems related to the water scarcity and the water crisis, and all the reports, the references by citizens to our committee are dealing with the water resources. It's an object which is related to the daily life of the citizens, and we have many issues to resolve here in country. You said in your introductory remarks that this is a global problem, and this is true, and I would like to share with you the information that from 2016 to 2018, I was vice president of the Global Organization on the Water, and I had the opportunity to visit different countries and talk to different forums on the water resources. And these countries, which are different in terms of geographic relief, etc., the African countries, etc., and they don't have, not all the countries do have a water scarcity problems. They don't have water scarcity problems, but they have the problems how to depollute the water resources. For example, the world Economic Forum is considering the water crisis as the 5th global risk in terms of societal impact. But there is another dimension when it comes to irrigating water for the crops is misused. The 80% of this irrigating waters do not end up to the crops due to the antiquity of the infrastructure. This water is misused, is going to the sea, it gets polluted, polluted with different minerals and with different and finally this water is misused and it cannot be exploited. And this is the case not only in Europe, but in developing countries and in the developed world, and to a certain extent in our country as well. So one of the issues we are raising, and it's first on our agenda and does not belong to the Ministry of Environment but to the Ministry of Rural Development, is the good management and the upgrading of the infrastructure when it comes to tap water. The Greek government has adopted an international program in the framework of which it has taken initiatives when it comes to the rational use of our irrigating water. And there is a big program we run with funds from the Resilience and Recovery Fund for the undergrounding of water. So we have in the Ilia region, province, and in Achaia region. So we have two big projects from the which is the 6th SDG of the United Nations. And so at all these levels we have a cohesive policy when it comes to not misuse the water resources and manage these resources in a rational way and protect them and utilize technology, both technology and science, in order to secure this invaluable natural resource which is called water. On the other hand, the quality of the tap water is of paramount importance. Here in Western Greece, we had many issues when it comes to this problem. We had held specialized sessions of our committee concerning the water, the tap water of this region, and with the participation of the Water Utility of Greece, ADAP, and other stakeholders. And we are in close cooperation with the Western Greek authorities in order to upgrade the tap water and the water supply. The regional authorities provided 10 million euros in order to upgrade the water supply systems in the northern part of Ilia, in the Lake Andravida. When it comes to water quality, and of paramount importance is the depollution of the water and its reuse, namely the possibility through the new technologies to depollute the water that has been already used in order to reintegrate it in the irrigating cycle in order to serve the circular water economy. Thank you very much. We will see, we will deal with that in the second round of questions, given that Ilia region has a real problem when it comes to the cleansing, of water and the nitrates. As you said, we don't always have a water scarcity problem, but a problem of management. And now I give the floor to Mr. Stefanidis, who can provide us with tangible examples which were held on the field, where we found that many urban areas have water scarcity problems due to the lack of rational management of the water supplies. Thank you very much.
I would like to remind you that this is the era of smart cities, smart settlements. What does this mean? It means that we focus on the interest of our citizens with a view to reinforcing, to emancipating our citizens. In modern Greece, this happened for the first time in Abellakia, for those of us who remember part of our modern history. Now, I would like to provide you with an example which I personally saw in an urban area in Greece with more than 70,000 inhabitants. And some years ago, not many, there was the following problem. There was a lack of water, but only 2 hours in the morning in that town. As a result, people would fill their bathtubs in those 2 hours to be able to have water for the remaining hours of the day. And certainly, it was imperative to find a solution because, of course, there was no knowledge about the source of the problem. Thankfully, the mayor of that city was an expert, and so he realized that in a water supply system functions a bit like a human body. And exactly, well, I mean, water needs to flow as the blood flows over our body, and a field survey was required. That field survey was carried out. There was an association set up in 1955 in that town. That was, again, another best practice of a smart city back then. And with the cooperation with all local stakeholders, the decision was taken to use the entire quantity of water that could be found nearby in a specific way. The first analysis that was performed was that there was a quantity to provide water not only to this town, but to 3 towns. So there was no water scarcity, finally. There was a source that could provide water, as I said, in 50 kilometers, and 50 kilometers could be drove in 1 hour. And so we created the routing in order to understand what was happening. At a certain point, in the mid of this path, we found out many plants in close to the water pipelines, and there was the penetration of oxygen. Why was that? That was because the pipeline was broken nearby, and so we found out that some people actually had broken the pipeline to use water. I mean, they would break the pipeline to get water. They would use some of this water, not all of it, but at the end of the day, the whole water was lost, of course. It was wasted. Once we found out that, it was very easy for us, of course, to proceed. And so we analyzed the network. Digital analysis was performed, followed by an interconnection of the net, of the grid, through the use of telematics. And so today, if you go to that area, you will see that there is a real-time monitoring of the grid performance through telematics. And though the use of technology may help us address many of these challenges, many of these problems that may emerge from bad practices, well, yes, of course, needless to say, that those people, the people living in that city today, don't even probably remember. Let me now go to Dr. Spiros Mamalis, President of the Geotechnical Chamber of Greece. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much for having me. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to say that water is a non-renewable resource, so we cannot create water from scratch. This is very important to remember. What we do is we manage the water. So the word management is very important in the way that society defines how a resource may be used for various purposes. And here lies the first dilemma. That is how to distribute that natural resource, which is used for hygienic and water supply services, for irrigation, for tourist purposes, and for industry. These are the main consumers of water. And here we need to define how we will manage the water distribution. Mrs. Avgerinopoulou, and I agree, said that 70% of the water across the globe is used in agriculture. So agriculture is by far the major user of water, but it also produces food, and food production is by far more important than in the past because of the food crisis. On the other hand, we do have climate crisis, climate change, which provokes an imbalanced distribution in the way we collect water. For example, in Greece, we may have a different distribution. Western Crete, for example, has more water resources than Eastern Greece. We have biggest volumes of water in specific summers, in specific months of the year, for example, as against in the past. And here lies another moral dilemma. Should we use more water, or manage the water in such a way that will help us safeguard the environment at the same time? If we think that for each and every calorie we produce, we need 1 liter of water. So each and every one of us uses from 2 to 4 tons of water to produce the 2,000 or 3,000 calories that we need. Just think of the volume of water wasted and required to produce the food we consume. And considering climate change, considering the overpopulation of the planet, we are expected to need 15% more water just to feed the planet population in the next years. At the same time, we have a decrease of the productivity of soils, as well as the reduction in fertilizers and so on and so forth. We have the Green Deal that, together with the Farm to Fork strategy, will reduce the food consumption. And so water as a resource that will help produce food in order to meet social inequalities and so on and so forth is what is at stake. And here political decisions are required. Politicians and the organizations we represent, as well as citizens, have great dilemmas ahead that we need to answer, to face. Are we to give more water to produce food in order to ensure food sufficiency for the population of the planet, so ensuring food security? So there are dilemmas, and we need immediate answers. In our view, these answers need to stem from research and applied research, and so innovation. Okay, let me now start the next round of this question. What are the answers you propose? Certainly, there are many concerns and many issues put on the table, certainly. Thank you. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks. I would like now to go back to agricultural produce. Water is the oxygen of primary production. And here lie a series of issues, apart from rational use, rational management. There are also local issues when it comes to the whether the water is appropriate and clean enough. Mrs. Avgerinopoulou, you represent in the Hellenic Parliament Ilia, and there are several concerns that have to do with the cleanliness of water, the presence of nitrate, etc. Have you talked about this problem at the competent parliamentary committee? You need to unmute yourself, madam. Now you can hear me. Yes. The Water Resource Parliamentary Committee has extensively discussed about nitrate contamination, which not only has to do with the cleanliness of water, but also the protection of marine biodiversity. Because, as you know, nitrate contamination creates eutrophication and disrupts marine biodiversity, which is precious, of course, and very important for the ecological balance of the planet. Certainly, therefore, the environmental dimension of the problem is very critical. And so the committee and the subcommittee lay emphasis on programs and actions of nitrate contamination deterrence, which has been the case to date. The government has approved projects to counter nitrate contamination. When it comes to Western Greece, some zones have been characterized, qualified as sensitive, both in Achaia and in Ilia, and there's a co-funded program, that may fund projects in these specific provinces in order to counter this problem, the problem of nitrate contamination. We all need to cooperate in order to implement these projects. The problem is that there are plenty of projects out there. The problem is that sometimes we fail to implement them. But what we need also to consider is that Greece, apart from the contamination and nitrate pollution deriving from organic farming when it is not 100% organic, has good quality water resources, generally speaking. We need to say that because recently a study was carried out, commissioned by the European Union, and Greece ranked third in top quality water resources after Austria and Malta. So 95.6% of water resources in Greece is high quality water. This is true. This is true, madam. And please confirm that an investment is about to be made in your area to produce some medicinal product based on water. Yes, this is true. So Western Greece and Ilia province specifically has been approved for the production of saline solutions out of water, physiological solutions out of water. This will be a smooth investment, an eco-friendly investment that will use water resources from our territory that once desalinated may be used for physiological solutions. This investment has already been made in Italy, and the same company opted for Ilia, selected Ilia to create the second factory. And so, thanks to water management project, jobs also will be created. Thank you very much, Mrs. Avgerinopoulou. We would like to consider what is happening elsewhere in the world, where indeed there's a problem of water scarcity, but people have been inventive in using to the utmost even the very last drop of water. Certainly, Mr. Stefanidis has an experience of that.
Yes, thank you very much. So, we continue with such examples. One example is a recent one in a conference, a trip in Palestine, where we saw Palestinians who had mountains of vegetables and fruits in front of them. They were selling them, and we asked them, how can we do this in a desert such as yours, surrounding you, and you have such a possibility? And they explained us that they are in cooperation with Israelis who have come up with their own methods. They do not share these methods with all of us, but they do share them with the Palestinians in order for them to grow vegetables with very small use of water, and mainly thanks to humidity and air. And we at the technical university, we run a project which I am the head of this program, and we cooperate with all the Mediterranean countries in aquaculture, and trying to give them the means in order to exercise their profession in a sustainable way. And what does sustainable stand for? Do not misuse and misspend our resources. Here in Mesolongi, we have a program, we run a program in the framework of which we cooperate with the farmers so as not to pollute the aquifer and as a collateral benefit of the lagoon of Mesolongi will get clear. And many other countries are following our examples, Ukraine, Croatia, and even the Caribbean countries. Mr. Mamalis, we are dealing with a multifaceted crisis. We have the health crisis, and we have a financial crisis, and now we have an energy crisis, and we can face another dimension of this crisis, which will be related to the water. Yes, but the main problem, as I said, is the lack of good distribution of water. In Greece, we had dealt with this problem in the future. For example, how we would provide water to the western Attica region, or the Achelos River, and so on and so forth, the river diversion of Achelos. So we have dealt with these dilemmas, and we're still facing these dilemmas. And when it comes to the urban use, we did this diversion. But when it comes to the agricultural use, we always come up with setbacks and bottlenecks, which have as a result to lag behind when it comes to solving these problems. When it comes to the distribution and the the good management of water resources is of paramount importance, as Mrs. Dionysia Avgerinopoulou has said. So there are many answers to these problems through the surveys, the scientific surveys, as Mr. Stefanidis, the professor at the University of Pata, said. For example, we cooperate with farmers and through a project we run, we managed to produce more crops with less water. As Mrs. Avienopoulos said, this government has highly invested in reservoirs, in water reservoirs and underground water, etc. And there are other means as well, such as the precisional agriculture, in the framework of which we can place sensors into the ground in order to see, in order to know at any moment whether we need to irrigate or not. We need to change the crops in order to save water, so as the crops be adapted to the climate situation. And we can place lentils, for example, which needs 1/10 of water when compared to other crops, and the change of our diet habits will lead us to a better water management balance. And here other issues are arising which are interconnected with policy decisions and policy making. For example, the water in irrigation and the water footprint in the labeling, the water footprint on the food labels. But both these measures have a higher cost for the consumer, because you said that we had an increase in prices by 35% in the last 3 months. So this will entail a further increase. But this can be seen in two different ways. On the one hand, more and more people will not have the possibility to pay for this food, and we will head to a society where rich people can consume quality products, and on the other hand, the poor, many, will consume bad quality, cheaper products. And the increase of staples and other food products with 700 and 800 salaries what will people do? They will channel the main part of their salary to the food, and the education, training, etc., will lag behind. So this will increase inequalities and will lead us to major societal problems. So this is a huge discussion. Yes, but these are aspects which are related to the policy making, and we need to provide answers to these questions. So, Mrs. Theodora Avienopoulos, you could sum up what we've discussed here, your last intervention. Thanks to this discussion, we come up with the conclusion that the management of the water is a multifaceted problem, which has a very important impact on our daily life and on the general policies. It has to do with health problems, with energy, with the energy sector, the energy which is spent in order to manage the water, and we can see now the problems related to the energy sector. So all these are dilemmas, and the more the climate crisis will increase and the more the temperatures rise, these dilemmas will rise as well. So the only thing we should do is to insist steadily on the sustainable growth through a rational use of water, and to insist on the shift when it comes to our mindset to be responsible and sensible when it comes to water consumption, both the policymakers and the citizens, and to utilize science and new technologies in order to have water for many, many years. Thank you very much. We need to wind up this session. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dionysia Theodora Vienopoulou, member of the Hellenic Parliament, Mr. Yorgos Stefanidis, professor at the University of Patras, and Dr. Spiros Mamalis, president of the Geothermal Chamber of Greece. Thank you all, and hopefully we will see again in the future. Thank you. We will see.
η σχέση του. Καλησπέρα. Ακούγομαι? Ωραία.
Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all of you to the 10th RGC, the 10th Regional Growth Conference, to this institution, not to Patras. I would like to welcome also the representative of the political party Kinima Allagis. Thank you very much, and our editor and Peloponnesos and all the co-organizers. I would like to thank you very much for accepting the invitation to be with us, even for just 10-15 minutes, in order to have a very open discussion about issues that are both timely and interesting, and of course touch upon some of the topics of the conference. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Triantafylopoulos. I would like to thank you for the invitation and for the honor you make me to invite me in order to represent Kinima Allagis to take part in this wonderful event that is being organized for the 10th consecutive year. I believe that this says something, and it is also very important to meet every year in the context of your conference in order to talk about the very important issues that pertain, of course, to regional growth of the country, and more specifically of Western Greece, which is a rather advantageous area when it comes to growth. Of course, I expected you to say that, since you have been born in Patras and you come from Achaia, okay? I'm not going to say anything more. The political party you represent is new, and everything that it represents is also new. And this is very intriguing, both for us and for the conference generally, because, okay, you have a long history behind you, but you are new, you have a new leader, you have new institutional bodies in the political party. It is you also who is a very new person. And since we welcome you in this regional growth conference, in the context of which we're going to talk about the synergies between the regions, the local authorities, and the European Union. I would like both me and all the people who are following this discussion. So we would like to know whether what is being said about the regional growth is actually true, and whether regional growth is the pillar of the new growth program that you're going to elaborate. Yes, of course, regional growth, if we go a long way back, is synonymous to the history of this political party in the country. PASOK was the first party who talked about decentralization and true growth of the regions on terms of sustainability. And it will continue to do so in the future. PASOK, Kinima Allagis, a movement of change, has in its core and in the heart of its program the Greek regions. And it, in its turn, will contribute in a very responsible way in this direction, because, you know, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, solutions there are. Maybe they're not magical, but they are out there, and we need to find them and then put them into practice. And I'm saying that because other countries have made steps in the direction of regional growth, and it is up to us to make sure that we will get the resources from the European funds and the Recovery and Resilience Fund, of course, which will soon arrive in the country and is a very important assistance, especially in the midst of this crisis that has been going on for many years now and has been aggravated due to the pandemic and now due to the Ukrainian war. So it is a great opportunity for us to identify these strategic advantages of every region of the country, which in turn will provide us with what we need in order to develop policies. For example, I would like to remind you that our political party is the only party that has submitted a comprehensive plan, which was called Elada. It was an initiative of Fofi Yenimata, who actually elaborated this plan that was directed towards growth. In other words, what did we do? We saw the map of the country, and then we identified the advantages of each region. I said earlier, and I didn't say just to say it, but I said that Western Greece is such a region. It has many advantages, strategic ones, especially when it comes to rural economy, tourism, education, infrastructure, and transport. At least we want to believe. And we will see that happening, since we're going to see the highway Patron Pyrgou being completed. We will also see the LNG infrastructure that will arrive in the future, but not just that. We are always looking to the future. We believe that the place we are now, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, University of Patras, can constitute an even more powerful beacon for study, innovation, and interconnection of university education and the market. And I would also like to say that in that same university, we are going to organize a regional conference on education. It is your first conference that you will hold in Patras after your party was officially established. Yes, in a few weeks we will have a conference on agro-nutritional sector in Larissa, the capital of Thessaly, and in September in Patras, which is a city that has a clear footprint on our educational history, we will have an open discussion about education of the future. Okay, let's leave aside regional growth. And I'm saying leave aside regional growth because your President, Mr. Androulakis, with the Political Council, haven't still processed and elaborated your programming positions. Yes, look, we have a program for each region. Allow me to say something, that Mr. Androulakis, even before the elections, has set the regional growth in the heart of the program. It is given that both the elections and the upcoming political developments will find us ready with regional plans for every region. Okay, one parameter, because we have been hearing also people from your party talking about it. Many times the political parties actually shape some programming lines from Athens, whereas there are politicians who may be more knowledgeable about a specific region. Have you talked about that with Mr. Androulakis? In other words, are you going to approach this issue from Athens? Very, very good question. And it relates to the architecture of the party that Mr. Androulakis is in favor of and he wishes to protect. From the very first moment, both the President and all of us has talked about an open party, a participatory party, in which everyone, and even the youth organizations, and by the way, we will have youth organizations in each municipality of the country, will have a role to play, both in reality, in everyday life, and in the program of the party. Last week, we completed our political establishment. We have all the bodies operating now, and now we are ready to get out to the society once again. So as all the interesting topics that we are talking about now, or in the political bodies of the party, to be connected with society and to become policies that will bring back the dignity to the lives of the many. So it is not Athens that makes all the decisions. There is no closed center making the decisions. We are not in favor of the few or of the elite clubs. No, this is the case for other parties, not of ours. Many people say that a party that is being revived wants to get back to the previous percentages. Of course, it needs to have the right people. We have been hearing, and I want you to confirm it or not, that you have already started examining which are the best people to take part in the upcoming elections as candidates. And we have been hearing that it is only a matter of days or of weeks to announce the candidates. I'm saying that because yesterday the governing party actually made some announcements about candidate ministers and deputy ministers. Is it true that in the coming weeks you are going to make similar announcements? You tempt me to comment on that. In other words, to talk about the Prime Minister who says that there will be no elections, but at the same time makes an announcement about the upcoming elections. Look, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, let's get serious. There are many challenges for our country. There is, of course, the very dangerous escalation of the Turkish provocation. There is the energy crisis that has affected the daily life of all of us. There is a very difficult winter coming ahead. Maybe as of September, we will have some electoral surprises and even some early elections. What do I want to say now? That what we need to do is twofold. First of all, we need to find the people. And you were right to ask me about that. Yes, we have started examining which are the right people to take part in the elections. There is a special committee that has undertaken the task and is examining different candidacies from around the country. And in the coming weeks, we will have a clear view of the ballot papers that will be used in the elections. But apart from the names, we need to focus on principles. Look, if indeed PASOK, Κίνημα Αλλαγής, announces the candidates in July, then you understand that you are actually confirming this pre-electoral climate. The pre-electoral processes have already started since we are in a pre-electoral year. So a political party that is fully established now and is ready to fight this political fight what we are going to do is to take part in these elections that will take place with this new structure, and we will make sure that the citizens will be closer to politics. We have seen other political parties trying to do the same but failing. However, we have the right policies that will bring back the citizens to the political world. Look, you have made a good work in examining the candidates, yes, and apart from the candidates, we are ready when it comes to the proposals we want to make, because these people will be called to implement proposals. And you know, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, for us, what is at stake in this political world and what is at stake in this political program is the commitment and the consistency that will be shown by the President. Take a look what we did in the context of the pandemic, what we did when we had the natural disasters. We submitted a comprehensive program of civil protection. Take a look what we did about energy. Other political parties were saying, you don't need to pay. No, we were realistic in our approach. The government, of course, refuses to accept anything we propose. But we are ready, always. We have always been ready. We have always been saying, look what the European Union is doing and what the European Commission is proposing. A ceiling on prices. Of course, nobody accepted that. Then reduction of VAT on basic goods and reduction of excise duty on fuel. But none of these proposals have been accepted. Okay, what do I mean by that? That it is, okay, it's a matter of people, but it's mostly a matter of political choices and political proposals of a responsible opposition party. We want to be the alternative to this government, and we will make it. Since the conference has many chapters pertaining to local authorities, and since we need to close this round of questions, I would like to ask you the following. There are always the people who take part in local authorities. In 2023, we have municipal elections, we have regional elections. Are you equally ready as party to choose the names and to give the names for the local authorities elections? These are two different processes, and you know, it is philosophical difference, if you like, because PASOK, Κίνημα Αλλαγής, and the President, Mr. Androulakis, is not of the philosophy that is based on the omnipotency of Athens and leaves aside the small ones. But Patras, of course, is a very big city, and in any case is of critical importance for our country and for our political party. The big municipalities, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, have their own dynamic and their own sufficiency, if you like, political sufficiency. But what about the names? Look, there are two different structures and two different processes. When a political party decides to take part in the local authorities, then all the energy needs to be devoted on that is, on choosing the candidates. Ahead of us, we have a lot of time, but also many productive processes that will allow us to ensure that the local authorities will get this beautiful, optimistic green color, thanks to the hopeful proposals that we will make. What do I mean by that? That the local communities and are such that we know very well and we have the right people to meet their needs and meet their demands. So we will have the right people in the right places, and all the people we will choose will bring hope. Okay, it's not accidental. It is recorded that people of the local authorities who belong to your party managed to preserve the very high percentages in municipal elections and regional elections, despite the not-so-good performance of your political party in general. Look, yes, because the local societies have a different sort of dialogue with the people that have been elected in the municipal or regional elections. And the real local authorities actually are not just a chapter of the Constitution or a mix of policies that are implemented just to be implemented. No. Programming policy, especially of PASOK, is something that has been truly implemented in the regions away from Athens. PASOK has always been in favor of the autonomy of the regions and in favor of the sufficiency of the regions. And you know what this means? It means that despite the performance of a political party in general, maybe in local authorities, the candidates get very high percentages since they have the acceptance of the local communities, because the local communities know and can guarantee that these people will act in their favor. Okay, one last question, since we need to complete. And since I can see that you and your leader are preparing for some political developments, that is, for early elections, to put it simply. So I would like to ask you, is this period in favor of taking risks, given that elections are coming, and given also that we have this escalation with Turkey? There are some people who claim that it's a very big political risk to organize elections that will not give a government. Yes, true. The developments with Turkey have shaped a different environment for the politics in the country. And of course, someone can easily combine and connect the developments in the Aegean Sea with the electoral plans of the government. However, I believe that the management of the Greek-Turkish relations and of the foreign relations in general is something very serious and needs to enjoy the consensus and understanding of the political forces, and should not be used by the government nor as an excuse to avoid dealing with these developments or for accelerating these. In other words, I believe that there are economic, developmental, social reasons to act differently. Maybe if the government will say tomorrow, I will not focus on that, I need to leave because there are some social problems that I need to focus on. But I want to tell you that I have the honor of representing a political party which, from the very first moment that the Russian invasion occurred, felt the need to respond to its international obligations and to enhance the international alliances. So we were there in the parliament and we adopted a patriotic stance, and we will do the same when it comes to the Greek-Turkish relations. However, what we need is updating information, transparency in the parliament, always in understanding with the political leaders. We need to know what the country is planning to do with regard to its sovereign rights in the Aegean Sea. We know that Turkey is not a simple neighbor. President Androulakis, as of Strasbourg, and months ago, has asked for the embargo of weapons to Turkey and, of course, a single foreign and security policy. This is the only way that we can have a strong Greece and a truly secure Greece in a secure European Union. I know that your answer will be very brief, if not a one-word answer, and since I want to prove wrong those who believe that I wouldn't ask whether Androulakis and PASOK will join forces with other political party, I would like to ask you, why so much insistence? It is clear, you have said that you will not join forces with Syriza or with any other political party. Is this the case, or are there any second thoughts? Look, the country needs stability, and I would say, yes, stability, but not stagnation. And in our eyes, Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Mitsotakis, Syriza and New Democracy are two political forces which have only multiplied the problems of the country. So what we believe is that if people vote yes for our party, then they will express their disappointment with regard to these two political parties. That's what we are asking. If you believe that Syriza and New Democracy have failed, then vote for us. We are a credible alternative. We are here to propose solutions here. Realistically, if someone votes PASOK, for example, or Mr. Androulakis, you do not vote for Tsipras or Mitsotakis. So if you vote for PASOK, you don't expect to have a government of PASOK with Mr. Tsipras or with Mitsotakis. It's not a fetish. It's not equal distances. It's not the only recipe for survival, because all of these are words used by journalists. No, this is the choice we have made in order to express our identity. Thank you, Mr. Dimitris Mazos, the representative of PASOK Kilima Allagis. Thank you very much for taking part in this conference. All the best to you personally and to the political party you represent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for making me the honor.
much. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are continuing now with the 10th Regional Growth Conference works here in Patras. So currently we are at a round table who are actually spearheading the changes in circular economy in our country. So we have with us the General Secretary for Waste Management Coordination, Mr. Manolis Grafakos. We have Mr. Grigoris Alexopoulos, the President of the Regional Association of Solid Management Agencies of Achaia, as well as George Kapatzonis, the Mayor of Dorida and President of the Regional Association of Solid Management Agencies of Greece, Mr. Michalis Geranis, President for the Solid Waste Management Association for the region of Central Macedonia, and we also have the representative of the market, so Mr. Haralabos Haralabidis, Business Development Manager, and representative of Gekterna. And of course, we'd like to welcome the head of the region. Thank you so much for being with us. So let's start this discussion with Mr. Grafakos. Mr. Grafakos, we have been talking about how Greece used to be few steps behind when it comes to circular economy. Well, I will tell you what was the situation when we started working, and everyone will make the comparison. So when the government of Mr. Mitsotakis started its administration, we had 5 plants in construction. We were, of course, at 80% burying solid waste. We were behind less than 20% in recycling, and they also saw that at the end of 2023, that was the cut-off date for the whole growth process, and we found units that were supposed to be constructed in Attiki and Corfu, and they were actually set aside because the local authorities were ideologically very dogmatic and didn't want it. So now, out of 3 units, we have 6. One of those is actually here in this region. There are 13 units that are being built. Currently, there are also another 12 being in the bid process, and there's also 5 new ones that will soon start being constructed. And within a very short time, we'll have Patras first and foremost. There will be the auction of the work, because 2 days ago, everything was set in motion. So there's also the other units that are about to begin the auctions, the eastern part of Thessaloniki, and then Sterea Elada with Halkida, Lamia. I've already talked about Patras, and there's Volos, Larissa. So there's the infrastructure that's being built throughout Greece, and of course the difference is huge. We drafted a national plan for circular economy that adopts and integrates the circular economy values of the EU, and we also actually put some order in the chaos that was in place when it came to solid waste management. So currently we are ready to offer local authorities the necessary equipment to collect solid waste, and we are actually making an effort, which it's a national effort, because we don't think that in the government, this administration, were people who protect the environment more than others, but we do this with good results, and we're not dogmatic. So we consider that protecting the environment is something that's open to anyone, so there has to be discussions, both with the private as well as the public bodies, and very often we're surprised. So we as a government said very clearly that we're going into PPP, and clearly these PPP constructions are moving farther and faster. And finally, what I consider as the most important, and it's actually about the next days, the next step. So until the 31st of December 2013, we had no financing. So how were we supposed to move forward? Could we take out of the public funds 1 billion? Yes, we could have done that. But in fact, currently, there's a discussion with the EU authorities, and there will be a new financing for RRFs, and these are very crucial for circular economy, and these RRFs will be financed, as it appears, at a very large percentage by the EU. Of course, this has not been concluded yet, but I think that in the next few days, and I hope that on the 30th of month in Alexandroupolis during this conference we'll be having some news, and of course this will be financing for changing also the older units into new ones and more modern. So what are we doing with with the rest of solid waste? What are we going to do? Are we going to bury it? No, of course not. We'll do what the rest of Europe does. We will actually put it into good use. We'll exploit them energetically. So no more dogmatic approaches like the ones that the previous government had. So we are currently drafting also a study that will show us at the end of the day where there should be new units erected, and we're saying it very loud here in Patras that the goal of this administration is not only to have 3 or 4 units to be erected and constructed by public means only. No, PPPs, public-private partnerships, are actually very helpful, and they can really make things better when it comes to circular economy. So we undertook when we undertook things, everything was very stagnant, and we're moving forward. That was very interesting. Now, Mr. Alexopoulos, we also heard about Patras. So I hear that this construction work is moving forward. And so, what would you like to say? First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very happy to be here once again, talking with Mr. Grafakos as well as my other colleagues. Now, the big issue is that these things have been stagnant for many years, and indeed I have been in local authorities since 1998, and we've been talking about the solution since then, and we're still looking for the appropriate solutions. And I think, to me, the big stigma that is linked to the central government is the fact that the changes that are brought about by each administration or even each minister are actually put a stop to the previous works that had already done. So even when the local authorities embrace a solution and they start working towards it, there's a change in the government, there's a change in the ministry, and then we have to start all over again. So I'm talking about works that are very modern, for example, and they have been tried in the rest of Europe and in the States, but we want these solutions. However, we're still burying solid waste. So as long as we do not understand that this is something that is crucial for everyone, because society has to be part of this synergy, and it's a question of national policy by now, because central administration has to work hand in hand with local authorities in order to move forward. So I think that we're at a good place right now. We at the Forza, we have been working since 2019, 2020. We have really started working very strongly, and in Achaia, we have actually started working with a very specific plan for the construction of the solid management unit, solid management plant. So yes, indeed, 2 days ago, that was everything was signed for the bidding. So I believe that there won't be any other issues. However, only one unit would not be enough. There's also this will cost approximately 36 million. Value-added tax is included. The people of Achaia will not be called upon paying for more. So it's very important to see what we'll do in the future. So in Xerolaka, there will be yet another unit of solid management. And this will also be financed by national resources as well as the EU financing. And we are also improving the sanitary landfills in some areas, and we're moving with the restoration of the solitary landfill of Adissos. And we are working with this plan of reconstruction. And we have seen we will also include the ACA from the authority, the local authority of Patras, and will also start the procurement of the brown dustbins. So we hope that the new regional plan will be assisting us in that part. So once everything is decided, well, the thing is that the end does not come, the full solution does not come once we have actually constructed the unit for solid management, because there's also other residual solid waste, so we have to manage that and see how we can use it. However, I'm very optimistic. Allow me to say that now, in Achaia, as other areas have done, and my colleagues, I'm sure, will start mentioning all that. So in Achaia, we have an integrated, consistent approach that will also have the seal of approval of the people living in Achaia, and will be able to fully manage our solid waste. So, but we also have to change the mentality of the citizens to make sure they understand what must be done in order to be able to move forward to a circular economy by putting into good use all the solid waste and the management we've done. Yes, Mr. Kapadonis, you're the mayor of Dorida and president of the Forza Greece. So very many interesting things that we can hear from you. So let's listen to what you have to say. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me here, for getting to know each other, and I think that we can discuss a few things that are very important about the Forza network, because actually the local authorities are the ones who are called upon to adopt and enforce all the decisions that are made either in Brussels or at central government and national government. So we have to integrate all these decisions, enforce them at a low cost, and do things in a way that is acceptable from local economy, from local community. So what are we doing? First of all, we start the discussions every time, and I'm sure that you have all seen that there are much less reactions because we have started the consultations. Consultations are very important when you have to work in order to make things more fully understood and actually properly designed and executed in order to be able to answer to the needs of each area. So we have to see how the authorities can talk to other competent authorities, for example, the area, the region of Thessaly, how they can discuss with the region of Corfu or Macedonia. So I think things are going well as well, because I think that we've managed to keep the management of solid waste locally. So we understand our mission as actually lending a hand to other authorities, and we work very closely with the Ministry of Environment as well as European authorities. So we have to work in the design and the implementation of all these works. And allow me to make a personal note here. What's the easiest thing, of course, it would be an institutional recognition of a network in the new draft of law that is being proposed and will be discussed in the Greek Parliament in a few days. This will allow us to work even better. And there was also a letter for what takes place in Nafpaktos. So we have secured the finances, and there has been the whole process has started, but we need your help because this is a very mature project and it would be very useful to fast forward its construction right now. So the General Secretary said that they had, when the administration started, things were stagnant. So, in fact, things are as he described, and I'm not saying that just because we've got no Demokratia. No, the thing is that indeed they've done a great work. I'm not talking only about solid management, solid waste management. In fact, things have taken off since Nea Demokratia started its administration, and the many distortions and issues have really improved. So we're here in order to continue working because it's been so little time. We need a little bit of help with the personnel, and please allow us to work even stronger, but you have to support us in personnel. So the issues of landfills are, of course, very important, but I think that we should take a deep breath there and keep working and consulting the local communities. Because since we haven't given the local authorities and municipalities all the tools, well, we should avoid inflicting the fine for landfills. And now we'll give the floor to Mr. Geranis.
President of Solid Waste Management Association, region of Central Macedonia. So we have the heart of Greece represented here today. So Mr. Gerani, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation. And in this beautiful city of Patras, where we are, we can see one of the most important advantages of Patras. It is the third city when it comes to greenery. So, Mr. Mayor, I repeat, it is the third greener city in Greece. The most organized body of the country. It is important to say, and I like to continue from where the mayor left it. I am New Democracy. But what happened in Central Macedonia, Mr. Payalexis? What I can see happening now in the other regions? All the local authorities representatives came to the agreement that waste does not have a political color. The second biggest region of Greece, with many municipalities, managed to come to an understanding and to an agreement and work very practically and very methodically. And today, I dare say, and I'm proud of that, Central Macedonia is the compass for the rest of the regions. So the local authorities family is very important because the local authorities actually may give solutions. And one of the very important issues with regard to which our country was lagging far behind was the solid waste management. It is true that the Ministry of the Environment, let me use some names. The General Secretary of the Environment, Mr. Grafakos, from the very first moment he took office, he realized what had to be done in Greece. And along with us, the FOSDA, he decided to make the necessary important steps. These steps are now known to everyone. And now our country, dear friends, needs to proceed very differently because maybe in the first generation of waste management, from Hada to Hita, has now moved into a different era in which we need to implement the decisions of Brussels in order to promote circular economy, and at the same time we need to keep up with the fourth industrial revolution, which is the fastest revolution ever. Due to the pandemic, things have accelerated. Everything is taking place very quickly, and that is why all of us, along with the civil society, we need to provide solutions so as to leave behind the linear model and adopt the circular model, about which, of course, we will say more later. Thank you very much. Yes, it is a fact that you are very advanced in Central Macedonia, and congratulations on that. And we have, of course, the representative of the market, Mr. Haralabidis. He is a representative of YEK Terna. Mr. Haralabidis, you have a very good knowledge of the topic that we are discussing. So what is your view? What is your perspective? What do you think needs to be done? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here and taking part in this discussion. Now, with regard to the private market, a market that is estimated to exceed the 3 billion euros, so we're talking about a very promising sector for companies that want to invest and take part in the PPP projects so as to give a result. We're talking about a market that is already on the move, quote unquote, and as it was said earlier, the boat has sailed, the ship has sailed, a ship that will help the country leave behind the fines, allow the country to progress and advance, allow us to feel proud of our country, and allow also the creation of green posts. Green jobs that may contribute to growth. So obviously the private sector identifies opportunities in this market with regard to investments and construction projects. The Greek companies, by the way, I'm also Vice President of PASEPE, which is the Pan-Hellenic Association of Environmental Protection Agencies. So the Greek companies now do have the know-how, both in terms of construction and operation, but also they have the know-how in proposing solutions that can give the best possible result for the environment, but also for the economy. The Greek companies are willing to take the necessary risks with regard to this market, and I'm talking about recyclables, secondary fuels, but also to give back, always in collaboration with the public sector or as a subcontractors of the public, to give back a result that will be beneficial for everyone. Of course, if we want to proceed faster, we need to have powerful FOSDA, solid waste management agencies that will have a technocratic structure, that will provide quality services and will have a positive agenda in order not only to resolve the problem, but at the same time reduce the cost, bridge the gap with the rest of the European countries which are far ahead, but also in order to provide to the citizens opportunities for work in this sector. There are positive examples. We had the luck and the pleasure to work with FOSDA of Central Macedonia. Unfortunately, we haven't worked with the other FOSDA of the country. However, we can see that there is an assigning authority which tries to promote the projects so as to get the results as quickly as possible. And in order to conclude this first intervention, I would like to say that the private sector in Greece has the know-how and the willingness and the desire to get even more involved in this market and to work with the powerful assigning authorities in order to promote projects that will protect the environment. Thank you very much. And now it's the time for discussion. Mr. Grafakos, we've heard many interesting things. We heard the representative of the market, the representatives of FOSDA. We can see that there is a very positive climate, that there is optimism prevailing. So which are the next steps? What will happen in order for us to reach our objectives? Okay, let's talk about the future. Today, you pay for water consumption on the basis of the cubic meters you consume, correct? Moreover, we pay the energy consumption on the basis of the kilowatt hours that we burn, correct? Okay. So, why do we pay the waste that we throw away on the basis of the square meters that we have? In other words, a restaurant that is 30 square meters produces the waste that you can imagine. It pays the 1/6 to the municipality, if we say that the coefficient is the same, but okay. So it pays the same as a couple that happens to live in 80 square meters. Is it logical? No. So what is the future? This is the future. And that is why we have the burial fee. Why? Because it will make the burial, the land filling, which is a shame, it's a disgrace. It is a solid waste management practice that is detrimental, is very negative. And I'm speaking as a Greek. This is a practice that does not fit us as people, as country, as culture, or civilization. We cannot accept being the second to last when it comes to the ranking. So how can we change it? We can change it by imposing different charges on waste produced, depending always on the management that occurs in each building. This is the future. How are we going to make it happen? First, we have already drafted the legislative framework. Already now, a municipality that wants to implement government, I pay as much as I throw, can do it as long as it can certify the production of waste. Is it difficult? No, it is already being implemented in the municipality of Varis Vouliagmenis, in the island of Tilos also. So, the future requires us in the coming 10 years to pay for the waste that we produce. This will allow all of us to foresee and predict what waste we are going to produce. This bottle, for example, we are going to think twice whether we will get this plastic bottle or whether we should use our multiple uses bottle. Mr. Alexopoulos will think twice about printing all these pages or whether he should use a tablet. This is the future. And we are optimistic because, indeed, the climate is the one that has been described by the three fellow speakers here. A climate that is very positive. There are no divisions anymore. Everyone has realized there is only one way to follow. The current government, and thank you for all your kind words, by the way, but the work we do is not an individual work. It is the work of the government. It is the work of Kyriakos Mitsotakis that has deep knowledge of all these issues, given that he has been the president of the Environmental Committee from 2004 to 2007, having done very important work back then. He was talking about waste even from that time. And now we are just introducing the brown bins. It is also the work of the ministers, Mr. Skrekas and others. So the entire government has given some very important results. So we can say that we are very optimistic about the future. This future can only materialize if we manage to convince the citizens that the waste management is nothing more than a simple change in their daily life. And allow me to close with the following. We made an experiment with the Ministry of Education, and we visited some schools in Attica, and we presented an educational program called Champions of Recycling. Dear gentlemen, the results were impressive. We saw that the young children, the young generations, according to many surveys and research, focus on waste management. So what we need to do is continue in this direction so that our country becomes first very quickly. And I can tell you that our country has as a burial objective 10% by 2030, whereas the objective for the European Union is the same percentage by 2035. And we will be successful. We will manage to reach this objective. So all of us will join our forces so that we can make this happen. In 10 years' time, we will be successful and we will have reached this objective. So, in conclusion, I would like to thank all the representatives of the local authorities for the excellent cooperation. We work perfectly with the network of FOSDA. Moreover, now the role of the FOSDA will be strengthened, as will the role of the municipalities. Based on the latest plans that the government has drafted, there are going to be some clear directions with regard to the future of the FOSDA and what they need to do. So we know where we want to get. We are an open book, and we are very optimistic that everything will be better very, very soon. Thank you, Mr. General Secretary. Mr. Alexopoulos, you also talked about the change of mentality, just as the General Secretary said. Do you share this optimism? Look, this is a language used by the people who make decisions at the central level. However, they need to understand the particularities of the local communities. They need to understand how the local communities operate and work, and keep all this into account when they set some targets. Moreover, what needs to be done is to ensure a continuity in the Greek state, because there is no continuity in the Greek policies, at least with regard to the ones we mentioned earlier. So, the issues raised are of great importance, since They require us to be cohesive and consistent in what we say. And in order for this to happen, we cannot allow the change of policies every time there is a change of government or of local authorities. There is no excuse for changing the policy every time someone new comes along and thinks how the waste should be managed. What everyone needs to understand is that we need to ensure continuity. We need to set very high objectives, which, me personally, based on the experience I have, I question. The optimism expressed by the General Secretary, an optimism which is understood, okay, but I don't agree. I don't think that we can reach these objectives by the time frame given to us. So in order for this to happen, we need to come to an understanding with the local authorities, with the FOSDA, with the local communities, with the civil society in general. Otherwise, we will not get the expected result. If we manage to join our forces, then we will be more effective. But the point is that if we don't have the infrastructure projects, how can we possibly talk about operation? And this is the big question. As a country, we are lagging behind when it comes to infrastructure projects, and every time we say, okay, we will do more. But we had the burial fee, which is a measure which needs to be revisited because in this specific time, the citizen cannot possibly bear it, cannot pay this fine. It is something, in other words, that is not fair, especially since we haven't completed the infrastructure project that we had to complete. No, not the local authorities, the only responsible. The companies are also responsible for that. So, since we haven't resolved this issue of infrastructure projects that we should have already completed, then we cannot possibly expect the citizens to accept or pay this burial fee. It is unfair. It is unfair because they need to pay these landfill charges now that times are very bleak. So what I'm saying is that we need to revisit this issue because I believe it's of great importance.
Yes. So, Mr. Kapatsonis, what is the direction that we should be turning towards, and especially when it comes to working with FOSDA? Well, actually, it's a one-way street. I mean, there's not anything else we can do. In the last few years, well, things have changed, and I'm very optimistic because any effort, I mean, even if there's a change in the government or Secretary General, well, they cannot stop this change that is being brought about. Because we're looking at those challenges, I'm talking about the objectives that have been set, and we are moving forward. And of course, we need a bit more personnel, we need some assistance in the processes and procedures. Mr. Secretary General, within the next week, will be addressing you for some issues. The thing is that our strength is the fact that we're working together, there's synergy, there's a really good atmosphere between the people who are working on that. So if we have a little bit more tools in our toolkit, we'll be able to really achieve these goals. And we have the citizens on our side. So. And even if someone tries to trip us up, well, we'll manage Thank you very much, Mr. Gerani. So, you have a very strong key, but what's the vision of the Solid Waste Management Association in the region of Central Macedonia? Well, we're trying to reach what the objectives and the goals set by the others as well. Well, we have, in fact, created a stronghold and a framework for local authorities and in order to deal with solid waste management, and we are taking very important steps. The national goal is, of course, to change things in organic waste. And I would like to tell you that in Central Macedonia, on a regional level, all together will be deflecting the organic waste, of course. In Germany, that took them 30 years, but we see that, I mean, everyone sees that things are better and society is more mature, so we have to have the necessary tools, and now the citizens will do what's right. I mean, I don't know whether they will do it because there's the landfill charges, landfill tariffs hanging above their head, and of course this is a very difficult time from a financial point of view. But the thing is that now we have the tools. In the past we didn't have them. We didn't have the necessary structures. So, and as you said very rightly, in fact, we have now found the ways, the government has found the ways to support the society and citizens. So, ladies and gentlemen, it took us 4 hours to come from Thessaloniki to Patras. That means a lot. It proves that our country doesn't need any... Well, it's 4 hours and something. So where you were going over the speed limit, well, now not so much. The thing is that we have changed the country. I mean, there's now new roads, new airports, and there's now... It's now time to do what's important for the environment. If we don't manage to merge the fourth industrial revolution with circular economy, well, clearly the planet is doomed. Circular economy is the only way to move ahead in the future. Things have changed a lot. The way we are producing waste, the consumption has changed. So things are actually changing all the time. And so our vision is that from the southernmost to the northernmost and eastern to western side of Greece, we have to fully implement these values of circular economy, and we have to offer thermal energy as well, because we have also the people who in some areas of Macedonia have suffered from lignite. So, and we have to actually adopt what's being done in France or Germany or Italy. I mean, we're not inviting, we're not inventing the wheel again. No. We are just implementing things that have been tried and tested elsewhere. So, the same went, for example, with Achaia Hall. We are also investing in railways from Eastern and Western Macedonia, and now Sterea Elada. Well, as there are changes in the roads, well, the same goes for circular economy and the units. So We're sharing with you, of course, our thoughts here, and I'm very optimistic that things will go very well. Thank you. Indeed, things are moving forward. And let's give the floor now to Mr. Haralabos Haralabidis. So, protecting the environment, green job positions. This is how the green revolution is starting, right? And you've worked for that. Well, allow me to start by saying that we share the same vision. We must actually invest in the country, and this will allow Greece to move past the issues that we've had all these years. So we're currently in a PP. We have two PPPs, one in the region of Peloponnesus, actually. Now, we are implementing in Epirus a circular economy, and it was biogas that was exploited there. So it was part of a circular economy project, and we had very high levels of recycling, and we can use and transplant these infrastructures elsewhere, for example, the blue bins. I mean, this is very important, and we can move forward. Now, the second largest unit is in Peloponnesus, and we are also using circular economy applications and integrated features, which are also copied by others in other units. So, in fact, people say, for example, well, we have reached this point, why aren't things moving faster? Well, you talked about PPPs, and we have to say that these are projects that are moving faster. Indeed, there's always a reason, motivation for it to finish on time, because nobody wants, to have to pay the fines. But whereas in the past there were some issues with the bids and auctions and appeals to the results, and this took a lot of time. So these models of bids, for example, actually have been tried and has proven it was proven that actually PPPs move faster. Now, another thing regarding the private sector is related to what I said, the active participation and contribution in the production of wealth that will stay in the country. So this is infrastructure with great value. And actually this value is fully invested and turned towards local communities. So these are the ones who are working that, for example, if you construct such a unit in Eastern Macedonia, well, clearly people will not leave the place to go and work in Athens. No, they will stay there and will have new jobs. For example, in Epirus recently, NTUA and its postgraduate actually had a project there, and they stayed and considered staying there for work. So there are currently some. We also have to look at the residual waste. So we have to look into things through a new point of view. But we need the central government, the administration to have a vision and actually promote things. And well, we have to have a private sector that works closely with the public sector in order to bring about the change and the gentlemen, there's an answer. Yes, well, the landfill tariffs will stay. We've said that because in order to have the recovery fund we committed ourselves that the landfill tariffs would stay. And why did we do that? When were the landfill tariffs introduced? 2012. So 10 years afterward, do we need the EU to say we're not giving you 32 billion in order to, because you haven't put in place the landfill tariff? Because everyone does that in the EU. And the tariffs are much higher. I mean, the three-figure tariffs elsewhere. So let's look at the cost. Every person is producing half a ton of waste every year. 80% of that is buried. So we're talking about 300 kilos. So, the landfill tariff for a couple is 16 euros, and that's actually a very low figure, and they have the right to reduce it. So, yes, last year the government gave 2 caps in order to bring some balance when it comes to the issues related to COVID. This year we've given 1 cap in order to help. So actually, I think that this is something that is being given by the central government. Last year we gave 2 caps. This year we gave 1 cap, as a speaker, and so let's look at things. These are the central resources, and so we're doing something that has been implemented elsewhere with great success. So clearly we have to look into things. We have to see what is the cost of the increase of energy, as well as the landfill tariffs that will have to be paid this year. We have these resources, and let's look at how things stand. So, we have been actually very long, so we'll give the floor to Mr. Gerannis. So, for a final, conclusion, so from Thessaloniki, I would like to start with the Secretary General. So this is something that has been made by Laura Bondu, and this is a slogan that we are starting the brown beans all over Macedonia. So this is something we want to give you. This is a symbolic gift. We'd like to thank everyone who participated in this panel. I would like to thank the organizers. So the 10th Regional Growth Conference in Patras is still going forward with the next thematic track, and Mr. Mantzoufa's The Recovery Fund. Thank you.
Lili, έλα μάζεψα. Αυτά.
Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to one more panel of the Regional Growth Conference. A very interesting panel, I dare say, because it has to do with the most important issue right now for our country, at least with regard to the economy. And of course, I'm talking about the Recovery Fund. Many people have described it as the new Marshall Plan. It is undoubtedly a very useful tool and a major opportunity for our country to change its economic model, to advance, to ensure growth, and of course, through the Recovery Fund, to deal with many issues that the economy is faced with. However, I don't want to take more of your time. That is why I would like to welcome the two speakers we have with us, Mr. Thanasis Kotogiorgis, the General Secretary for Coordination, and Mr. Nikos Mandoufas, the Governor of the Coordination of the Recovery Fund. And online we have with us Mr. Chris Allen, who is the representative of the European Commission in Greece.
Panel, we're looking forward to hearing from you. Και τον κύριο
And Mr. Takis Korkolis, Development Director of the ENA Institute for Alternative Policies. Welcome, Mr. Korkolis. Welcome all of you to our panel discussion. Given that we want to make the most of the time given to us, I'm not going to say anything more. I would just like to give the floor straight to Mr. Kotogiorgis for the first intervention with regard to the fund, and then also to talk about the role you have with regards to the objectives. Thank you, Mr. Pefanis. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to take part in this very important conference, and of course for giving me the opportunity to talk briefly about the trajectory of the country during the last few years, and of course to talk about the way that the Recovery and Resilience Fund will support this effort. A fund that will allow us to reach the expectations we have set for our country, because I believe that we can all accept that the trajectory that we have covered has been long, difficult, painful. I remind you that 10 years ago, after the second bailout package was passed, we were in the middle of elections, we were in the midst of a turmoil, and we were on the verge of collapse. Why? Because, as we all know, the years of prosperity were the ones that led to the structural problems of the Greek economy. And I mean by that the introversion, an ineffective state that was only creating hurdles to the business activity. And of course, then came along the financial crisis that aggravated all these problems. And the society was not ready to deal with all these difficulties and was not ready to adapt to this new environment. So all these years of the bailout packages were years of great difficulty for the Greek economy. And of course, it was then that some bold changes were made. I'm talking about the taxation system, the welfare system, the deepening of the deepening of the bridging of the gap. But of course, this led to a rise of populism and also led to some exotic experimentations and some regressions. So after we suffered a lot, we learned a lot. And then came along a very important political development in 2019, which was, of course, the election of Kyriakos Mitsotakis as the Prime Minister of country. And it was since that time that this new plan for the revival of the country started being implemented. This plan that aims at creating a country that has an important role to play in the international arena, a country that is economically powerful, and a country that can assure an environment of stability and prosperity for its citizens. In that context, we can see all the objectives that have been connected with the Recovery Fund. The objectives are, first of all, a stable economy, the strengthening of the welfare state, the double revolution, digital and green revolution, a more efficient fiscal administration, and, of course, a high educational level. And in order for all these to happen, of course, coordination was a prerequisite. And 3 years later, Mr. Pafanis and dear friends, we can actually say that this government has indeed implemented a large part of its pre-electoral commitments, and it has proceeded to what we call a recovery of the national sovereignty at all levels, economic level. And since we talked about what happened 10 years ago, we actually put things straight, and we are paying back what we were owing. We paid what we owed to the International Monetary Fund. We will soon leave behind the increased surveillance. There is a very stable fiscal way to follow for the coming 4 to 5 years. We are constantly being upgraded in terms of credit rating. And I remind you that when it comes to the Recovery Fund, we were the first country who submitted a plan, a fund which, as you remember, was based on initiative taken by our Prime Minister. It was our Prime Minister who actually took this initiative and made important steps in order to ensure the stability for the society, in order to implement cohesion policies that would ensure also growth for the future. It was our political desire when we were planning the national plan, and Nikos actually took part from the very beginning in this effort, and now, of course, he has the responsibility of implementing it. So we wanted to be substantial when it came to reforms. Why? Because many sectors where we had many issues like industry, water management, solid waste management, needed reforms in order to attract investments. Secondly, because we wanted to respond to the recommendations given by the European Commission and other international organizations about the structural weaknesses of the Greek economy. And third, we wanted to have a political commitment of the Hellenic Republic that it would proceed to changes and reforms that would go beyond the political mandate of Kyriakos Mitsotakis. And in this context, I remind you, we have proceeded to the simplification and modernization of labor law, the reorganization of OAED, the new legislation on clawback, the new legislation on the sanitary landfill of waste, new legislation on e-transactions. And now we can expect that in the coming years, we will recover the investment rating, and this will strengthen the economy, since it will develop the necessary circumstances that will attract the investments. Of course, we have the energy autonomy that is required. which will allow a country to become a hub and release itself from its dependence on Russia. So, in brief, we place particular emphasis on education, of course, health, but then on public administration and digital transformation. In conclusion, I believe that, based on everything I said, we can see very clearly that in front of us we have major opportunities and some difficulties. However, we proceed with careful steps, always in transparency, and I believe that in this context we should discuss topics like this. Thank you.
And I think that, in fact, this was a perfect beginning for this discussion. And as you said, it's very important to start the debate in order to be able to get to the results we want. And of course, we won't only be talking about what takes place in Greece, but we'll be talking overall with the Recovery Fund. And at this point, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Allen.
Trying to be part of a dialogue that has also pan-European elements. So I would like to ask you, where does the Commission stand on this point, and what are we aiming for in the coming months?
Okay, thank you very much, Dimitri. Thank you very much for inviting me to today. I think this is a very important session because it's actually a session about the future, and it's about the future not just in terms of economic growth, but also in terms of the economic instrument of the Recovery and Resilience Fund. Because from an EU perspective, the Recovery and Resilience Fund is a tremendously important instrument. First of all, it makes a very big difference in terms of the recovery of the EU economy. Secondly, it has it represents a very large amount of money coming through the system. Something like 750 billion is worth about 5% of GDP, which is a very important stabilization for the European economy. And for Greece, there's about 15% of GDP coming through, which is about, in each of the 5 years of the program, about 3% of GDP in resources coming to Greece every year. So it's very important as a stimulus. Secondly, it's important because it's a new way of working with member states. It's an agreement between the Commission and member states about the plan. And the plan has a full set of investments and reforms over 5 years. And it's designed to restore the economy, but also to make the green and the digital transitions. So that's tremendously important. And thirdly, the mechanism is extremely simple. Disbursements are based on actually carrying out the reforms and investments, and on that basis, the money is paid over, which is much simpler than the ESPA system. And finally, I think it has had a big impact. Every country, apart from the Netherlands, has put forward a plan. And up to now, about 100 billion euros has actually been paid out to member states. So it's making a difference, and I think we can see that in the recovery of the euro area. Turning to the Greek plan, I would say that a great deal of effort was put into working on the plan. I think the important element which made the Greek plan a particularly important plan was that it had the Pissarides report work behind it. And the Pissarides report basically set out a number of problems that the Greek economy had. One was the investment gap, that investment in Greece is only about half what it is in the rest of Europe. Secondly, that the energy structure of Greece was extremely climate unfriendly, and the green transition was very important. Thirdly, that digitization was poor, amongst the private sector as well as the public sector. And thirdly, that actually there was a skills gap as well, and labour participation was low, and the social welfare safety net was poor. Now, the plan, I think, was developed to address specifically those issues. First of all, for the investment gap, there's some 13 billion of loans, which are designed to support investment by the private sector. That is backed up by a full set of reforms, both on the labour side, on better regulation side, and in terms of setting up the business opportunities in a wide range of sectors. Secondly, there is about 6 billion worth of public investments in energy, in res, in the my apologies. Okay. Okay, sorry. Thirdly,
φαίνεται να έχουμε κάποια μορφή τεχνικό πρόβλημα με τον κύριο Χάλεν.
Okay, sorry. There's substantial investments both in the green and digital side, and finally there's been an attempt to tackle the lifelong learning and restore a broader safety net. On the whole, for us, the RRP is well on track. Greece was the second country to submit its RRP to the Commission, and the second country to actually submit its milestone-based disbursements. I think it's in the leading group of countries with Spain, Italy, France, and Portugal. Now, there's some good reasons that we have confidence in Greece in going forward. One is, of course, with Nikos and Thanasis and their organisations in working on implementation. But secondly, it's because some new institutions have been set up to actually improve the investment framework and implementation of investment in Greece. One of these is the project preparation facility of type PEV, which has already taken on a large number of investments, which are very important, preparing the investments for the initial tenders. And secondly, there is the fact that the Ministry of Digital Governance has set up an organisation called Information Society SA, which has assisted in the development of digital projects, including ensuring that digitisation is accompanied with simplification of procedures. For these reasons, I think we're pretty confident about the implementation of the recovery plan. I would say it also has had quite an important impact in terms of investment. It's clear that private investment in Greece has grown very substantially over the last year, but actually since 2019, investment in Greece, private investment in Greece and public investment has increased about 30%, which starts to suggest that actually the recovery plan is really helping develop filling the investment gap which is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Και θα ήθελα να επιστρέψω τώρα στον κύριο Μαντζούφα.
Thank you, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Manzoufa. So, you are actually the governor of the Greek Recovery and Resilience Agency, so there's so many issues that go through your desk every day and projects. So just give us an idea of what goes on. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I would like to thank the organisers for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to visit my hometown, Patras, and to have the opportunity to see my friends, people I know, of course, my family. So the Recovery and Resilience Fund, it's a very novel idea within the framework of the EU, and it's so innovative. It is an innovative initiative because for the first time the EU as a whole is actually taking credit from the markets in order to redistribute it then to the member states, and actually that was a solution to this huge crisis that was experienced by the whole EU. And of course, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, our Prime Minister, was one of those who took this initiative. So, in fact, this is something that is in the spotlight because it is very innovative and its size is huge. So they called upon undertaking very important jobs. So now Greece has to implement a plan that has been hatched by the EU and the ministers at ECOFIN. So it is actually a plan of 17.8 billion in subsidies and 12.7 loans. So we and Italy are the only countries that request us the total amount that we had right to receive as a loan. And I think that this is very important, given the fact that the percentages are increased. So we are currently taking on loans at the percentage, at the rate, interest rate that the EU is taking out loans. So within this framework, since very early, under the oversight of the Prime Minister, there was a group of people that coordinated and put forward a specific plan, a plan that is, as you have all seen, has a very positive feedback, not from our behalf. Clearly, we were supposed to say that this is great, but the feedback, the positive feedback, comes from international markets, the evaluation houses, agencies, and they are actually evaluating and assessing what goes on in each plan. So we consider that this is a very well organized recovery plan. And allow me to say at this moment that within the criticisms, the individual criticisms that are expressed, and of course it's only fair to have that and say, for example, why don't we have this action? Well, allow me to say that this is a finite tool. So 17.8 billion of subsidies, as we said before, and we have Dimitris Kalkos that will take also the floor afterwards during the next session. So there will be then a new NSRF that will combine other actions. And since we have the great pleasure to have with us on the panel Takis Korkolis, Development Director, who used to be the director for NSRF. I would like to address him here because we had the opportunity to work together a few time before, some time before. So the Recovery Fund is finite, as well as the NSRF. So they are a unified framework that will actually mobilize and fund our bigger or smaller needs. So in essence, we will be able to cover many needs and of the country, and the big thing is that we have to be able to absorption and to the benefit of the society. And as you all seen, we had the beginning of a big program, and this is the free mastography for women from 50 to 69 years old. This is something that is important, crucial, I would say, to 1.3 million Greek women. And this is the Apostolos Oxiadis plan, and is addressing the whole of the society. And in the near future, I'm talking about the end of June, beginning of July, we will have the bids for the agricultural sector, 520 million. So it's about agriculture, ecotourism, agricultural tourism, green growth, etc. And next week, we have also the first big project for the reinforcement of small to medium enterprises and financing, for example, acquisition of software and other types of enhancement and tools that will allow to further the digitalization of these small and medium enterprises. So all in all, this is a program of 445 million for the digitization of small and medium-sized enterprises. So we are very active right now in the activation of program. Every week there's a new project that is being activated and implemented. The same goes for manufacture, business parks, etc. So all in all, it's a very vast program. Do I have 2 more minutes, please? Well, in a minute, I'll say the following. This is a plan that I seriously consider as very valuable and that encompasses all these aspects of the Greek economy, and the Greek society is actually accepting it and welcoming it. And I think that within this recovery plan, we will be able to support not only big but also small and medium enterprises and even very small enterprises, and offer them interest rates that are very, very low and very advantageous. And of course, this is a program that is also implemented with the assistance of the Development Bank as well as the Development and Investment Bank. And we are currently casting a net of support to every type of enterprises within Greece. I mean, all businesses will benefit. And we have also, at the end of this recovery fund, the new NSRF that will go even further. So allow me to close by saying that indeed this is a gigantic what we're called to implement, and we're working very closely. And I've been Secretary General for 10 years in government, so in fact, allow me to say that this time the coordination between the ministries and Secretary Generals it's very good, and trust me, this is not a given. I've been doing this job for more than 20 years. So we are currently working hand in hand, and I would like to thank for that the European Commission, because in fact very often we might have contradicting opinions, but we managed to find innovative solutions. And please allow me to say that we're the third country that managed to conclude the first milestone after Spain and France. So we've already disbursed 7.6 billion euros, and then we'll move further with the next. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we'll give the floor to Mr. Kourkoulis. So please be very succinct because we don't have much time, but
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say hi to Mr. Matsoufas, with whom I had the pleasure of cooperating for more than 5 years. I would like to start by saying two things. First of all, the Recovery Fund is undoubtedly a positive step. I want to remind you that it was a request of the progressive forces in the European Union for so many years. And if we had that fund during the pandemic, we wouldn't have these results. It is a positive step also because it has redistributive characteristics. And I would like to touch upon one of these, and that is the way that the sums that the European Union gets is new and innovative. Secondly, it is a funding instrument that has many similarities and common objectives as the classic instruments of the European Union, like the NSRF, along, of course, with the plan for public investments. That is why we need to perceive all these instruments as instruments used in order to reach the common objectives. Now, the conclusion that we can draw from the above is that this instrument with this redistributive characteristic needs to become permanent, or if you want me to put it differently, there has to be an increase of the resources for structural European policies, which is a discussion that has started a long time ago and I believe should be continued. Now, I would like to proceed to my criticism about the Greek plan. The Commission, rightly so, gave the freedom to the national governments to choose the mix of reforms and investments. So my criticism has to do with the choices of the Greek government. Of course, the Greek plan has 4 weaknesses. The 4 is that there is no objective for the reduction of inequalities, and inequalities cannot be dealt with by providing benefits to the vulnerable groups. No, you need to place emphasis on the mechanism that produce the inequalities. We need to accelerate also green transition. In order to ensure acceleration is to produce energy by the households themselves or by the businesses, since this will increase resilience and reduce inequalities. I believe that this is absent from the Greek plan. And by the way, there are actually some proposals included in the Greek plan that actually intensify the inequalities. A second weakness is the absence of the national produced value. This criterion should be included so as to increase the productive base of the country and reduce imports. We tend to use an example for that, and that is that on the one hand, we can use the resources in order to subsidize the purchase of electrical devices and machines, but on the other hand, we can use the same resources in order to increase the programs for energy saving in the buildings. The electrical appliances do not provide any added value to the country, whereas in the second case, we have an increased added value. A third weakness is the marginalization of public policies. The public policies are very limited, whereas the reform effort that is so much needed by the country requires these public policies. Apart from sectoral policies like industrial policy, which, by the way, we do not know exactly what it is, we don't have any other public policies or sectoral ones. And what we do have is marginalization of small medium enterprises from accessing this fund, since there is no involvement of the development bank that would cover the financial gap. And a fourth weakness, an equally important weakness, is the absence of regional dimension. The Recovery Fund has no regional dimension, no minimum sums, contrary to the recommendations given by the OECD. And by the way, we have conducted a study in the Ministry of Economics about the necessity of having these. And in conclusion, if we don't want to miss out another opportunity for the transformation of the productive model of the country, we should avoid making the mistakes of the past. We need to make the most of the conjuncture. We need to make the most of the Recovery Fund, which is a considerable amount of money. We need to revise, in my view, the national plan. And of course, the European Commission actually made a recommendation in the context of the REPI-EU. And if we manage to take advantage of that, we will be able to cover this gap. Okay, we have very limited time at our disposal. I would like to ask you to say in 1 minute each some things about some very important issues. Mr. Godogiorgis, you believe that it is possible to see a readjustment of the objectives of the Recovery Fund. The international environment is changing. Do you think that this will impact the form of the Recovery Fund? I will be very brief. The international environment, as you aptly said, Mr. Befanis, is changing. And of course, we are going through some historical events because the old world, as we knew it, has ended. Maybe now we don't fully realize the historical dimension of the events we experience, but we need to prepare the country and the society for an adjustment to a new reality. And of course, this goes beyond the scope of the fund. It has to do with the European policies. And recently, as you saw, we had some initiatives taken in order to develop a common energy policy, a common defense policy. All these issues concern the country, and the country needs to take an active part in these efforts. At the second level, and this has to do with the revision of the Recovery Fund, we need to focus on some more issues like the primary production sector, the agronutritional sector, the agronutritional efficiency, and of course, all the issues pertaining to the resilience of our society and the issues pertaining to the social cohesion. In that context, of course, there is the process about REPI-EU, about which Chris can say more. We are in consultation with the European Commission. The country has made a proposal on the basis of the infrastructure we have and can ensure energy efficiency. The point is that this environment in which the country will have to take an active part will define the policies and how these policies will be implemented using all the financial instruments and not only the Recovery Fund.
When we see the target set by REPowerEU, do you foresee amendments to the structure and budget allocation of funds due to these elements?
Thank you. Look, I'll be quite short. I think the answer is in two parts. First of all, the Commission have proposed some very important further reforms and investments are needed in reaction to the really permanent change in energy markets as a result of the need to improve energy security and to make a faster transition to renewables and better energy efficiency. The Commission has proposed that perhaps some 210 billion worth of additional investments are needed, which is a very substantial amount. Well, we've proposed a number of ways of doing that. Part of it by reallocating some of the RRP loans budget, which has not been used, partly from other resources. That is being discussed at the moment with the European Council, but these are very important discussions, as Thanasis mentioned. What I would say is that our view would be that this should be an additional pillar of the recovery plan, and that the existing recovery plan should be effectively unchanged, because there's a very limited period of 5 years to actually make those investments. And as we know, the time period needed to make substantial investments is quite long. So we wouldn't suggest changes in the recovery plan itself, but rather finding some additional resources for these additional needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Πολύ γρήγορα, κύριε Ματζούφα.
Very quickly, Mr. Matsoufas, since you're local, do you think that the Recovery Fund can also become a lever for regional growth? Well, as Takis Korkolis said, in fact, this is not a regional fund. That was not the idea behind that. Takis Korkolis said that. But, and let me say that it has a very finite horizon. So, the lever for regional growth is, of course, the NRSF. So this is the tool that has to prioritize and earmark the amounts for regional growth. And we tend to forget that. And by that, I mean that we consider that we can plan many projects, and we think very often that we can replan, and we tend to forget that we have to implement. So for something to be done on time, you cannot go back and change the plans, scrap the plans and go into something else. No, we have to be really targeted for the implementation. Implementation is what brings success. And allow me to say that during the consultations and inside the Greek Parliament, when this plan was presented or voted, and I mean it, I didn't hear anyone say for one of the plans that we are going to finance that shouldn't be financed. So, indeed, whatever is not covered by this plan, because it can't cover everything, so then there is the NSRF that comes to cover any further projects. And please allow me to say one last thing, because very often we're talking about how the small and medium enterprises are excluded, but all the plans that I talked about are about small and medium business, not big business. And the loans are for everyone. So the subsidies are for small and medium, and the loans are for small, medium, and big enterprises. And especially for the small and medium, very quickly there will be a guaranteed scheme program through the European Investment Bank, and it will be allocating an amount of more than 2.5 billion euros. Now, when it comes to the local regional character, one of the plans that we have in head is the Lathopoulos project. This is an urban refurbishment plan in Patras. Very quickly, Mr. Korkolis, do we have the time? So, do we have the time to do all the things we want? Well, it'll be very difficult. Allow me to say that after the end of the Recovery Fund and the NSRF projects, we will have, there's a risk for the Recovery Fund to have all the mature projects, and then the rest will go to the NSRF. And the next problem might be that, in fact, we will fill the NSRF with projects that, with any project that's at hand and which is mature, in order to close this period of investment. Well, to me, the government set very ambitious goals, and actually, the important thing is to have a good absorption, and we have to wait for the back-end absorption. Unfortunately, the sound is very bad, and we cannot hear very well the speaker. So we should actually focus on quality and not quantity when it comes to work. So the public services that are giving the licenses must be careful in order to avoid this backloading, and we must. Unfortunately, the sound is coming very poorly to the interpreter booth due to the connection of the speaker. So we must prioritize both tools and see how we can avoid any backloading. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk, and then we'll give the floor to the next discussion regarding the Partnership Agreement for Regional Development. Thank you very much.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήλθατε σε ένα ακόμη.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th Regional Growth Conference. We are going to have a panel discussion about the partnership agreement, which fits perfectly well with what we have been saying about the different funding instruments that can strengthen our businesses and can allow us to change the production model. We have a great team with us here today. The people who play the most crucial part in the proper implementation and in the right absorption of resources, and at the end of the day, in the optimal utilization of the money. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Dimitris Salkos, the General Secretary of Public Investments and NSRF, Ms. Eleni Yoti, Secretary General for Employment, Leonidas Christopoulos, Secretary General for Digital Governance and Simplification of Processes, and online we have with us Mr. Ioannis Xifaras, General Secretary of Transport. Mr. Salkos, could you say us a few words about the NSRF? We have great expectations about this money, so where do we stand right now? First of all, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference one more year. I would like to say that this conference has become an institution that goes beyond the borders of the region. It is a forum of lively dialogue, of a fruitful dialogue with regard to the NSRF. Many of the things that we have been talking about in the previous years have now become a reality and will contribute to regional growth in the coming programming period. The topic is very interesting, regional growth. Regional growth is the home of each local community. It is the common European policy that pertains to the development of local areas, the reduction of regional inequalities, basically in the NSRF programs. Every local community, every Greek citizen can find something that concerns them. The topics of social cohesion need to become a priority of social dialogue at national and European level. And in our country, I would say we should focus a little bit more on these. Recently, we had the report of the Commission about the cohesion by 2050, which recognizes the contribution of the self-financing programs. It is important to say that after 10 years of a crisis, 10 years that led to a reduction of public investments, the importance of the financing programs became even greater. To put it simply, any public investment that is made in a country that is under fiscal strain, like Greece is, pertains to self-financing resources, co-financing resources. Of course, this report showed something else, and that was that even though the contribution of these programs has been great, the reduction of inequalities hasn't been the expected one. We are now facing many challenges: pandemic, natural disasters, wars, climate change, technological change. So all of these require us to redesign our policies, something that we did. You know that our NSRF was the one that was approved first. We tried not to lose any more precious time, and we managed to avoid that. We managed to deal with the double challenge of green and digital transition. We have with us our dear friend Leonidas, the competent General Secretary. We have 3 new programs, operational programs in the NSRF for civil protection, digital transformation, and lignite phasing out, all of which pertain to the dealing of this double challenge. We have also many other important issues, like, for example, and I'm touching the heart of the matter, an issue that was also raised in the previous panel, that is how much are we going to absorb from the recovery fund. We have already proceeded to a restructuring of the services in order to accelerate and simplify the processes, which will give us better results. Already the NSRF, all these restructurings have already started, and we also have a targeted program in order to strengthen the institutional capacity of the vulnerable beneficiaries. with an initial budget of 100 million euros, we will have the possibility to help vulnerable beneficiaries, especially organizations of first and second instance local authorities organizations. They will have the possibility to turn to external advisors to organize training seminars for the staff of the local authorities. And this is a major challenge. In order for a country to successfully deal with the absorption challenge, it needs to double the annual capability to plan, implement, and pay out projects. Annually, during the last few years, we have managed to finance projects amounting to 5 billion euros. In the coming years, we need to reach an amount of 10 billion euros if we want to make it. So you can understand this important challenge. Of course, the NSRF does not pertain only to the double challenge of green and digital transition. The NSRF, as I said in the beginning, has as an objective to embrace all sources of economic and political life. We're not talking about direct subsidies to small, medium enterprises. It has to do with strategies. It is connected with the European semester, with the European reforms program. It incorporates and finances actions of national plans, which is very important. And I'm talking about the national plan and the regional plan for transport, or the strategy for waste management. We have with us Mr. Grafakos, or actions against poverty or equality of genders, or mental health. The fact is that we have no time, and that time is of the essence, and we need to accelerate the effort. As Mr. Matsoufa said earlier, it is a very big sum. We knew that the NSRF could be used, and this enormous sum could be used in order to benefit the regions. That is why we tried to act in a complementary way in order to bridge any gaps that were not covered by the Recovery Fund. Thank you.
Θέματα και τομείς του ΕΣΠΑ αρχίζει γενομένες με το κομμάτι της απασχόλησης. Και η ανάπτυξη, η βελτίωση του οικονομικού μοντέλου είναι συνυφασμένη με την απασχόληση. Οπότε, κυρία Γιώτη, πού βρισκόμαστε ως προς αυτό και πώς συνδέεται το χρηματοδοτικό εργαλείο του ΕΣΠΑ με την ουσιαστική βελτίωση της απασχόλησης?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλησπέρα και από μένα και ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Πραγματικά είναι μια ευκαιρία να μιλήσουμε εδώ για την καινούρια προγραμματική περίοδο, που πραγματικά τα χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία είναι αυτά που θα βοηθήσουν την επόμενη δεκαετία την οικονομική ανάπτυξη της χώρας. Για το Υπουργείο Εργασίας, θα το ξέρετε, το μότο είναι πρώτο ο πολίτης. Είναι ένα Υπουργείο που έχει σαν προτεραιότητα τον άνθρωπο και τη βελτίωση των συνθηκών του ανθρώπου. Σε ό,τι αφορά τα κοινοτικά προγράμματα όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, είναι επίσης κοινή αποδοχή ότι ενώ έχουμε σε μεγάλο βαθμό αξιοποιήσει χρηματοδοτήσεις στα έργα υποδομής και σε όλο αυτό το κομμάτι, το κομμάτι του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού χρειάζεται περαιτέρω ενίσχυση και βελτίωση και έχουμε μπροστά μας μια πρόκληση και ένα στίχημα σε αυτό το τομέα. Τα τελευταίο διάστημα των 2,5-3 ετών η ανεργία έχει πράγματι πέσει κατά 5 μονάδες. Είμαστε όμως, εξακολουθούμε να είμαστε πάρα πολύ χαμηλά στην ανεργία των νέων και πάρα πολύ χαμηλά έως την τελευταία θέση, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, στην Ευρώπη, σε αυτό που λέμε ανάπτυξη και βελτίωση των δεξιοτήτων του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού. Άρα είναι τομείς στους οποίους πρέπει να δοθεί ιδιαίτερη έμφαση. Πραγματικά στο Υπουργείο Εργασίας και Κοινωνικών Υποθέσεων είναι και το κομμάτι το άλλο. Θα έχουμε τις δύο μεγάλες προτεραιότητες, απασχόληση και κοινωνική ένταξη. Να πω, όπως υπόθηκε προηγουμένως, ότι το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης είναι ένα από τα δύο μεγάλα χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία που έχουμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε. Συνολικά, οι πόροι των δύο ταμείων ανεβαίνουν σε ένα πολύ σημαντικό ύψος για αυτή την περίοδο. Είναι περίπου 5 δις για τέτοιες δράσεις απασχόλησης και κοινωνικής ένταξης. Εγώ θα πω ότι ναι, προτεραιότητά μας είναι να τα απορροφήσουμε, αλλά θα έλεγα ότι κυρίως να τα αξιοποιήσουμε σωστά, στη βάση σωστών πολιτικών Ήδη στο Υπουργείο έχουμε αρχίσει και σχεδιάζουμε στο κομμάτι της απασχόλησης. Υπάρχει η στρατηγική της απασχόλησης με προτεραιότητα στην ένταξη στην αγορά εργασίας ανθρώπων που έχουν χαμηλή προσβασιμότητα, με προτεραιότητα τους νέους, όπως είπα, γιατί ήταν αυτή η κατηγορία η οποία στην περίοδο της πανδημίας κυρίως δεν δόθηκε μεγάλη στήριξη από το κράτος, γιατί δόθηκε ιδιαίτερη στήριξη στις λειτουργούσες και στους εργαζομένους και στους λειτουργούντες εργαζομένους. Είναι αυτό και επίσης έχουμε ξεκινήσει αυτή τη στιγμή ήδη τη μεταρρύθμιση μέσω του Ταμείου Ανάπτυξης, με τη Δημόσια Υπηρεσία Απασχόλησης να αναλαμβάνει ένα πολύ σημαντικό και ηγετικό ρόλο. Χρειάζεται βέβαια να εξυγχρονιστεί, είναι μπροστά ο ψηφιακός εξυγχρονισμός της και ήδη με την νομοθεσία έχουν εισαχθεί κάποιες καινοτόμες ενέργειες, όπως αξιοποίηση των προγραμμάτων, βελτίωση της ποιότητας των περιεχομένων καταρτήσεων και βελτίωση της ποιότητας των παρόχων με συνεχείς αξιολογήσεις και με κριτήρια ένταξης, ατομικό λογαριασμό εργαζομένου και κάποιες ακόμα μεταρρυθμίσεις που είναι σημαντικές, να μην τα αναφέρω όλα γιατί θα χάσουμε πολύ χρόνο. Στο κομμάτι λοιπόν της απασχόλησης, όπως είπα, ένα πολύ σημαντικό επίσης, μια πολύ σημαντική προτεραιότητα είναι να δημιουργήσουμε αγορά εργασίας και για ανθρώπους οι οποίοι βρίσκονται σε αποκλεισμό, όπως είναι ειδικές ομάδες ΑΜΕΑ, μεταναστών, άτομα στα όρια της φτώχειας κτλ. Δύο ακόμα προτεραιότητες στο κομμάτι της απασχόλησης και σταματάω για να περάσω στο άλλο. Έχουν να κάνουν ότι σχεδιάζονται στην επόμενη περίοδο δράσεις για την κοινωνική οικονομία. Είναι μια πολιτική η οποία έχει ξεκινήσει και με την προτροπή της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής πρέπει να στηριχθεί περαιτέρω, να στηριχθούν αυτές οι οικονομίες για να μπορέσουν να λάβουν να στηριχθούν κυρίως γιατί δεν έχουν επάρκεια να ανταποκριθούν στο ρόλο, αλλά θα έχουν να πάρουν ένα κομμάτι από την αγορά. Και μια άλλη προτεραιότητα επίσης με τη συνεργασία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής έχει να κάνει με την κοινωνική καινοτομία. Είναι ένα πολύ καινοτόμο εργαλείο, ένα πολύ καινούριο εργαλείο που θα αντιμετωπίσει θέματα όπως είναι η μεταστροφή της αγοράς εργασίας σε νέα πεδία, η ηλικιωμένη, η ενεργός γύρανση κτλ. Άρα, τέλος, μια σημαντική στρατηγική που ξεκινάει το Υπουργείο Εργασίας και όχι μόνο, είναι η στρατηγική της κυβέρνησης, έχει να κάνει με την πολιτική στέγασης για να υποστηρίξει νέους ανθρώπους και με αυτό που λέμε την κοινωνική και την προσιτή κατοικία, νέους ανθρώπους σε ευάλωτες ομάδες σύμφωνα με τα ευρωπαϊκά πρότυπα. Σταματάω εδώ για να έχω ένα λεπτό να μιλήσω για το άλλο κομμάτι του Υπουργείου που λέγεται κοινωνική ένταξη. Είναι μια πολύ μεγάλη προτεραιότητα στο νέο ΕΣΠΑ. Νομίζω έχει και ένα πολύ υψηλό ποσοστό της τάξης του 43%. Εδώ έχουμε λοιπόν 3-4 στρατηγικές οι οποίες έχουν αναπτυχθεί από το Υπουργείο μας, από το κομμάτι της κοινωνικής αλληλεγγύης και πρόνοιας και από το κομμάτι της ισότητας. Θα μιλήσω για την εγγύηση για το παιδί, για το Child Guarantee που ξεκίνησε πάλι με πρωτοβουλία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Είναι μια σειρά μέτρων για την προσχολική αγωγή, την ενίσχυση της δημιουργικής απασχόλησης των παιδιών, την ψυχοκοινωνική υποστήριξη, υγιεινή διατροφή, όλο αυτό το πλαίσιο της υποστήριξης για το παιδί. Επίσης υπάρχει μια σημαντική στρατηγική για την αποϊδρυματοποίηση, η οποία έχει με έναν ορίζοντα τα τελευταία 10 χρόνια και μια πολιτική στόχευση, τα επόμενα 10 χρόνια μάλλον, και μια πολιτική στόχευση να βγουν τα παιδιά από τα ιδρύματα και να μείνουν σε κάποιες ημιαυτόνομες κατοικίες διαβίωσης. Ενισχύει το θεσμό της αναδοχής και της εναλλακτικής φροντίδας και να αναφέρω και το πρώτο έργο, το πιλωτικό του RRF για τον προσωπικό βοηθό των ατόμων με αναπηρία. Κλείνω. Ήθελα να πω για το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και το ΕΣΠΟ ότι πραγματικά η δική μας η γραμματεία στο Υπουργείο Παιδείας, στο Υπουργείο Εργασίας, έχει την υποχρέωση να υλοποιήσει τα έργα, αλλά οπωσδήποτε με γνώμονα τη συνέργεια και τη συμπληρωματικότητα των δύο εργαλείων, έτσι ώστε να πετύχουμε το βέλτιστο αποτέλεσμα. Ξεκινήσαμε με κάποια έργα του Ταμείου Ανάκαμψης και θα προχωρήσουμε με το ΕΣΠΑ σαν πιλωτικά και προχωράμε με το ΕΣΠΑ για να γίνουν αυτά, να αναπτυχθούν περαιτέρω, να γίνει ένα roll-out στην υπόλοιπη περιφέρεια.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και τον κύριο Χριστόπουλο. Τι να πούμε, ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός, το συζητάμε, είναι ίσως το ιερό δισκοπότερο αυτής της χώρας τα τελευταία χρόνια και στα χρόνια που έρχονται. Πώς συνδυάζεται με το ΕΣΠΑ και πώς κινείστε προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση?
Καταρχάς, να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ για την πρόσκληση να είμαι σήμερα εδώ, δεύτερη χρονιά στο Regional Growth Conference.
Thank you for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to be with you. So, indeed, these are very pertinent because, of course, digital transition is very important in order to promote growth and regional development. And after many years, the country has an operational plan that includes digital transition and transformation. And this is a plan that we have structured in a way, of course, with the assistance of the Minister of Development, and in order to have a very smart plan, if you like it. So, what do I mean by that? We have earmarked the necessary resources in order to have a rational balance between the recovery fund and the project that will be included in the new NSRF, meaning that these projects, due to their specialization, they have to be more innovative, they have to be, for example, pertaining to AI, etc. So, and up to a point that there was some red tape, well, we are moving forward to simplify the procedures. This is specifically what Dimitri said before. Already since the previous programmatic period, they had to approve in 2 stages all NSRF projects. That was one of the obligations that were instituted by the European Commission. So, in fact, the works, the projects have to be pre-approved. Now, the whole new operational program, of course, is actually based on the 6 pillars for the national strategy, and we are following the strategic plan that for the first time, at least from what I know, and all the years I've been working in the public sector, there was such extended consultations with all ministries and all other involved parties to see what is required. And this is why we have 450 projects proposed. Some will be funded by the NSRF or from the National Development Plan. Now, how does the new operational plan, how is it structured? I think it reaches up to 1 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken. So, actually, it is based on 3 axes, and the first axis is relevant to modernization projects for the public sector, systems and digital governance that are aiming at improving, for example, entrepreneurship, social justice, issues pertaining to health, public health, because we see that the citizens are not making good use of the existing tools. And of course, the plan for Figeni is actually introducing citizens to these digital health services, and I think this is even more crucial now because in the aftermath of the pandemic, we have to protect the citizens. And the second axis is related to infrastructure and broadband. Now, we're talking about broadband, internet, interconnection, and the third axis, and this is very important, it's pertaining to digital skills, and this is the third and most important element because on top of that we will build the rest of the growth and development. And allow me to make one final comment because I give the floor to my colleagues. So, since we are aiming at including new technologies and everywhere in all aspects. We have talked already about the smart cities. So we are actually creating a mechanism within the NSRF in order to be able to integrate, even in traditional information systems, the new technologies. And this is something that's being done for the first time, and we are doing it in order to be actually very consistent, both with the EU Commission as well as the citizens.
You talked about several issues, and we will come back to them. But in order to close this first round, I would like to address to Mr. Sfaras. Mr. Sfaras, transport is a very critical part. Everything is changing in the sector of transport. We can also see many projects. How are these connected with the NSRF, and how will they change the economic model by making the region more competitive? Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations on the organization of this conference for one more year. As my friend Dimitri said, your conference is a conference that does not pertain only to the region of Achaia, since we're talking about wider topics. Now, with regard to your question, the NSRF constitutes the most important tool that we can use in order to make the most of the resources available and proceed to development projects that will ensure the improvement of transport services. First of all, I would like to say that the entire strategy for transport is based on the National Strategic Plan for Transport, which is a study that has been elaborated with the NSRF resources. It allows us to prioritize all the rest of the projects of the NSRF, and it is a project that prioritizes our needs for the coming 20 years. And obviously, it is a tool that is constantly evolving and adjusting to the needs of the times. A very important investment that is advancing with resources from the Recovery Fund and the NSRF is the investment aiming at the improvement of urban transport. Already there is a call ongoing for the procurement of 650 buses of zero CO2 emissions, which will be used in the cities of Athens and Salonika. It is a project amounting to 300 million euros budget, and it is a very important project that will improve both the mobility and accessibility of the citizens in these two cities, but will also improve traffic. It will reduce noise and also reduce the pollutants in these two cities. In our effort to enhance and improve the urban transport all around the country, not only in Athens and Salonika, we have incorporated in the new NSRF a program aiming at the renewal of the urban fleet in some cities, which we will include actually 10 cities with a budget of 100 million euros in order to increase and strengthen electrical vehicles. In order for this to be done, we need to meet a requirement, and that is the harmonization of the national legislation with the European Regulation 1370 that pertains to the road urban transport, something that will be done in the coming month. Moreover, through NSRF, we used the available financing in order to proceed to the upgrade of some urban transport lines. We basically improved, in terms of quality, the services of line 1 of the train in Athens, which is the oldest line in Athens, the line that connects the port with the northern suburbs, Kifissia. It is a project that will give us the possibility to improve the quality of the trains used. They will look more like metro, and it will also reduce distances. We also promote some railway projects through the NSRF. We have already spent millions of euros until today in order to develop the rail network. Last year, for example, we completed the interconnection with Aegeon, which was a very important project for the area, and you know that we'll soon complete the interconnection with the city of Patras. At the same time, we are making the most of the railway from Kalavrita up to Agia Lavra, and we're trying to upgrade it. In other words, the NSRF is the basic tool we have at our disposal in order to finance all these big projects. Now, with regard to what my dear colleague Leonidas Christopoulos said earlier on about the project of smart cities, in the context of the smart cities project, great role is given to transport. Since transport is an integral part of the daily life of the citizens in the cities, we have also incorporated programs that pertain to the improvement of road safety through the use of smart infrastructure for the management of traffic, the increase of surveillance and reduction of accidents, as well as to the improvement of the road infrastructure. At the same time, through the NSRF, I know that I don't have much time, but give me a moment. So I would like to say that through the programs for sustainable mobility that have been incorporated during the last few years in the work of the Ministry of Transport, we are trying to use resources in order to enhance micromobility, electric mobility, improve the infrastructure for scooters, bikes, and I will try not to take more of your time. However, I believe that you can easily understand that the NSRF was, up until the RRF came along, the only substantial tool that we had in order to promote these big infrastructure projects for transport. Yes, we have many open issues and many questions. What we don't have is time, so I would kindly ask you to be very brief. Mr. Kalki, we're talking about a lot of money, and you also said that we need to accelerate our pace. The point is, how can we ensure the best possible absorption in order to have multiplying results? This is the million-dollar question, not of the million, the $26.6 billion question. And it is a question that we're trying to answer on a daily basis, and we have lost our sleep over it. Not only us, but also the people working in the context of the Recovery Fund. It is indeed a unique opportunity. I don't know if Greece will ever get this opportunity again in the future, having so much money, in other words, coming from the different financing tools. We're talking about 80 billion euros in total, which is double the support given to Greece through the Marshall Plan after the Second World War. You can understand the magnitude. Now, in order for this to be successful, since it is a Herculean project, as you aptly said in the previous panel, three things need to be done. First, to have a clear strategic plan. We have that. We have a series of strategic plans, actually, that are all interconnected, starting with the infamous report of Pisaridis 2.5 years ago. We then have the sub-plans of the ministries. In other words, we do have the strategic plans. We do have the resources, secondly. And third, we need to have a good cooperation. And this good cooperation doesn't have to do whether we like one another. We do like one another. It mostly has to do with the mechanisms that can guarantee this good cooperation, mechanisms that did not exist in the past but do exist now. The good cooperation can be ensured if there are specific institutional mechanisms that ensure the optimum coordination. It is not accidental that the RRF and the NSRF are under the supervision of the presidency of the government. So you can see that there is supervision with tight deadlines that will ensure that we'll get our results. Now, allow me to remind you what I said in the beginning of our intervention. There is a series of institutional interventions and management tools that will allow us to implement complex projects like the ones included in NSRF. Ms. Yoti, an important part that has to do with employment is employees to be competitive. In other words, to be constantly trained. It is the so-called reskilling, upskilling. How do you manage that, especially in the regions?
Well, Indeed, this is what we're asking for. I told you before that there's a mechanism for the training programs, and of course we're trying to structure them in order to answer the needs of the market and the employees. And please allow me to say something else. One of the tools that we are using and that will be enhanced is the mechanism for the diagnosis of the needs of the labor market, and there we will feed in everything, the data of the employers, and then we'll get as an output the needs of the market. So what must be done is to do the perfect match between the fields that are there for improvement of skills and, of course, the needs of the employers. So, and thus, we will be able to match both elements. So, in any case, the training plans are actually depending on the success depends on the planning. So we are working hand in hand with the labour market and the employers to identify the needs and improve digital skills. Now, Mr. Christopoulos, is the improvement of digital skills the big challenge of the next period? Undeniably. So, as I said before, we have budgeted in the digital transformation plan, digital transition, 450 million for digital skills, especially for the public sector, because the operational plan is actually most linked to the systems of the public sector. So when we design, for example, a big project for smart cities, then there has to be an action for the upskill, digital upskills of the people working in local authorities that will have to manage these new systems. So we at the ministry, we have the National Alliance tool for digital skills, and this is plan of the fund, and this is a tool where both the public and private sector will work together in order, first of all, to enhance the digital skills for the public sector as well as the private sector where that is in. So undoubtedly, this is the challenge, and in order to close these sectors, so traditionally what we see is that mostly the resources are earmarked for the capital and then for the region. And of course, very often we hear the region complaining. So, will things be different in the next in this current period? Well, that's also a very interesting question. I think that through many programs that I've already mentioned before, in fact, there is. We aim at enhancing and supporting the regions in order to unlock financing for smart buses, for example, in all the big cities of Greece, for example, cities where we have many students and universities and industries and people working there. There we have to have public transport that is digital. There's also the railway works and railway projects that also are very crucial, because railroads are crucial infrastructure that links all the areas of a country. So now there's a 5 billion budget, 5 million euros budgeted for this national transportation plan, and specifically earmarked for railroads and railways. So what we have decided recently, actually this morning we were talking about it with Gileccio, in order to make sure that it will be financed and move forward, is the announcement of regional transportation plan in order to have a very useful tool that will allow us to have a more strategic investment approach in all areas of Greece. Thank you very much. In fact, this is very important. We're talking here about many actions pertaining to the NSRF, and we're trying to do everything in the best possible way. I hope that in the next year we'll be here discussing things and we'll be in a much better position. Thank you very much once again.
Εντάξει, συμβαίνουν αυτά.
Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on with the 10th Regional Growth Conference. We will continue talking about the NSRF since this is a very interesting topic and it's inextricably linked with regional growth. This time we will focus on challenges and opportunities provided by this specific financing instrument. We have the pleasure to have with us people who are knowledgeable about this topic, since they have a direct relation to the economy, environment and digital transition, but also they are experts when it comes to the academic approach to these issues. So I would like to welcome back Mr. Manolis Grafakos, General Secretary for Waste Management Coordination. Thank you for the invitation. We have online Ms. Eugenia Fodoniata, who is Coordinator, Economy and Society in the ENA Institute for Alternative Policies. Good afternoon. We have Mr. Panagiotis Yargovas, who is a professor in the University of the Peloponnese, and Stavros Arsenidis, who is a consultant to the Information Society NSA. Starting with Mr. Grafakos, could you make an initial intervention with regard to how you use the NSRF resources and how can these resources be used in the optimal way in order to ensure regional growth? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I wish all the best to the proceedings of the conference. Now, with regard to waste management and urban waste, I can tell you that there are some significant resources available for sorting at source. In other words, to separate the different flows of waste, and I would like to say a couple of things about that. First, that we're going to introduce the brown bin in our daily life. The brown bin is for organic waste. This is a virtuous process when it comes to waste management, because we know that food waste or garden waste are not buried, do not end up in the landfill, but can be reused in the productive process, and in the form of compost, they can replace imports of other ground-improving products. So what I try to do is to talk about the macroeconomic aspect of this waste management process. And the second thing pertains to paper. Paper represents 25% of bio-waste. What we aspire to do is to introduce bin grounds everywhere around the country, but also yellow bins for the paper. It is understood that the separate sorting of paper protects the environment and enhances the circular economy model. Of course, we have more infrastructure for waste management, which we analyzed in the previous panel discussion. In brief, we're talking about an amount that will exceed the 1 billion euros. Now, what is asked for the Greek economy is this money to be used in the country to provide added value to the country by ensuring that Greek businesses will produce the necessary equipment that will be used in this waste management process. So we need to ensure the optimal process and the optimal waste management that will involve Greek businesses. And the last part, when it comes to waste management, this has nothing to do with the NSRF. It is not funded by the NSRF, but it completes the cycle of waste management and the cycle of circular economy. We're talking about energy recovery, which has a positive impact on the economy, since it reduces the need for energy. Of course, it will not solve the problem, the waste reuse for energy purposes, but it will actually minimize certain existing problems. Now, with regard to the
υποδομών που δεν έχουν ολοκληρωθεί ακόμα.
Waste management. Allow me to tell you something more. We are going to upgrade the existing infrastructure, and when it comes to circular economy, two things are of interest since they have an economic impact. The first is the reduction of the energy required for the operation of these sewage management facilities, and the second is the tertiary processing of sewage that will allow the separation of the water, which will then be used for irrigation purposes. So, to conclude, NSRF truly finances some points that complete the cycle of circular economy in these two sectors of responsibility that we have, and it is also obvious that if the Greek economy, if the Greek production and the Greek businesses manage to make the most of these, then they will ensure high added value for the country, but also a positive impact on regional level. Thank you very much. You have opened various different fronts. Of course, we will try to approach them again in the second round of questions. However, we got first idea of how these resources can be used for the environment and for the circular economy purposes. But now let's have a more general discussion, and I would like to address to Ms. Koroniata. I would like to ask her something about the challenges and opportunities that NSRF presents. You have long experience in the utilization of these resources. What is your view about the existing situation? Thank you very much for the invitation. I would love to be with you there in person. You know, every programming period starts with the expectation to provide answers to the immediate challenges of the times, and at the same time to produce results with a medium-term horizon. When we started the activation of the NSRF 2014-2020 in 2015, you understand that the challenges were different. Today, the beginning of the programming period 21-27, again, is done in very difficult circumstances, and especially given the external, rather unstable environment with the new geopolitical circumstances. We experience that. We can see that the consequences of previous crises become more intense and the challenges more difficult to deal with. Challenges pertaining to the economy, to the transformation of the economy, or to the strengthening of social cohesion and reduction of inequalities. You know, after the very tough lesson that the European economies got from the financial crisis, the Recovery Fund came along, which, as was mentioned by the previous speakers, will significantly increase the portfolio of structural reforms that the country needs to implement. If this increase of available resources is a very beneficial development, still we need to go beyond this first initial positive response and start thinking whether the sum of the resources coming from two different instruments constitutes the ground in order for us to meet the objectives set. In my view, it is favorable ground, but not sufficient. Why? Because we are called to meet different objectives. We need to reach a level that will provide us with security about reaching our objectives and the results. The first necessary condition that needs to be met, the first starting point, if you like, the first prerequisite, and I'm using terminology from previous years, is to create a stable relation, a synergy, and a relation of complementarity at the level of planning and at the level of implementation of the different interventions that will be made and financed. In other words, we need to be able to reach the maximum result by using the available instruments. Of course, this is easy to be done. according to some people. However, my view is that it's a very difficult bet to win, both at political, technical, and management terms. Where and how are we going to have this synergy? The good thing is that we have many common grounds on which we can act in a complementary way. First, I'm talking about green transition and digital transition, competitiveness of the economy. However, in my view, we are also dealing with an important deficit, especially in a field that has great need of good results that can be guaranteed by complementarity and synergy and by the experience of the available resources, which in the past hasn't been the expected one. Now, what is this field? It is the field of regional growth. The NSRF has in its core convergence of the regions. Unfortunately, the national plan of the Recovery Fund does not include this regional aspect, this regional dimension. It doesn't include these targets and objectives that are needed that would ensure the decrease of social inequalities. And these can be seen by the fact that there is no initial minimum guaranteed allocation of resources to the 13 regions. So we can see that the plan of the fund disregards the recommendations of the ECD for the assessment of regional policy of 2020. Very briefly, I would like to tell you that these recommendations that pertain exclusively to Greece and to the recovery in the post-COVID era, recommendations that focus on strengthening the regional policies, on the need of drafting strategic plans at regional level. We are a country with big regional inequalities. Greece has the greatest level of regional inequalities on a per capita basis. So you can understand that a policy that leaves aside the regional dimension will only have negative long-term consequences at the level of growth in the future. So the regional dimension, synergies and complementarity in this field are a crucial parameter which, even in this critical stage, can be incorporated in the two strategic plans. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Liagobas and ask him to give us his view on the macroeconomic environment. Of course, we're not living in easy times, but tell us, how can NSRF help us?
Yes, first of all, allow me to thank you, the organisers, for inviting me here to participate. I think it's the third or fourth time they've asked me to come back to this conference, and I think it's of an utmost importance, and it actually goes beyond the frontiers, the borders of Achaia. So your question is crucial. It is of a great importance from an academic point of view, as well as the chairman of KEPE. I would like to answer by focusing on two elements. First of all, the wider macroeconomic situation, which in fact is quite dire. So I'm clearly talking about what takes place currently. I'm talking about inflation, how costly things are, of course, the war in Ukraine, as well as which has come on top of the other problems caused by the pandemic. So currently, we are living in a macroeconomic environment that becomes a bit more problematic, and from what Christine Lagarde said, that from July there will be an increase of the interest rates. She talked about 25 units base. So clearly these are the pieces of a very dire macroeconomic puzzle that is stretching before us. So Clearly, the policies, the budgetary policies and financial policies will not be assisting us when it comes to investment. So what does that mean? And there's also the monetary policy. Well, it means that the development and growth policies will not have the tools that were available in the past. So, and there's the inflation. So, what's on the other hand? What can be a lever for growth? Well, the lever for growth is actually the investment activities stemming from the Recovery Fund or the NSRF fund. Please, let's look at that within problematic investment environment. And the real challenge is within this environment for Greece to be able to absorb the resources, which are many, and also to put them into good use and the best possible use. So you said it before, the emphasis must be given on the increase of productivity, the good use of resources, and how to have a multiplier effect on the economy, because this multiplier effect will have an impact that will allow us to counteract the negative environment that is shaping as time goes by. And of course, since there is no end at the war in Ukraine, which is actually making things worse. Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Astanidis. Mr. Astanidis, we have seen information society in the last years that has become a multiplier. So where do we stand now, and what are we to expect in the past from the digitization element? Well, first of all, allow me to thank the organizers as well. Being the 8th speaker in the same session, I could just say that everybody that spoke before me has actually covered what I wanted to say, because during the previous the previous panel, we also had the Secretary General for Digital Governance and Simplification of Procedures speaking, so clearly he's said a lot. The truth is that we are facing a very big challenge. There have been great steps in the last 3 years when it comes to the digital governance and digital transition and upscaling or reskilling, what they could say about the improvement of digital skills. So, but still, there's a long road ahead of us, and it's very important to see how we will proceed, because as an information society, well, we are talking about the implementation. Secretaries Generals, Mr. Christopoulos before, talked about the design, the planning, the ideas included in the NSRF, but we come to talk about implementation, and there are many things to be said about that, since indeed the previous speakers have mentioned many of the things I wanted to focus now on. The regional element in the Recovery Fund is not that clearly stated, as is the case, of course, in the NSRF, but there are infrastructure projects that have a very distinct regional element. So we cannot say that this is regional growth and development is not covered by the Recovery Fund. Specifically in the project that we are currently running is, for example, the telemedical network and projects for the digitalization of agriculture, or the extrovert element of agriculture, in fact, are mostly focused on the regions and not the capital of Greece. So there are several elements also when it comes to the small and medium enterprises and businesses which are upskilling the digital skills. So they are called about 100,000 small and medium enterprises to apply for subsidies in order to enhance their digitization. So these are resources that are vast, and these projects are co-financed through procedures that are defined by the control and management system of the NSRF, and someone said before that they are actually looking into a plan of making it lighter, because we have the know-how from the previous NSRF, and the red tape actually led to some projects not being able to be implemented because of the red tape and the bureaucracy. So we must look very closely into the following, something that Mr. Lagova said, the multiplying effects of the resources that will be earmarked for that. By that I mean that we must ensure that there is added value that will return to the Greek society through the investments done by the Recovery Fund or the NSRF. So when it comes to the digital element, we're talking about people. We have to invest on people and human resources. We have to invest on upskilling of digital skills. So we must put into good use all these projects and all these infrastructure works that will allow people to have a firm grasp of digital technologies. The human resources currently are not sufficient in order to implement and into all these projects, because there has been a huge brain drain during the crisis. There's also there was a lack of projects, digital projects in Greece, or maybe there is not even enough connection between the universities and production.
Δηλαδή πρέπει στην ουσία να αξιοποιηθούν αυτοί οι πόροι.
So we have to put in good use all those resources in order to keep this added value of projects here. This is what we're trying to do. And one last turn of the table for questions. So you have 1.5 minutes per answer. So, Mr. General Secretary for Waste Management Coordination, what can we do at a regional level in order to make sure that the resources will bring the added value? Listen. Circular economy brings an added value on a horizontal level that has an impact on each region, each regional unit. So, for example, not to bury waste in landfills and to have them actually become compost for agricultural production. Well, this is one of the procedures that is actually benefiting both the environment as well as competitiveness. I heard Ms. Fortunato say that we don't have activities for the region. So we're managing only one project. So we're managing waste in areas that have less than 1,500 population. So, okay, so we have to take into consideration quality of life in these communities. So when the management of waste as well as sewage was done by throwing them in the rivers and canyons, well, we are currently changing all that. And clearly, this is clearly giving added value to the quality of life of people. Mrs. Fotoniata, can we set specific quantifiable goal in order to have enough data in order to see whether we've done our job correctly or not? Well, if we had more time, I think we could have a very nice discussion with the other panelists, especially when it comes to the original element. But please allow me for 20 seconds to say something. Please, the regional growth strategy cannot be exhausted in a list of projects. It's something more than that. So let's take a look at the indices, because we all agree on the fact that we need to have multiply effects from the actions that will be, from the investments coming from both funds. So how can we do that? How can we avoid the distortions of the past? So we talked about the changes. So according to me, we don't need to, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. What we have to do is to filter our growth plans through a mechanism that will quantify, if you like, all these elements that will lead us to growth. And this is the index of economic complexity. We rarely hear about that index, and it's not actually by chance the fact that Greece is doing so poorly when it comes to this index. So imagine what a challenge it would be for everyone to incorporate such indices in the further planning. I would like to return to Mr. Largovas. The inflation today was announced that it would be over 11%. So do you think that the NSRF will actually become a catalyst in order to escape this vicious circle? Well, clearly the NSRF is assisting us very much. Please allow me to remind you that in the last trimester, the growth level was very. So, the interesting element is that it came through two specific. So, we see that investment as well as exports become even more important, because in the past we used to only measure consumption. So the productive model of the Greek economy, I consider with ESPA as well as the Recovery Fund, we will manage an improvement in the next trimesters, and as the projects mature, we'll see that the investment will be more important. I think that's the most important, single most important challenge that we have to take on, and we have to follow it. And I believe that things will move forward. Mr. Thramidis, I would like to specialize a little bit the things that you will be doing in information society in this new programming period.
Since we don't have much time, I will be very brief. We will continue doing what we have been doing in our 25 years of operation. The implementation of projects will be made in the context of the digital transformation of the country. Of course, the company has increased in size and has enough people working with the support, of course, with the Minister of Digital Governance and of Mr. Perakakis. We now have the resources that provide us with the infrastructure required for the successful implementation of these projects, and I'm sure that we will succeed. And of course, this will be to the benefit of everyone. Yes, time's up. Thank you very much. It has been a very interesting discussion. We are always trying to keep the time of the recovery fund. Unfortunately, the time frames imposed from the recovery fund are very tight. Yes, thank you very much for the interesting discussion. Thank you.
Ναι. Ωραία. Δεν ακούω τι λέει. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Χάρης Θεοχάρης.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Haris Theocharis is our guest, ex-minister, now MP. He is with us in the context of the 10th Regional Growth Conference. Mr. Theocharis, welcome. Since we don't have much time, I prefer to spend it discussing instead of making introductions. So we're talking about regional growth. We have been talking about regional growth for the last 10 years. And we have been talking about this since I remember. And always the required is how to reduce social inequalities. But the years go by and I'm not sure whether we have succeeded or not. Is this impression that the regions have false, that Athens continues enjoying most of the resources and inequalities increase? No, it is not a false impression. It's not a false image. Of course, it is based on certain data. And the distribution of population, I believe, shows by definition the inequalities. If there were the resources and the opportunities in the region to the extent that they have been in Athens, you can understand that we wouldn't be having this distribution in our country. Now, allow me to say that the bright exception to that rule is tourism. Tourism in our country follows a model that is the exact opposite. Even compared to the model followed in other countries like Spain. In France, for example, Paris and other big cities have a major contribution to the tourist arrivals and to the foreign exchange arriving in the country. And the problem is how to spread it around the country, something that is not the case in our country. In our country, Athens has never been the main tourist destination, and the tourist development has always been associated with the regions. And if you like, tourism can actually help us break this vicious cycle. Yes, but this fair distribution of tourist resources is not something that has been the result of the governmental policies, but it is due to the beauty of the Aegean Sea. In other words, if Athens could actually exploit the benefits stemming from the Aegean Sea, it would. Of course, the cities would love to have a greatest share, but in the end, what is important is that the people are going to the regions. They are visiting the Aegean Islands, of course. They could visit more other regions like the Peloponnese, where we can actually see a very impressive growth. And I believe what we should keep in mind is that tourism can, at a first stage, keep the people in the regions, just like the primary production can do the same, and thus break the vicious cycle of urbanism. But given that people ask more and more for original experiences, in other words, they are looking for local recipes, they are looking for something real and authentic, not something that will resemble to previous experience. They don't want to spend their holidays in a 5-star hotel and eat McDonald's. I know what I'm going to eat if I visit McDonald's, regardless of where I am. This is not something that the tourists want now, and this makes you, even if you are successful, to make close associations with the local communities, with the local products, to find local recipes and to develop a narrative that is based on local experiences. Yes, but what is happening in our country may be a structural problem. In other words, ever since Athens became the capital of the Greek nation, it started attracting more and more people. It started getting getting all the financial resources. And then, of course, we had the industrialization of the Attica Basin and the increase of the population there. And the result of that was the channeling of resources to Athens. And this had, as a result, the reproduction of the model. And no matter what was done for regional growth, no results were ever reached. Is there any way that we can break this vicious cycle? The way to break this cycle is to find the comparative advantages of the regions and to develop the infrastructure needed. Because if you have the infrastructure, then the private initiative will come and will find the way to make most of them, or to find new opportunities. For example, it is a given that tourism, and I'm using this example again because I believe that it is one of the sectors that can become a lever of growth, but also a way to break this vicious cycle. In other words, to have local airports, you can understand that this actually covers a far greater distance and it ensures the growth of the surrounding region. If you have the airport and if you improve the road network, then this radius can be extended. In other words, it is not irrelevant the fact that the distance between Athens and Kalamata shortened because Costa Navarino was built and thus growth emerged. And since we're talking about tourism, it seems that we are now in a better stage with regard to COVID. We can see many tourists arriving in the country, which is, of course, very good for the public funds. But we can also see that there are some inequalities. Okay, Mykonos, okay, Santorini, okay, Paros. But what happens with Western Greece? How can Western Greece absorb a bigger share of this tourist flow and tourist income? In other words, can the government make any interventions? Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. Allow me to say a few words about where we stand, because it is not accidental. Last year, we were in the first place globally when it came to recovery. This year, things are going great, even though there is the war going on, and this is not accidental. We can see that in Turkey, for example, things are not the same. Tourism is not going that well, and I'm saying that because we have these tensions now, and we are talking about the future developments, especially now in the summer. So, in order for things to be done in tourism, we need to overcome certain bureaucratic difficulties pertaining to licensing, for example. Of course, some important steps have been made in this direction, and we need to make even more steps. And, of course, we need to build infrastructure, be it ports like Katakolo, we need to improve Katakolo, or we need to have more marinas. We have the fewer berthing posts than boats, which, of course, as you can understand, leads to problems. Therefore, we need to place emphasis on that as well. And allow me to make a parenthesis. Sea tourism has now entered into a virtuous cycle that will last at least 5 years. Our country is once again is a trend, and now people who were previously going to Croatia or Turkey are now coming to Greece, which means that infrastructure is the key tool that we can use in order to ensure growth on the one hand, and on the other there is, of course, the institutional issue that we have resolved. We have made interventions as a ministry. We actually passed some regulations regarding the tourist managing organizations, and now it's the turn of the regions and the local authorities, of the private sector as well, since the private sector needs to develop the required clusters that will bring around the same table all the professionals operating in the tourist sector, and all together then they can address to the Ministry of Tourism in order to demand, quote unquote, the infrastructure they need in order to support the strategic growth plan of the local tourist product. It is a major opportunity that we must not lose. No region should ever miss this opportunity. Mr. Theocharis, for some months now, above the country, we can see the word elections, which may actually happen or not. I'm wondering whether these rumors that are going on about the elections, do they undermine the regional growth, the policy implemented by the government? Does it create any distractions which are never productive? The government has proven that despite the problems that it had to deal with, it managed to implement its program to a great extent. Now I keep track of this as a secretary of the program of New Democracy, and I can see that what we say we actually done is not just a motto for New Democracy, it is a reality. And I can challenge anyone to tell me one government after 1974 that has actually implemented its program to such a great extent. And of course, if we take into account the global problems that we had to deal with along with the implementation of this program, then we could understand the magnitude of this endeavor. So the government, up until the day before the elections, will continue with the implementation of the programs and of the reforms. And we are already at the stage of preparing our proposals and our program for the next 4 years, because we believe in what the Prime Minister said in the previous conference, that we need to implement a 4-year program. We need to develop an 8-year plan, which will actually be incorporated in the program of the coming 4 years. And, as I said, a 4-year program because we want to talk about the Greece of 2030 and how Greece will enjoy the respect of everyone by that time, and how it will ensure jobs, growth. And I would like to conclude by saying that the elections for us, and with regard to the implementation of the program, do not affect us. However, they are toxic. The climate is toxic. We can no longer have this type of disputes when we have ahead such geostrategic issues to be resolved. And when we live in this destabilization period, not of the fault of the government, but of Turkey, but of course Turkey is not operating in a void, but it operates always in the shadow of the war in Ukraine. Can we actually take 3 minutes of the time in order to ask one last question that stems from what you just said, that we have a provocative behavior on the part of our neighbor, Turkey, behaves not only in a revisionist way, but in an aggressive way, I would say. So I would like to ask you what you are saying about regional growth and development policy. Will not give any results in reality because of all these geostrategic issues and challenges. Okay, people should be concerned, but they should not be afraid, okay? Because it's obvious that it takes 2 to tango. And we can see, and this is a typical example, we can see that every time tourism is not doing so well in Turkey, they have far fewer reasons to be calm and to abstain from creating problems. In 2020, for example, we didn't have this type of behavior. Remember, tourism had collapsed back then, so Turkey had nothing to lose by behaving in that way. The point is that Turkey depends greatly on Russia and Ukraine, 2 countries, of course, who are engaged in the war and do not think about taking holidays. Therefore, tourism has dropped in Turkey significantly, and that is why now Turkey behaves in that way. The point is that our country is not the same as it was 3 or 5 or 8 years ago. It is a country that has made investments in its deterrence capability. It is a country that has strengthened its alliances and its cooperations at international level. And our objective to become an energy hub makes us even stronger than getting the gas from our sea. And I'm saying that because I can hear many people, even inside the political party, expressing their objections. It's more important to work with Egypt, with Israel, or with other countries so as to ensure the transmission of gas and the electrical cables from our country, because in that case, our country becomes absolutely necessary, and any problems it may have, they become international. We are at a point of having internationalized more than any time in the past, and I can see also the ambassador, Mr. Mayas, in the audience, and I'm sure that he will agree with me that we hadn't managed to internationalize the problems in the past as we have now. And the point is also that our country is respected now. And in the speech of our Prime Minister in the Congress, I saw this respect. And despite the reaction of Turkey, I know that this speech given by the Prime Minister will be read again and again in the coming years. And I'm also sure that our struggle and our fight against populism, against revisionism, are battles that the humanity will continue giving for the coming 100 years. And we will keep on talking about his speech in the Congress as we are talking now about Bretton Woods. So the point is that now our country is greatly respected. Why? Because ideas are born here. And allow me to close by saying something that I have experienced and I know a lot about. The green certificate that we have passed and we have been fighting for, and in the end was adopted despite the objections, was the one that gave a boost to European tourism. And Europe last year was the most popular tourist destination, thanks to us, thanks to Greece. And this has been widely recognized, and that is why they are paying attention to our ideas. They do not always, of course, heed our ideas, but they respect them. You are optimistic, and with these words, we came to the end of this discussion with Mr. Theocharis, ex-minister and MP of New Democracy. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Καταρχήν θα ήθελα να σας...
Good afternoon. First of all, allow me to wish you welcome for joining and thank you for joining us for the Blue Talk. We really appreciate that. We have the great pleasure and honor to have with us during this Blue Talk that will last 20 minutes to have Dr. Sam Collins, project manager from Oceano Azul Foundation, who will be presenting the actions of the foundation, and of course later on we'll be conducting a discussion. Since the discussion, the presentation and the discussion will take place in English, you can get a headset in order to follow the simultaneous interpreting. So those who do not understand English, please
Dear Dr. Sam Collins,
take the headset. So,
dear Sam, if I may, I would like to thank you very much for being here to participate in this Blue Talk in the framework of the Regional Growth Conference. And in order to save our time, please, I'm looking forward to let us know about the activities and the actions of the Oceano Azul Foundation. The room is yours, dear Sam.
Well, thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you very much for the Regional Growth Conference for having me here today to speak a little bit about the ocean crisis and global health, essentially, and also what the foundation does within that sphere, and also an important meeting at the end, as you mentioned, at the end of this month in Lisbon, the UN Ocean Conference. So perhaps to kick off, I think these Blue Talks are a fantastic way of which to kind of raise the profile of the conference in the run-up. And we've seen them being taken off around different countries. So I think it's really nice to see this, and I think it's great that the conference gave the ocean the kind of slots in the agenda alongside these other important issues. So as I was introduced, I project manage for the Oceano Azul Foundation. We're an international foundation based out in Portugal. And we like to say that we work exclusively on ocean issues. But within ocean issues, we do everything. So Ocean Azul Foundation, we're a philanthropic organization, and we cover topics such as sustainable blue economy, ocean literacy and the kids and decision makers. We do ocean governance. We do hard ocean conservation in the field, marine protected areas, etc. So we work across a range of ocean issues because we understand that the ocean health is in major decline. And to quote Peter Thompson, the special envoy for the ocean, a healthy ocean means a healthy planet. So fundamentally, ocean health needs to be understood and protected. So the foundation was formed to contribute to improving ocean health, essentially. And we're a bit of a strange foundation in that we act in three main funds. Usually foundations are purely grant making, but we are 3 in 1. So we're a grant maker. We support other organizations to engage in ocean conservation issues. We're a think tank, so we ideate new ideas with regards to ocean conservation, and we're also an operational NGO, essentially. So we're on the ground, boots on the ground, getting our hands wet, working on marine conservation programs. I don't want to take up too much of the time, but to kind of do a fast track, we essentially see the ocean agenda and our contribution to it across 3 main time horizons. The long term we see as essentially very important is ocean literacy. So we work with a program among the children here in Portugal in the national curriculum in the schools to really put ocean literacy into the national curriculum. So they learn about math, science, English, French, geography, etc. But they do it with regards to ocean issues. And that really makes ocean literacy, climate literacy, environmental literacy really common throughout the younger generations, so that in 10, 20 years, decision makers, mechanics, shopkeepers, celebrities, you name it, those kids have grown up, they all are environmentally literate and making decisions that are benefiting our environment. But we understand that we can't wait 20 years for the kids to save us. So we have to have a midterm strategy. And that's where we really work in hard ocean conservation, marine protected areas, national parks in the ocean. And we do that through innovative ways. But basically, due to the network of the foundation, we can really approach decision makers, leaders, business decision makers, and explain the case for why MPAs, marine protected areas, are of benefit to the fishers, to the leaders, to the society, etc. And really that hard ocean conservation that needs to be done takes the legal studies, the social studies, the investment in kind of protecting our natural capital. And then a second midterm strategy, we understand that we can't protect the ocean through conservation alone. Marine protected areas are fantastic, but they're local actions. And we understand that we need to change the economy. To truly save the ocean and the environment and the climate crisis, if we change the economy to a circular as opposed to a linear strategy, then we've made a real impact. And the ocean is going to be huge in what we all know is going to be this big transition in the next decade towards a sustainable society. So that's our midterm. And then our short term, with regards to the UN Ocean Conference that we might discuss, is really how can we change decision makers' minds today? So how can we introduce ocean literacy to the decision makers and explain the level and urgency of the crisis at hand. The ocean is often out of sight and out of mind. And I often like to describe it as humans' biggest blind spot. You know, we can look into space, we can see stars and galaxies, we can look into the DNA of a cell, but the ocean is fundamentally out of sight and out of mind. That's because we're terrestrial animals. You know, we don't connect with the ocean in the same way that we connect with the terrestrial environment because we're terrestrial animals. So there's a big conversation here where we understand that the climate agenda is moving forward, the biodiversity agenda, the species extinction crisis is moving forward. We're seeing progress there from decision makers and civil society. But the ocean agenda, it's not been moving forward, but it's fundamentally interlinked with all of this conversation. So the ocean agenda, we will see moving forward. And in Lisbon, at the end of this month, at the end of this month, we have the UN Ocean Conference, so the United Nations Conference on Ocean Issues. And we're going to see world leaders, civil society, business come to Lisbon to discuss ocean issues, discuss the level of ocean governance that we need, and commit not just commitments, but concrete actions. You know, we've all heard commitments, we've all heard promises, and what we hope to see in Lisbon is concrete actions for ocean governance and preservation of the ocean ecosystem, because fundamentally, you know, we're 2 years in to the decade of action, but the pandemic has delayed us. We have 8 years, as quoted in the latest IPCC reports on climate change, and the situation is red alert, to quote the Secretary General. The crisis is understood, science is there, and now we need action. And hopefully in Lisbon, following on from the climate COP we saw in Glasgow, we've seen a first 6 months of intense meetings and actions for the ocean agenda. And in Lisbon, where I'm based and the foundation is based, we hope to see a lot of good outcomes from the conference.
Dear Sam, thank you very much for giving us a very clear and briefly, actually, view of the activities and the vision of the Oceano Azul Foundation. I have prepared 3 general questions for you and 1 question specific for me, a favorite question of me. So, regarding the first question, I would like to ask you regarding the United Nations Ocean Conference. What is the role of the Oceano Azul Foundation in this very important conference? What is the importance, first of all, of this conference? And what are your aspirations in this conference?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. So I think the role of Ocean Azul Foundation, we were tasked in 2019, when the conference was supposed to be in 2020, to really make sure there was a strong civil society role in the conference. The conference is organized by the United Nations, but it's co-hosted by Portugal and Kenya, as the 2017 conference was co-hosted by Fiji and Sweden. So in 2017, when the first UN Ocean Conference, we saw civil society was there, but it wasn't at the level that is necessary to put the pressure on decision makers to take action. So what we did in 2019 was we were tasked with really raising the level of engagement from civil society so that the 2020, now 2022, UN Ocean Conference really had a strong participation of civil society and really held decision makers to account with what they were saying and the actions that they were promising. And we feel we've done that quite successfully. We did it through an initiative called Rise Up for the ocean. I'm not sure if there's some interference that you're getting, but if not, I will continue. And we did this through an initiative called Rise Up for the Ocean. So we did a civil society call to action and rallied around ocean conservation organizations to this common ocean agenda that we then presented to the UN as a blueprint for ambitious ocean action. And we rallied around 600 organizations across this agenda and are really using this as a kind of a platform to bounce serious momentum in decision making. And there's a number of key decisions that we hope to see come out of Lisbon. And we think that this kind of civil society platform has been very influential in pushing that forward. Aspirations, obviously, I'm an optimist. I always say I'm an optimist. I think really here it's putting oceans in the agenda for world leaders. I think we've seen them engage in climate issues, which has been fantastic. Seen them engage in some of the more biodiversity issues with the meeting in Kunming. But really, we need to see ocean issues on the agenda. It covers every topic: food security, geosecurity, work, trade, etc. 70% of the planet is ocean, so it's everyone's problem. And we hope that Lisbon really makes sure and drives home that it comes onto the international agenda strongly.
Thank you. We have to be optimists, and we have to fight for the health of the world ocean. And you mentioned in your first talk, actually, that the ocean governments has been lacking across the environmental decision-making agenda, always. So, why do you think this is the case, actually?
Yeah, I mean, this is the root of the problem, essentially. We see that. I think essentially it's going back to that point that we're terrestrial animals, and while that culturally that's very different across the world, you see the international reaction when you see forest fires in Australia or California or Canada. The whole world sees anarchy, which is true. They were devastating, but you don't see the same emotional reaction when kelp forests disappear or coral reefs die off. So we have this emotional disconnection in some situations with the ocean, because often it's seen as frightening, or it's dangerous, or it's recreational. But in some situations, it's not essential. But that's what we're trying to say and fundamentally, it is essential. It governs our weather, it regulates our climates. The very reason that we find temperate environments north of the equator and south of the equator is the ocean. It distributes heat, food, nutrients. It is the life system of our planet, but that hasn't yet got into our kind of social understanding, economic understanding, or political understanding. And that's where we've seen this disconnect with decision makers not investing in ocean science. Only 20% of the ocean has been explored. 80% of our ocean has been unexplored. And considering we've been here for some time, that's quite shocking. But from the 20% that we have explored, we understand the ocean is in crisis. The health is declining. And the ramifications of ocean breakdown will impact us all, whether it's just ocean nations or landlocked nations. It's going to impact us all. So ocean action is needed, and the way to do that is through these political forums, getting the commitments and concrete actions from world leaders.
Okay, you have to remain actually optimist after all this.
Exactly.
So, yes, you mentioned, if I remember well, about the very important role of the citizen scientist or the society. So, generally speaking, what is the role of the civil society in pushing world leaders and decision makers against these world decision makers to take actions for the protection of the marine environment? Just a simple comment. I think it's a very important issue, but for you, I want just a short comment.
Yeah, and I'll be brief, and I won't take up too much time, but it's the same as we've seen in the climate strikes. When action isn't taken, civil society has the role to take it into their own hands. We've seen the kids' strikes, the marches, etc. And really, civil society has a role to really hold world leaders to account. We often say in Ocean Azul Foundation, we're a civil society as much as any other non-governmental organization, and all we can do, we can invest, we can do the research, we can do the hard work, But at some point, that responsibility needs to move to the governments in the member states and the world leaders that take the action, that take the decisions, informed by science, informed by civil society. But at the end of the day, it's on the side of the governments to take action. What we can do, civil society, is display the facts as they are in as simple and digestible a way as possible. Obviously, we understand, as we've discussed here today and yesterday, there's a whole host of issues that the international community has to address, whether it's crisis, famine, war, and the ocean crisis is one among many issues. But when we discuss issues on a planetary level, it needs to have extra attention. The climate crisis, we've seen, it impacts everyone. The ocean crisis impacts everyone. And so civil society really just has to continue to hold decision makers to account, continue to present the information as simply and as broadly and widely distributed as possible, and call decision makers to account and wait for them to wake up and take action.
So, I want to ask you something last, actually. I searched your site, the foundation site. So, actually, I saw that there is a very nice sector for the marine littering, for the littering of the marine environment.
Yeah.
And in conjunction with my previous actually questions, I would like for you a comment regarding the marine litter, which is probably the most important environmental threat of the world ocean.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and I know I'm very deep in ocean issues, and sometimes you have tunnel vision. But plastics is a huge issue. Marine litter, it's a big crisis, and we saw in actually earlier this year there was finally an international agreement to build an international treaty on combating plastic pollution, which was a huge moment, and it's on account of the citizen movements we've seen raising issues of plastic. You've seen those impacted images of turtles with straws in their nose, and we've really seen progress on combating plastic pollution. That is a success story because it is such a big issue. But I would say, it's a huge issue, but it is one among many huge issues. Even in the pollution silo, we have chemical pollution, nutraceutical pollution, agricultural pollution as well. And plastic is there, and it's very, very emotive, and it gets the public engaged, which is a hugely positive thing, to get kids engaged, to get citizen scientists engaged. And we've seen that engagement has resulted in political action. We've seen earlier this year in Nairobi, citizen movements in the last 2 to 3 years resulted in the UN mandating an international treaty on plastic pollution. Now that's cause and effect. It's fantastic. We've seen mediatic influence as well as the inventive social media and the ways that we can all connect on specific issues and rally behind key asks. We've seen that it works. So now we have an international treaty on plastic pollution being negotiated. So I think it's really nice. It's a nice success story. And now we need to replicate that success story across other issues in the ocean. And I think it's the proof of the pudding that we can do it if civil society is aligned behind a common message, with the use and the power of social media, and as we've seen, used for good and bad. I think we can really use that to influence political change.
Thank you very much, Sam. I really enjoy our... Yes, we have only just 1 minute. If you want to say something as a final comment. I really enjoy our conversation.
I know it's tight on time. I'll wrap up just to say that it's been a pleasure to speak and address the conference today. I think the ocean, as I say, the ocean hasn't really been getting the stage it needs internationally, politically, socially. So putting the ocean in these kind of agendas, these kind of moments, to a broader audience is something to be celebrated, and I hope I see more of it. And I'll be going into Lisbon, as I said, as an optimist.
Thank you very much. Probably see you in the next year in Portugal. I'm planning to visit Portugal, so...
well, you look us up. Let me know.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here with us. Bye-bye, Sam.
Ciao.
επισκεφτούμε, γιατί φαίνεται να δραστηριοποιείται γενικότερα στην Πορτογαλία, αλλά και στον Ατλαντικό ωκεανό σε ένα μεγάλο βαθμό, και έχει ανοίξει μια πολύ μεγάλη βεντάλια περιβαλλοντικών προβλημάτων. Αντιμετωπίζει με έναν τρόπο που και εμείς τα αντιμετωπίζουμε εδώ πέρα, στη χώρα μας. Ωραία. Οπότε νομίζω ήταν πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα αυτή η παρέμβαση που έκανε ο Sam Collins. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είσαστε εδώ. κανένα πλαστικό. Θα πάρετε όλα τα πλαστικά.
Ναι.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Would like to welcome all of you to this thematic unit entitled Protection of Marine Environment and Citizen Science. Our ambition is to bring a fresh sea breeze in this room, and I believe we have the most adequate and most competent people with us in order to do that. They are experts, they are fellow citizens, and they will assist us in reaching this objective. So allow me to introduce the participants in this panel discussion. I would like to start with the Vice Rector for Research and Development in the Department of Biology at the University of Patras, Mr. Panagiotis Dimopoulos. Good afternoon. Of course, I would like to highlight his capacity because this suits me, as you can understand, as Director of the Botanical Museum, where he has done a wonderful work, and I confess that I have been deeply impressed by his work. I would also like to welcome Mr. Panagiotis Georgakopoulos, who is a civil engineer, physicist, and mathematician. How have you managed all this? I'm 60 years old. You are 60 years old. Okay, you don't need to share this with anyone. You are the wonder kid, so you started studying since the age of 2. He's a member of the scientific committee of CF Coast. I would like to welcome Mr. Giorgos Kanelis, an old acquaintance representative of the Union for the Protection of Marine and Cultural Environment of Corinthian and Patraian Gulfs, Yannis Freris, Director of Corporate Communication and Sustainable Development of Gefira SA, who actually had the initiative of organizing this thematic session, a very interesting initiative and very targeted one, and thank you very much for that. And I left for last Anastasia Miliou, and I left Miss Miliou for last because I believe that we both have spent a lot of time in the seas. Dear Anastasia, she is a scientific director of the Archipelagos Institute, and I'm sure you all know the Archipelagos Institute. Of course, by Archipelagos, Anastasia means the Aegean, whereas when I speak about Archipelagos, I mean the Ionian. So it would be very interesting to talk about the Western Seas and Ionian Sea. But anyway, I would like to make a brief, boring introduction, and then I will give the floor to our guests in order to say a few words. I believe that you have all realized that you live in a country that is more or less a complex of islands. Moreover, as years go by, I realize that in this country, where most of us live in the coasts, we have a problem. Instead of looking at the sea, we have we look towards the mainland. We do not pay attention to the marine environment. We don't care about the marine environment, whereas we have always been dependent on the marine environment, and it should be our first priority. We have the tools at our disposal now. We have European directives. We have European frameworks that can help us moving in the direction of protection and sustainable growth of the environment, of our marine environment. I could talk about these frameworks and about these directives. For example, there is the well-known marine strategy, which is very interesting. It includes many important tools. Our objective is to ensure a very good state of health for the Greek, but also European seas. But in order to do that, we need to keep track of certain indicators like biodiversity, like pollution, like noise pollution, like plastic in the seas, and you can see that there are several parameters that are of utmost importance for the marine environment, but at the same time are compatible with the citizen science, because there are issues that are included in the marine strategy that can be embraced by the society and can give important results. We have already managed that thanks to thanks to our initiatives taken to reduce the waste in the oceans. There are thousands of organizations, thousands of volunteers that offer the knowledge, and they update the national database with very important data. Of course, there are other directives. I'm not going to talk about fishery. It's a well-known directive. I would like to talk about a European framework, a legislative framework, that I find extremely interesting. And I mean the marine space planning. Of course, someone will say, but what are you talking about? We haven't resolved the problems of land spatial planning. Are we going to resolve problems of marine spatial planning? Yes, we have the obligation to resolve the problems of marine spatial planning. We cannot possibly build ports when we shouldn't. We shouldn't develop pipes where we shouldn't. We shouldn't build marinas on top of submerged cities. We must promote the issue of marine spatial planning, and we need to approach it as we do the land spatial planning. You should not forget that in our coastal zone, up to 50 meters distance, there is the Posidonia vegetation. We're talking about a huge marine forest, and we need to protect it, and we need to approach it just as we approach our national forests. We have a huge marine forest, and mind you, the European Union, for 1 square meter of Posidonia, it's adds an enormous value to this 1 square meter of marine vegetation. And I'm talking about this economic value because I know that only by talking economics you can attract the interest of many, and especially of the decision makers. So, apart from this very brief introduction, I would like to give the floor to my beloved guests. I would like to start with the Vice Rector, Mr. Dimopoulos, in order for him to make a comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Papatheodorou. Look, starting with the last thing you said, our country has 446 Natura 2000 sites, 20% of which are marine sites. It is a fact that although Natura 2000 celebrates 30 years in our country, we still don't have management of protected areas. I'm talking about the land areas. So you can understand that we're talking about a great deficit because we don't have any management plans. Therefore, we have no management. So you realize what this means about the marine environment, where we have an increase of Natura 2000 sites being included, thanks to some initiatives taken by the European Union. So now, from 7%, we are 20% of Natura 2000 marine sites. The second thing I would like to say is that it is very important to exercise pressure, all of us, so that we can actually see something happening, at least with regard to the land side, because sustainable growth, sustainable management cannot be independent of the implementation of management plans. I'm talking about biodiversity, about the Natura 2000 network, I'm talking about land and marine sites. All of these have to do with protection, management of species and ecosystems. So, on the other hand, however, talking about marine pollution, what I would like to say before we talk about citizen science is the following. As I was reading some material in order to refreshen my memory, I realized that in 2021, the WWF Hellas took an initiative called Adopt a Beach. So they started collecting, because it is an action of the citizens, where basically you invite the citizens to do something. And the result of this action, which started from Crete and then reached the other end of the country, we managed to record 925 waste for every 100 meters, when, according to the EU, we should have 200 garbage per 100 meters. So you understand how important this is. And this is a simple indicator, which means that right now we should place particular emphasis on that. And this actually relates to the coastal zones. Now, with regard to the marine environment, we are lagging far behind. But at the same time, with regard to these issues, the role of the citizens can be very important. Take, for example, the action we got with Gefira SA and the University of Patras. We basically got a beach, we went there, we collected the garbage. And this action proved that a group of people took this initiative, proceeded to this action, and then decided to repeat it every month. And this allowed us to record the reality and thus take necessary action. This also allowed the citizens to work with the scientists, because this is what the citizen science is. Citizen science is this mutually beneficial relationship between the citizens and the scientists. Both win out of this relation because they get important data thanks to many people who record them. Citizens learn from the scientists, and scientists get to use this data, which means instead of spending huge amounts of money in order to collect this data, you get them thanks to the citizens, and based on this data, you get to change the policies even at the local level. Of course, we have very few examples of this relation, the partnership between the citizen and scientists. Mind you that in Europe there are 500 programs of the sort. It is estimated that there are over 500 programs of partnership between citizens and scientists. But in Greece, we don't have many similar examples apart from the long-term beach supervision programs, and especially the programs focusing on sea turtles, which is actually a program undertaken by Achaia, which is an NGO. The rest of the actions are fragmentary and they are limited at local level. The point is that in the rest of Europe, we can see that the non-governmental organizations are the ones who are taking the leading role. They are taking initiatives and they proceed to the implementation of actions along with the citizens, and they assist the research institutes, and far less the governmental organizations, which basically focus on pollution and implementation of policies, whereas the other two groups, and I mean by that the NGOs and the research institutes, have increased action, especially supervisory action. So they supervise, they record, whereas the governmental organizations focus on complex programs pertaining to the implementation of policy. And as I said, they mostly focus on pollution. So having said that, I believe that in Greece we need to plan properly, since the Corinthian Gulf is here. We have also protected areas all around. The important is that there is hope, and this is my final word. There is hope because with the management organizations, we can do more. Now, we have an organization for the management of the environment of climate change, which, in my view, is a very important one because it can strategically coordinate several actions. Because in the past, we had management organizations in the country that were not always coordinated. I deeply believe in the implementation of the strategy for biodiversity, but also of the marine strategy and of all the other strategies that pertain to land and marine environments. And I believe that in order for these programs to be successful, they need coordination by an organization, not public, but an entity of private law, which at the same time has the task to implement the policies that a ministry is planning and needs to implement. Therefore, there is hope, in my view, because There is now provision for the multi-layered governance. What we are talking about cannot materialize unless there are agreements. Even what we did recently with Gefira SA, we decided, following the volunteerism conference, to proceed to cooperation, which was mutually beneficial. So the same happens in the protection and integrated management of protected areas, where through the Organization for the Protection of the Environment and for Climate Change, we can get the result that for 30 years now we haven't managed to get, because we had a ministry that was understaffed and couldn't handle all these issues.
Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ γιατί βάλατε πάρα πολλά θέματα, ομολογώ. Βάλατε και την οικονομία κλίμακας που πρέπει να έχουμε σε κάποιες δράσεις και κάποιες... Δεν μ' ακούγατε? Δεν πειράζει, δεν χάσετε τίποτα ιδιαίτερο. Να σας επαναλάβω ότι ο κύριος Δημόπουλος έβαλε πάρα πολλά θέματα, πάρα πολύ σοβαρά θέματα και έβαλε το θέμα της οικονομίας κλίμακας όσον αφορά τους οργανισμούς και πρέπει να λειτουργούμε. Έβαλε ένα εξαιρετικό παράδειγμα και τώρα μου έδωσε μια εξαιρετική πάσα για το επόμενο, ότι πραγματικά τα θαλάσσια απορρίμματα και η επιστήμη των πολιτών είναι ένα πολύ πετυχημένο δίδυμο στη χώρα μας και έχει βρει πραγματικά πολύ μεγάλη ανάπτυξη. Και να ανακοινώσω επίσης ότι σε ένα πλαίσιο που δουλεύουμε σχεδόν σε όλη την Ελλάδα, το δίκτυο για τη θάλασσα, για πρώτη φορά θα δημοσιοποιήσουμε τη ρύπανση των ακτών και της παράκτιας ζώνης από απορρίμματα COVID, λόγω της πανδημίας. Και ετοιμάζουμε και μια συγκεκριμένη έκδοση. Άρα, παίρνοντας αυτό που είπε ο κ. Δημόπουλος όσον αφορά την επιστήμη των πολιτών, έρχομαι, κ. Γεωργακόπουλε, σε εσάς. Και θα ήθελα μια δικιά σας τοποθέτηση για το save cost και τις πολύ σημαντικές δράσεις που κάνετε.
Καταρχήν, να πούμε ότι είμαστε ιδιαίτερα ευτυχείς που συμμετέχουμε σε μια τέτοια διοργάνωση, γιατί, ξέρετε, δεν είναι και πολύ συνηθισμένο το να ασχολείται όλοι οι εμπλεκόμενοι και για την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος τόσο πολύ με το παραθαλάσσιο περιβάλλον και με την προστασία του. Δεν είναι συνηθισμένο. Και πού? Στην Ελλάδα. Στην Ελλάδα που είναι ολοακτές, στην Ελλάδα που τούτη εδώ τη φυλή την απόθεσε με τρυφερότητα η θάλασσα και στις δύο ακτές του Αιγαίου, και πράγματι πολύ ωραία είπατε ότι και εμείς από εδώ διεκδικούμε κάτι από τη Δύση. Πράγματι είναι η Μεσόγειος το όλο αυτό πράγμα που ενώνει όλες αυτές τις φυλές και γέννησε τόσο πολύ μεγάλους πολιτισμούς. Με την κορονίδα, να μην τρεπόμαστε, να το πούμε, γιατί είναι πανκίνος και παγκοσμίως γνωστό, με την κορονίδα, τον ελληνικό πολιτισμό. Αυτό λοιπόν το γέννησε αυτό το Αιγαίο, το άνδρωσε μάλιστα και το περιφρούρισε, και τα έγκατα αυτής της Μεσογείου όταν άνοιξαν και έβγαλαν τα βαρέα μέταλλα από τον πυρήνα της γης, και έτσι βρήκαν οι προγονείς μας τα μέταλλα για να περιφρουρήσουν αυτόν τον πολιτισμό και να ανδρωθεί μια σκέψη μη φοβική για πρώτη φορά στον κόσμο. Αυτό το λέμε γιατί είπαμε προηγουμένως ότι η επιστήμη είναι από εδώ, οι πολίτες είναι από εκεί, και πρέπει κάποια στιγμή ή να γονατίσει, να κατέβει πιο κάτω η επιστήμη, ή να ανεβάσουμε λίγο πιο πάνω όλο αυτό που λέμε τους πολίτες, την κοινωνία των πολιτών. Έτσι ώστε οι κραυγές να μην ανεβαίνουν προς την επιστήμη ότι έχουμε πάθει αυτό, έχουμε πάθει το άλλο, αλλά να γίνουν παρατηρήσεις και να γίνουν οπτική γωνία και μια θεώρηση λίγο πιο τρυφερή για το περιβάλλον, το οποίο το κακομεταχειριζόμαστε, και να μην το κρύψουμε, όπως έλεγε και ο Βάκωνας, ο Μπέικον. Πρέπει να πιάσουμε την φύση, να την βασανίσουμε και να μας μαρτυρήσει τα μυστικά της. Ας μην το δούμε έτσι, ας το δούμε λίγο πιο τρυφερά. Έτσι λοιπόν είμαστε οι εκπρόσωποι αυτής της οργάνωσης που λέγεται Save Cost, με αυτό το επικολυρικό κάπως που ακούγεται, να σώσουμε τις ακτές. Να τις σώσουμε τις ακτές από τι? Από διάσωση ακτής, όπως είναι το ελληνικό μας όνομα. Από τις πολλές και ποικίλες πιέσεις που δέχεται. Ναι, πρέπει αυτή η παραθαλάσσια ζώνη, αυτό το πέρασμα από το έδαφος στη θάλασσα πρέπει να διασωθεί. Δέχεται αυτή τη στιγμή πάρα πολλές πιέσεις. Έχουμε τις θεσμικές πιέσεις, δεν καταφέραμε να βάλουμε έγκαιρα τις γραμμές Αιγιαλού να προστατεύσουμε από την οικοδόμηση και γι' αυτό έχουμε τα σπίτια πάνω στο κύμα, που τελικά τα πήρε το κύμα, γιατί ανέβηκε λίγο παραπάνω η θάλασσα από ό,τι υπολογίζαμε. Έτσι λοιπόν έχουμε το θεσμικό, το οποίο δεν το καταφέραμε, αλλά προέκυψε και καινούριο, προέκυψε κλιματική αλλαγή, κλιματική κρίση, πείτε το όπως θέλετε, το οποίο μπορεί να είναι και από φυσικές διεργασίες, μπορεί να είναι από τις διεργασίες του ήλιου, μπορεί να είναι από οτιδήποτε, αλλά μπορεί και από τις ανθρωπογενείς δραστηριότητες. Λίγο πολύ όλοι πιστεύουμε ότι οι ανθρωπογενείς δραστηριότητες έχουν επηρεάσει κάπως τα πράγματα. Έτσι λοιπόν έχουμε αυτό το φυσικό πόρο, τον πολύτιμο φυσικό πόρο, ο οποίος έχει και μια ιστορικότητα για μας εδώ, σε αυτόν τον τόπο, αλλά και σοβαρή οικονομική διάσταση, μην το ξεχνάμε. Μην ξεχνάμε άλλωστε ότι η εποπτεία των ακτών είναι στο Υπουργείο Οικονομικών με την κλιματική υπηρεσία. Δηλαδή κάποια στιγμή θα πρέπει να τονίσουμε ότι δεν έχει μόνο οικονομική διάσταση, αλλά οι ακτές έχουν και περιβαλλοντική σοβαρή διάσταση. Ας γυρίσουμε λοιπόν στις πιέσεις και σε αυτό που λέμε ότι εμείς προσπαθούμε να διασώσουμε, να περάσουμε το μήνυμα τι είναι οι ακτές, τις οποίες ακτές όλοι τις απολαμβάνουμε σαφώς, αλλά θα πρέπει κάπως να δούμε και πώς αυτές θα τις διατηρήσουμε. Όσον αφορά τώρα τις δράσεις αυτής της οργάνωσης, ναι, πράγματι η κοινωνία των πολιτών έδωσε το πολύ καλό παράδειγμα με το καθαρισμό των ακτών, με όλες αυτές τις ποικίλες δράσεις που γίνονται και με την ευαισθητοποίηση των πολιτών, ξεκινώντας από τις χαμηλές βαθμίδες της εκπαίδευσης, της πρωτοβάθμια, δευτεροβάθμια, στο οποίο μπορούμε να επέμβουμε και να προσπαθούμε να έχουμε αυτή τη διάσταση που αφορά την καθαριότητα, όχι μόνο με την έννοια της καθαριότητας, αλλά και της προστασίας αυτών γενικά του έμβιου κόσμου που είναι στην παράκτια ζώνη, όλος αυτός ο έμβιος κόσμος, ο οποίος προφανώς πιέζεται από όλη αυτή την ανθρωπογενή δραστηριότητα και τα απορρίμματα που εμείς παράγουμε. Το δυστύχημα, όπως είπαμε όμως στην αρχή, είναι ότι αυτή η κλιματική αλλαγή, η κλιματική κρίση, όπως θέλετε πείτε το και δώστε της όποιο βαθμό θέλετε εσείς, μεγάλο, μικρό ή οτιδήποτε, έχει και μερικές μηχανικές επιδράσεις πάνω στις ακτές. Δηλαδή έχουμε την διάβρωση των ακτών. Και αρχίζουμε και μπαίνουμε τώρα σε πολύ σοβαρά και ευαίσθητα θέματα. Το θέμα είναι λοιπόν γιατί να καταναλώσουμε πολύτιμο χρόνο, πολύτιμους πόρους για να, όπως λένε πολλοί, να κάνουμε τη θάλασσα πίσω. Όχι, δεν είναι αυτό το θέμα. Και αυτή η οργάνωση έχει πλέον στο ιστορικό της και κάποιες πολύ σοβαρές δράσεις, εκτός από αυτές του καθαρισμού, πολύ σοβαρές δράσεις για την προστασία της ακριβώς από αυτό, από τις μηχανικές πιέσεις. Δηλαδή, αυτή είναι μια οργάνωση με κάποιους συλλόγους που είναι μέλη της, οι οποίοι οι σύλλογοι έχουν παρατηρήσει στις ακτές τους ότι έχουν διαβρωθεί, ότι έχουν υποχωρήσει. Πώς θα μπορέσουμε να κάνουμε κάτι γι' αυτό? Σίγουρα η επιστήμη μας έχει προμηθεύσει και με μεθόδους να μπορέσουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε όλα αυτά και σχετικά με μικρά κόστη. Όχι απολύτως μικρά, αλλά μικρά κόστη. Δηλαδή, αυτή η οργάνωση μπόρεσε τελικά να ξεκινήσει από πολύ πολύ χαμηλά. Δηλαδή, τι μας λείπει για μια προστασία μιας ακτής? Μια μελέτη, αλλά μια μελέτη για μια ήπια περιβαλλοντική παρέμβαση. Όχι αυτές τις σκληρές παρεμβάσεις που βλέπουμε, οι οποίες τουλάχιστον αισθητικά είναι σε πολλά μέρη απαράδεκτες, καταστρέφουν την ακτή. Τι να το κάνουμε αν τη μεγαλώνουν σε πλάτος 5-10 μέτρα και δεν μπορείς να κάνεις μπάνιο βλέποντας δεξιά και αριστερά κοτρόνια. Κάπως αυτό το πράγμα μας είχε προβληματίσει όλους και φυσικά προβληματίζει περισσότερο από όλους την τοπική κοινωνία, τους ανθρώπους που αν θέλετε όχι μόνο απολαμβάνουν αλλά ζουν και από αυτές τις ακτές. Ζουν γιατί είπαμε έχει πολύ σοβαρή οικονομική διάσταση αυτό το οποίο λέμε παράκτια ζώνη εδώ συγκεκριμένα στην Ελλάδα. Αφού λοιπόν δώσαμε την ιστορικότητα και όλο αυτό το τρυφερό βλέμμα απέναντι στις ακτές, να προχωρήσουμε τώρα και στο πιο επιστημονικό. Και επιστημονικό θα τα ακούσει κάποιος, θα γελάσει. Μα έχει επιστημονική επιτροπή αυτή η συλλογικότητα, αυτή η μη κυβερνητική οργάνωση? Ναι, πράγματι αυτό συμβαίνει. Στο εξωτερικό θέλουμε να γίνει και εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Δηλαδή, οι παρατηρήσεις να μην μένουν στο επίπεδο κραυγών, αλλά να φιλτράρονται, να επεξεργάζονται και να μπορούν να τοποθετηθούν απέναντι στους αρμόδιους. Δηλαδή, η Επιστημονική Επιτροπή ξέρει ποιοι είναι οι αρμόδιοι, ξέρουν ποιοι διαχειρίζονται αυτές τις ακτές μας, ξέρει όλα αυτά και θα πάρει τις παρατηρήσεις των πολιτών, θα τις κωδικοποιήσει, θα τους δώσει μορφή που να γίνονται αντιληπτές από το δυστυχώς γραφειοκρατικό πλέον τρόπο διακυβέρνησης που έχουμε. Εδώ στην Ευρώπη έχουμε ιδιαίτερα γραφειοκρατικό, δεν είναι τόσο πρακτικός, είναι ιδιαίτερα γραφειοκρατικός, αλλά έχω ξεφύγει. Θα μπορούσα να όντως έχω ξεφύγει και θα το μαζέψουμε λίγο. Και πράγματι λοιπόν με τέτοιες πρακτικές καταφέραμε σε συνεργασία με την αυτοδιοίκηση να προχωρήσουμε προγράμματα, αφού έγινε η μελέτη, να καταφέρουμε τελικά να εντάξουμε αυτό και σε ευρωπαϊκό πιλωτικό πρόγραμμα, αλλά και σε χρηματοδότηση, ώστε να αποκατασταθεί ένα μεγάλο μέρος μιας συγκεκριμένης ακτής εδώ στην περιοχή μας. Αυτό το πράγμα δείχνει την επιτυχία που μπορεί να έχει μια σωστή συλλογικότητα, μια συλλογικότητα που βασίζεται σε μεθόδους, σε συνέπεια και σε αγάπη κυρίως και πάνω απ' όλα. Θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε και άλλα πράγματα, θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε και...
Να σταματήσουμε στην αγάπη, κύριε Γεωργακόπουλε.
Ας σταματήσουμε στην αγάπη.
Στην αγάπη, γιατί χρειάζεται η παράκτια ζώνη και μάλιστα... η παράκτια ζώνη, το είπατε πολύ σωστά, οι ακτές έχουν τεράστιο οικονομικό ενδιαφέρον. Και όταν υπάρχει μεγάλο οικονομικό ενδιαφέρον, υπάρχουν μεγάλα οικονομικά συμφέροντα. Και όταν υπάρχουν μεγάλα οικονομικά συμφέροντα, ούτε η επιστήμη μπορεί να βοηθήσει, να ξέρετε.
Όχι, αλλά η πολιτική σίγουρα.
Η πολιτική αυτή είναι που δεν μπορεί να βοηθήσει σίγουρα. Ας μην κάνουμε αυτή τη συζήτηση. Νομίζω είμαστε όλοι γνώστες. Και τώρα πηγαίνοντας από μια οργάνωση όπως το Save Coast, πηγαίνω στον κύριο Κανέλη, ο οποίος νομίζω σε όλη τη ζωή ήταν στην κοινωνία των πολιτών. Έχει παλέψει πολύ. Νομίζω ότι αυτό είναι το κύριο χαρακτηριστικό σας, αυτό που σας διακρίνει, κύριε Κανέλη, αγαπητέ Γιώργο. Οπότε θα ήθελα μια σύντομη τοποθέτηση και από εσάς.
Ναι, εγώ θα μιλήσω για αυτό ακριβώς. Οι ενεργοί πολίτες...
Yes, I would like to talk about that exactly. The active citizens and their two-way relation with the environmental experts is of utmost importance. And the environmental movement of the citizens actually started from the scientists. The scientists were the first who realized that something goes wrong with the species, with the natural resources, with the seas. And this actually triggered and fed with data and power, the power of knowledge that is, the most serious part of citizens and volunteers, because there is another side also that also turned to more demagogical practices. In IREAS, we follow this rationale on the basis of which we have a two-way relation with the science. So we started from some verifications, and then we tried to transform the verifications to policies, not only to policies, but also to pressure and to implementation, where we are lagging far behind in our country. What do I mean? I mean that we know what is the right thing to do. We make it a legislation, but then we go for a drink instead of implementing the legislation. So,
τα απειλούμενα στοιχεία του φυσικού περιβάλλοντος έχουν πραγματικά μεγάλη βοήθεια.
We have managed to document the areas, the species that are under threat, and we have managed to do that thanks to the assistance of volunteers, but also thanks to the pressure that we have exercised. Now, the most important thing that must be done is the collection of data, the management of problems, the showcasing of the scientific aspects of environmental issues, that many try to silence or berate, and also the contribution to the implementation of scientifically tested solutions. And allow me to say some examples, starting with a very known example where the environmental organizations of the Corinthian and Petraean Gulf, along with the local authorities, imposed a scientific solution to a huge problem. And I'm talking about the problem of the red mud in the Antikyra Gulf. If there wasn't such a great pressure exercised by the organizations of civil society, the company Aluminium of Greece would not feel so pressured to do something. We were the ones who exercised this pressure, and we were the ones who made this company to take action. And what did we do? We had published a chapter, which was then, an article, which was then published in 5 other newspapers, and you can realize the mounting pressure. And this led to the implementation of a scientific solution. That is, the company itself developed its own methodology in order to prevent the red mud from leaking into the sea. This was a huge success that proved that an active effort by the citizens can lead to the implementation of scientific solution. Another case that I would like to mention, Mr. Dimopoulos also talked about it, are the different cleaning actions that we have undertaken. In other words, we choose a part of the coast that we want to clean, which is, of course, something very beneficial for the society, since people can enjoy a clean coast. So we pick a part of the coast, we clean it, but then we try to identify which are the sources of its pollution. Another case I would like to mention, for which we haven't stopped fighting for, is the contribution of the ecological move Patras to improve the study that is now conducted for the swamp of Ayas. Are people who are also partners of the university knew far more things 12 years ago, which was the part where the amphibians are reproduced. So we proved that these areas should be protected. And fortunately, what happened was that a bulldozer went there, it did what it had to do, and now that point is in a better state than it was in the past. Something else about which Anastasia may say more is the study of injured species like seal or sea turtle. Or another case in which we had taken part, and we also helped a small research team of students get an award. You know, there is a hackathon championship organized by our university, and that team actually was awarded in the context of that championship. What we did was to propose a topic that was the invasive species studied, and they got the first place. Yes, but the scientific park also organizes a hackathon. Okay, we can talk about that next time. Another case I would like to mention that proves the active participation of citizens who have learned to speak the scientific language, was the identification that a good project like the lightening of the Mayon Wall may have some very negative aspects. Why? Next to that wall, there are some areas where amphibians are being reproduced. And as you probably know, lightning is only detrimental to areas like this. So what we did was to exchange many letters with the competent authorities, and we proved that action should be taken. And fortunately, they proceeded to action based on our recommendations. What they did, they turned the lights towards a different direction, and during the reproduction season, there was no lighting at all, which was something very, very positive. Dear George, you touched upon many interesting issues. First of all, you took me back in time because, as you know, my PhD thesis was about the red mud in the Corinthian Gulf. Indeed, it's a wonderful example of how the civil society can contribute to the right action. But we are now halfway there because the red mud is in the sea bottom now. Yes, there is also now action taken about that. And of course, you talked about the light pollution, but I would like to stress that all around our islands, there is a huge light pollution in the coastal zone. Throughout summer, we shed light into the sea, and I believe that this is a very bad thing, and we need to take measures. So, from the civil society, we now proceed to a company that is environmentally aware and quite sensitive. Mr. Ferris, have the floor.
Το οποίο σήμερα που βρισκόμαστε εδώ και με την παρουσία της κυρίας Μίλιου, πολύ παλιά συνοδοιπόρου, ότι η εταιρική κοινωνική ευθύνη της γέφυρας γεννήθηκε πριν από 15 χρόνια και γεννήθηκε χάρη στη συνεργασία με το Ινστιτούτο Αρχιπέλαγος. Πριν από 15 χρόνια, το 2007, 15 χρόνια όσα είναι και τα χρόνια της Νεφέλης Τσιμπίδη, της κόρης της κυρίας Μίλιου, η οποία ήταν ακόμη τότε μέσα στη μαμά της, όταν ξεκινήσαμε να ασχολούμαστε με σεμινάρια διάσωσης θαλάσσιων θηλαστικών και χελωνών, και ήταν η συνεργασία με το Αρχιπέλαγος που διαμόρφωσε το χαρακτήρα της εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης της εταιρείας Γέφυρα. Το λέω αυτό γιατί τους μοιάσαμε σε ένα βαθμό. Όταν γνωρίσαμε τους ανθρώπους του Ινστιτούτου Αρχιπέλαγος, ήταν όχι απλά επιστήμονες, ήταν πολίτες. Ενεργοί πολίτες, ακτιβιστές πολίτες. Θυμίζω τους μεγάλους αγώνες που είχαν κάνει για το ναυάγιο του Sea Diamond στην Σαντορίνη και τη στεναρή τους στάση απέναντι και σε άλλες παρόμοιες, λιγότερο ή περισσότερο ίδιες με αυτήν που μόλις προανέφερα. Έτσι λοιπόν είδαμε και την εταιρεία μας σαν έναν υπεύθυνο, συνειδητό, ενεργό πολίτη, ο οποίος αποφασίζει να δράσει. Αποφασίζει να δράσει γιατί νιώθει μία ευθύνη. Και περάσαμε από την έννοια της εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης στην εταιρική πολιτοσύνη, μεταφράζοντας με τη βοήθεια του Γιώργου Μπαμπινιώτη τον όρο corporate citizenship σε εταιρική πολιτοσύνη. Και μετά συνεχίσαμε, περάσαμε 5-6 χρόνια αργότερα από το 2007, το 12-13, στα μικροπλαστικά, που ήταν τότε μία ακόμη καινούρια εισαγωγή περιβαλλοντικού προβλήματος που μας την έμαθε πάλι το Αρχιπέλαγος και εμείς με τη σειρά μας και μαζί με περιβαλλοντικές κινήσεις πολιτών της περιοχής μάθαμε χάρη στο Αρχιπέλαγος να παίρνουμε δείγματα από τις ακτές, να τα αναλύουμε και να βγάζουμε συμπεράσματα για το πόσο το πλαστικό είχε εισχωρήσει τουλάχιστον στο στενό Ρίου Αντιρίου, όπου είχαμε κάνει εκείνες τις δοκιμές. Συνεχίσαμε λοιπόν με αυτές τις γνωστικές αποσκευές και φτάσαμε στο σήμερα έχοντας, οφείλω να παραδεχτώ, ότι έχουμε κάνει κάποιες σημαντικές παύσεις, δράσεις, που δεν ήταν λόγω της θέλησής μας, γιατί η δέσμευση είναι δεδομένη. Αλλά χρειάζεται από καιρού εις καιρών να ξαναφωνάζουμε τους φίλους μας, να ξαναφωνάζουμε τους δασκάλους μας και να τους λέμε εδώ είμαστε, ελάτε, μαζευτήκαμε, πάμε μαζί να συνεχίσουμε. Έτσι λοιπόν έτσι λοιπόν συνεχίσαμε να βαδίζουμε στο δρόμο που χαράζουν οι ενεργοί πολίτες και να πορευόμαστε κι εμείς κοντά τους, σαν βοηθοί τους, και να ακουμπάμε απάνω τους για το προχώρημα της κατάστασης σε μονοπάτια καλύτερα, σε μονοπάτια βελτίωσης για το περιβάλλον, το θαλάσσιο και όχι μόνο. Προχωράμε λοιπόν σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση και δεν θέλουμε να παρουσιάσουμε πάλι παύσεις, και αν σε κάτι εξυπηρετεί, αν κάτι συμβολίζει η σημερινή μου άνω αμφίεση που ακολουθεί χωρίς να έχουμε συνεννοηθεί αυτή της Αναστασίας της Μήλιου, δεν είναι απογραφικότητα χαρακτήρος που σε ένα συνέδριο που θα μπορούσε να χαρακτηριστεί από μια κάποια επισημότητα. Φοράω μια μπλούζα που ήταν η μπλούζα της πλατφόρμας Κιανή Κοινωνία, που έχει το σήμα της επάνω και τον παλιό λογότυπο της γέφυρα ΑΕ ως τεκμήριο δέσμευσης. Βεβαίως, τεκμήριο δέσμευσης είναι το ότι ξαναβρισκόμαστε. Σκουντάμε τους διπλανούς μας, ελάτε να κάνουμε κάτι. Ξεσηκώσαμε την Αναστασία να έρθει από τους Λειψούς για μία βραδιά και να προλάβουμε σε αυτή τη βραδιά να δούμε και άλλους 5, 6, 10 φίλους συνεργάτες, ενεργούς πολίτες. Ποντάρουμε στους ενεργούς πολίτες, ακουμπάμε πάνω σε αυτή τη νέα συνεργασία για την οποία προελάλησε ο αντιπρίτανης του Πανεπιστημίου Πατρών, ο Παναγιώτης ο Δημόπουλος, μια συνεργασία που έχει το όνομα αμέπως αμέργων, το σκεφτήκαμε εμπρός να το κάνουμε και θέλουμε μαζί μας και τους φίλους μας που είναι εδώ, αποδεικνύουν την καλή τους προαίρεση και είμαστε και εμείς εδώ για να τους διαβεβαιώσουμε για τη δική μας καλή προαίρεση, τη δέσμευση και την πολιτοσύνη μας και τον ακτιβισμό αν χρειαστεί, για τις οποίες εγγυόμεθα ότι θα είναι πάντοτε οι πηξίδες που θα δείχνουν το δρόμο μας.
Αγαπητέ κύριε Φρέρη, πραγματικά δώσατε τη διάσταση της εταιρικής ευθύνης της γέφυρας ΑΕ με τον καλύτερο δυνατό τρόπο. Να παρατηρήσω ότι και εγώ και ο κ. Δημόπουλος φοράμε τις μπλούζες του Πανεπιστημίου. Αυτή είναι η επίσημη ενδυμασία μας στο Πανεπιστήμιο, αντιλαμβάνεστε. Δεν μπορούσαμε να κάνουμε κάτι άλλο. Και βέβαια, μια και συναντιόμαστε όλοι με αυτό το πολύ ωραίο τρόπο, και επειδή είναι και εδώ η Αναστασία και νομίζω ότι την αναστατώσω πάρα πολύ την Αναστασία τώρα, και το είπαμε προηγουμένως για να σπάσουμε λίγο τον πάγο και στον καφέ έξω. Έχουμε ανακαλύψει εντελώς τυχαία και ατυχηματικά, γιατί στην Ελλάδα τα περισσότερα τα ανακαλύψει ατυχηματικά στην έρευνα. Έτσι. Ένα εξαιρετικό πεδίο με κοράλια στο Ρίο Αντίριο. Ψάχναμε κάποια πράγματα και βρήκαμε αυτά. Να ένα σημείο που μπορούμε να συναντηθούμε όλοι, να τα δούμε, να τα αποτυπώσουμε και να τα προστατέψουμε, γιατί είμαι απολύτως βέβαιος ότι θα ανακαλύψουμε πολύ καινούρια πράγματα. Και είναι στα πόδια σας, και είναι στα πόδια μας, είναι στα πόδια του Πανεπιστημίου, είναι στα πόδια των πολιτών, είναι στα πόδια μας.
Και εγώ το άκουσα σήμερα από εσάς και χάρηκα πάρα πολύ, γιατί μου θύμισε μια παλιότερη μελέτη που είχε κάνει το τότε ΤΕΙ, που αφενός αποδείκνυε ότι το περιβαλλοντικό στάτους του στενού Ρίου Αντιρίου ήταν σαφέστατα καλύτερο μετά την κατασκευή της γέφυρας, και αναδείκνυε και το ότι είχαν πάρει καλύτερη πορεία από αυτή που είχαν οι οργανισμοί που ζουν μέσα σε αυτό το θαλάσσιο περιβάλλον.
Θα το δούμε αυτό. Θα το κοιτάξουμε, πραγματικά έχει πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον. Σε σένα ο λόγος τώρα.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Χαίρομαι πολύ που τα κατάφερα και ήρθα από τους μακρινούς Γλυψούς και τα Βόρεια Δωδεκάνησα για λίγες ώρες, όπως είπε και ο Γιάννης. Θα ξεκινήσω, πριν μιλήσουμε για την κοινωνία των πολιτών, να θυμίσω πράγματα που ξέρουμε όλοι. Πρώτον, δεν έχουμε περιθώρια χρόνου. Έχουμε καθυστερήσει 2, 3, 5 δεκαετίες στο να κάνουμε θάλασσια προστασία. Άρα, ό,τι κάνουμε πρέπει να είναι σε πραγματικό χρόνο, ούτε σε πολιτικό χρόνο, ούτε σε ακαδημαϊκό χρόνο, ούτε σε γραφειοκρατικό χρόνο. Πρέπει να τα κάνουμε σήμερα και να έχουμε αποτέλεσμα αύριο, γιατί τα περιθώρια στενεύουν. Το δεύτερο είναι ότι η προστασία του περιβάλλοντος δεν είναι ευθύνη κάποιων, δεν είναι ευθύνη λίγων. Είναι μια ευθύνη που μοιραζόμαστε όλοι μας. Ο καθένας μπορεί να συμβάλλει από την σκοπιά του, να βάλει πλάτη από την πλευρά του, είτε είναι πανεπιστήμιο, ή μη κυβερνητικός φορέας, η εταιρεία ή άλλος φορέας κοινωνίας των πολιτών. Και μας επηρεάζει όλους. Οι αλληλείς, οι άνθρωποι που ασχολούνται με τη θάλασσα, οι άνθρωποι που είναι καθημερινά στη θάλασσα, είναι οι σύμμαχοί μας. Και εκεί πρέπει να αντλήσουμε γνώση, όχι μόνο να δώσουμε γνώση, αλλά και να πάρουμε. Εγώ θα έλεγα ότι μετά το πανεπιστήμιο οι πιο σημαντικοί δάσκαλοι στη ζωή μου ήταν οι ψαράδες, οι οποίοι είναι κάθε μέρα στη θάλασσα και όσοι θέλουν και παρατηρούν έχουν μια μοναδική γνώση. Και τώρα πλέον έχει αναδειχθεί και στα επιστημονικά κοιτάπια το local ecological knowledge, η τοπική γνώση, και βλέπουμε ότι ο χάρτης της Ποσειδονίας που μας αποτυπώνουν οι ψαράδες έχει πει πολλές φορές πολύ μεγαλύτερη ακρίβεια από τον κρατικό χάρτη. Τα υπόλοιπα μπορούμε να συζητήσουμε σε άλλη στιγμή, όμως βλέπουμε ότι ο χρόνος περιθώρια δεν υπάρχουν, η γνώση υπάρχει, η πρόθεση υπάρχει. Για μένα είναι πολύ ελπιδοφόρο ότι η κοινωνία των πολιτών, ότι οι πολίτες σε σχέση με το τι λέγανε πριν 20 χρόνια, σήμερα λένε ότι αν δεν κάνουμε κάτι εμείς δεν θα κάνει κάποιος κάτι για μας. Άρα η θάλασσα πρέπει να γίνει κάτι σήμερα και να θέσουμε και κάποιες προτεραιότητες. Έχουμε ένα Αιγαίο, το Αιγαίο το βλέπω εγώ σαν Ινστιτούτο Αρχιπέλαγος, το Ιόνιο είναι δίπλα και εξίσου σημαντικό. Έχουμε θάλασσες, αρχιπελάγοι, πολύ σημαντικά. Από την εμπειρία τη δική μου, εγώ τα τελευταία 22 χρόνια είμαι 365 μέρες το χρόνο εν πλώ. Σαν αρχιπέλαγος ξεκινήσαμε με ένα σκάφος, τώρα είμαστε 4, γύρω στα 100 άτομα, 12 μήνες το χρόνο στη θάλασσα και προσπαθούμε να καλύψουμε ό,τι κενό υπάρχει. Για μας η έρευνα δεν είναι στόχος, είναι ένα εργαλείο. Η προστασία και η άμυνα της θάλασσας είναι ο στόχος και εκεί θέλουμε κάθε δυνατή συμμαχία που θα φέρει αποτέλεσμα και δεν θα μας φάει άσκοπα χρόνο, γιατί ο χρόνος δεν υπάρχει. Άρα, να δούμε λίγο το αρχιπελάγι μας. Ποσειδονία, είπε εκεί στο Παθεδόρου. Τα θαλάσσια λιβάδια μας, τα δάση των θαλασσών μας, κατά τύχη, κατά λάθος, επιβιώνουν σε ελληνικές θάλασσες. Δεν τα προστατεύουμε. Κατά λάθος, δεν τα καταστρέψαμε όπως κάνανε οι γείτονες που βάλανε στην Ιταλία, που είχαν μεγάλη βιομηχανία ή σε άλλες χώρες. Πιο βαθιά, τα κοράλια. Τα κοράλια τα βρίσκουμε, εμείς αντλούμε γνώση από τους ψαράδες. Εσείς τα βρήκατε κατά τύχη ψάχνοντας κάτι άλλο. Κατά λάθος βρίσκουμε οικοσυστήματα που ξεπερνούν τα 7.000 χρόνια σε ηλικία σε κάποιες περιπτώσεις, τα οποία, αν και ο νόμος λέει ότι δεν μπορούμε να ψαρέψουμε με σειρώμενα εργαλεία από πάνω τους, δεν τα έχουμε χαρτογραφήσει, δεν έχουμε συνεννοηθεί, δεν έχουμε βγάλει άκρη και χάνουμε μπροστά στα μάτια μας οικοσυστήματα, προκαλώντας μη αναστρέψιμη καταστροφή. Τα θηλαστικά, τα κοιτόδη, μόλις προχθές το ερευνητικό σκάφος που έκανε έρευνα, σε μία μέρα καταγράψανε 6 διαφορετικά είδη. Φυσιτήρες, ζυφιούς, δελφίνια, φώκες. Κατά λάθος έχουμε μία πολύ σημαντική βιοποικιλότητα, πολύ μεγάλη βιοποικιλότητα και μερικά από τα πιο σημαντικά hot spot που έχουν απομείνει στη Μεσόγειο. Και
έχουμε και στο Ιόνιο τέτοια.
Έχετε, φυσικά υπάρχουν. Και στην ίδια θάλασσα θέλουμε να βάλουμε άναρχα, χωρίς σχεδιασμό, χωρίς προτεραιότητα, να χωρέσουμε σπάνια είδη, να χωρέσουμε τουρισμό, να χωρέσουμε αλεία, να χωρέσουμε βιομηχανική αλεία, βιομηχανική ηθιοκαλλιέργεια, να χωρέσουμε υδρογονάνθρακες, εξορίξεις, να χωρέσουμε αιωλικά πάρκα, υπεράκτια, να χωρέσουμε πάρα πολλά άλλα και τουρισμό φυσικά και ασκήσεις των ένοπλων δυνάμεων και πόσα άλλα. Πρέπει κάπου να πούμε τι θέλουμε να κάνουμε και τι χωράει και πού χωράει και τι δίνουμε και τι παίρνουμε. Δεν έχουμε πολλά περιθώρια και δεν έχουμε χρόνο να το συζητάμε για άλλα 10 χρόνια, θεωρώ. Η γνώση υπάρχει, τα εργαλεία υπάρχουν, οι πολίτες πλέον βλέπουμε χρόνο με το χρόνο σε όλο περισσότερα μέρη της Ελλάδας θέλουν να πάρουν τα πράγματα στα χέρια τους, άρα το θέμα είναι τι κάνουμε, τι κάνει ο καθένας μας, πώς συνεργαζόμαστε, πώς φέρνουμε ένα αποτέλεσμα, γιατί τυχαίνει να είμαστε οι σημερινοί διαχειριστές αυτού του τόπου. Επιβίωσε χιλιάδες χρόνια και σε 3 δεκαετίες έχουμε προξενήσει καταστροφή που δεν έχει προκληθεί μέσα σε πολλές χιλιάδες χρόνια. Άρα, εμείς θα είμαστε οι γενιές που θα το καταστρέψουμε ή που θα αλλάξουμε κάτι. Το να καθαρίζουμε μόνο παραλίες, ενώ και με τα σκουπίδια και δεν έχουμε χωματερές και δεν έχουμε χιτά και λέμε στα παιδιά αλλάξτε το μπουκαλάκι σας, δεν φτάνει. Έχουμε πολύ περισσότερα πράγματα να κάνουμε, μπορούμε, η γνώση υπάρχει, χρειάζεται αποτελεσματικότητα και να πιστεύουμε αυτά που λέμε. Να τα λέμε και να τα πιστεύουμε και να τα πιέζουμε μέχρι να κοπούν περιθώριο χρόνου και να φέρουμε αποτελέσματα.
Ναι, δεν υπάρχει χρόνος. Όχι μόνο για το πάνελ μας, δεν υπάρχει χρόνος.
Not only for a panel, generally, we need to act, and we need to act now. I remember, and this will take me to the next round of interventions. I remember when in 1995 we collected waste from the sea bottom, I was considered as a madman. They were telling me, "You're okay, why are you doing all this?" But now we can see that there is a battle given against plastic that we will probably lose. We have a Posidonian vegetation and corals which constitute invaluable wealth. If we ask the citizens, no one knows about these corals. Very few know about the Posidonian vegetation. The civil society needs to shed some light on this because we're talking about precious wealth. And now, colleagues, you have 1 minute each to say a final word. Look, I heard some very interesting things, and especially what Anastasia said, mapping of Posidonia vegetation. This is the least we can do. There is such a program, and we can actually make the most of it. The rest, and I'm talking about Natura, we have already mapped, but we are lagging behind when it comes to Posidonia. So the contribution of the professionals and of the amateur fishermen will be of utmost importance, since it will help us bridge the gap between the scientists and the financing that is required. And usually you need more money for mapping the sea bottom compared to what is needed in order to map the land systems. And even what Mr. Papatheodorou said about the corals, it was very, very useful, because it shows that we can actually join forces, we can develop synergies and develop a program which would bring together scientists, citizens, and all together set an objective and try hard to reach it. You know, this example, however, rarely gives a result. Why? Because we take action today, but in the future nobody carries on with it. So that is why we need to ensure continuity of action, both by experts and citizens. Yes, I would like to tell you that soon, along with Panos Panagiotidis, we will publish the first map of Posidonia vegetation around Greece, based on the data we have. It's not precise, but it's an important base on which we need to work. Mr. Georgakopoulos, 1 minute. You will talk about love and tenderness, I'm sure. Unfortunately not. I'm going to talk about politics. When the civil society work with the local authorities, self-organization becomes a policy, which is then expressed by projects or by a different approach that will be followed, or by a law, or, as I said, by a policy. So this is something that can be developed through these civil society organizations, the non-governmental organizations, as we call them. This is something new. It is a recent phenomenon here in Greece, and doesn't have the best of reputations. Still, we should all approach these issues that we're talking about with love and tenderness, as you said, so that we can actually get some results. Now, the issues that arise are many. You have 1 moment, Mr. Georgakopoulos, please. Mr. Canello. Yes, I will be very brief. I would like to talk about the implementation. As I said in my previous intervention, I would like to mention a specific case. Our company, the ecological solution of Patras, actually undertook the responsibility of conducting a study for a local environmental problem that we had identified. Instead of remain inactive, we decided to take action, and we managed to get the result thanks to our organization and our determination. I would like to close with something that I have been thinking about while I was hearing you. I would call it the twofold of hope. The two-sided hope. Hope, first of all, that this generation of students of the university that hosts us, students that are members of the Epexis voluntary organization, who are young scientists that are at the same time active citizens, these students give me hope. And the other side of hope is the fact that we have taken the initiative to organize this event, to talk about these issues publicly. And I believe that initiatives like these actually lead to commitments, because what we are saying here is recorded on video. Everyone remembers about everything we said, and this leads to commitment on the part of everyone. Anastasia, yes, I will be very brief. I would just like to say that we have no more time, and I believe that each and every one of us should take action. What do we want to leave to the future generations? How do we want the civil society to act? I have some brilliant example of civil society mobilization, and that is why also I'm here, because I believe that the civil society can take action in order to protect the gems that can be found in the Corinthian Gulf. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. It was a thematic session that included love, tenderness, the key to hope. You heard many marine stories. I had a great time. I hope you had a great time as well. I would like to thank our wonderful guests who, me personally, enlightened me greatly. Thank you very much.